Chapter 801, Chinchaoyan. After spending the night in the forest, Hanli withdrew the sovereign devil corpse and made his way to the Myriad Link Mountains. Before he sought out Violet Spirit and the others the day before, he hadn't discovered traces of the Heaven Peak sect disciples. As a result, he continued to hold on to the medallion that the Heaven Peak elder had given him but hadn't had a chance to use it. It was also out of the question to seek out Marquis Nanlong. It seemed the Heaven Peak sect had either found another area of residence or that they hadn't even arrived yet. Hanli wasn't worried about this and instead prepared a temporary place to stay nearby the mountains and refine a few core formation stage puppets in the downtime. With the yin-yang rings in his possession, he reckoned Marquis Nanlong would take the initiative to seek him out. As of current, Hanli faintly realized that the Great North Essence light wasn't something that existed outside of the entrance to the valley. Most of it appeared at the entrance of the valley. Were this not the case, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have the ability to take several hundreds of cultivators simultaneously into the valley, regardless of how skilled they may be. As these thoughts appeared in Hanli's mind, he flew in a streak of azure light and calmly went forward. With his speed, he was able to fly tens of kilometers away after only a short moment. Less than half a day later, he arrived near the Myriad Link Mountains. He had heard that there were several market cities that had recently opened nearby the Myriad Link Mountains and decided to pay a visit to them along the way and collect a few materials for refining puppets. Additionally, Hanli had acquired quite a few rare materials after the war with the Milan in exchange for their ancient heritage lantern that he had seized during the battle. Those materials were nearly priceless and would allow Hanli to craft an amazing quantity of high-grade puppets. As such, he would only be purchasing a few basic puppet materials while inside the city. As for the materials needed to refine the ancient nascent soul stage puppets, the Thousand Bamboo School in the far west had managed to gather 3 of the materials, but they were still missing a material known as the Blood Phoenix wood. The material was a rarely seen peak-grade tool refining material. Although it wasn't as nearly difficult to acquire as the auric essence, it was also impossible to find in markets. One would only be able to come across it as a matter of luck. Fortunately, Hanli had already ordered the Drifting Clouds sect to be on the lookout for the appearance of such a material. If they acquired any information, they were to directly notify him. It would only be a matter of time before he acquired it, but not before he entered Devil Fall Valley. Suddenly, Hanli's expression stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Not far away from him, there was a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations and flickers of light, where a few cultivators were having a fierce battle. Hanli frowned but didn't pay it much heed. As of current, the area was swarming with all sorts of characters and it wouldn't be rare for enemies to occasionally encounter one another. With Hanli's cultivation, he approached them from a kilometer away. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still fighting, oblivious to his presence. There were 4 men and 1 woman, battling against each other in 2 parties. Hanli swept his gaze past them only to discover that they were all core formation cultivators at the mid and early stages. However, hostilities between the sides were great. Not only were magic treasures soaring through the skies, but various talismans also ruptured around them. However, the party of 3 with the woman were being completely suppressed by the other 2 cultivators. However, it wasn't due to a more profound cultivation. It was because of the several hundred huge moths that they surrounded the opposing 3 cultivators with. These frightening moths were the size of a palm and their wings emitted a poisonous rainbow powder. As a result, the 3 cultivators had to use a majority of their energy toward keeping themselves free from it. And under the additional assault of the 2 cultivators' magic treasures, the 3 found it difficult to endure. While the 3 cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage, the battle was far from over. Apart from the poisonous moths and the silver brush and golden scroll magic treasures that the scholarly man wielded, Hanli found the battle to be little of note given their cultivation. Although he didn't know what sects these cultivators belonged to, Hanli had little interest in being involved with other people's affairs. Just as he thought to fly away, he suddenly spotted an emblem of Yellow Maple Valley from the robes of the scholarly man. Yellow Maple Valley. Hanley glanced at the scholar's face with surprise. As Hanley paused, the battle quickly shifted in favor of the two cultivators controlling the moths. When Hanley decided to approach, the two cultivators hastily spread out their spiritual sense in alarm and their expressions vastly changed. The pair of cultivators hastily withdrew their magic treasures, but they had their poisonous moths continue to tangle with the three other cultivators. They flew distantly to the side and saluted Hanley. "May we know the senior that has graced us with his presence? We are disciples from the Controlling Spirit sect." "The Controlling Spirit sect? You two are devil cultivators?" When Hanley heard this, he ceased flying and vanished the light he was flying in, revealing his true form. "You are the Drifting Clouds sect's senior, Han." The taller of the two cultivators immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. Hanley shot a glance at him and indifferently asked, "You recognize me?" The Controlling Spirit sect cultivators grew restless, but they maintained a respectful appearance, and one of them replied, "When Senior fought in the border battle, I witnessed Senior Han's vast abilities." "That is good. Although I don't want to interfere with the affairs of juniors, I have some kind of a relationship with Yellow Maple Valley. Put away those spirit insects and abandon the battle for today." Hanley spoke resolutely with a glint shining in his eye. When they heard Hanley, they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. "What? Do you two fellow Taoists feel that this is difficult to do?" Hanley's expression grew sullen, and his tone turned harsh. The taller of the cultivators felt his heart drop upon seeing Hanley's change in expression, and he inwardly cursed. Since Hanley had decided to involve himself, they had no leeway. He hurriedly replied, "Since it is Senior's orders, we will naturally obey." He meaningfully glanced at the other cultivator, and the two grasped their hands in an incantation gesture. After hastily casting a spell seal to the swarm of moths, they summoned their spirit beast pouches into the air. In an instant, the moths surrounding the three opposing cultivators scattered and they darted into the storage pouches. The three cultivators had already seen Hanley, but they were unable to clearly hear the conversation the other two had with him due to being assaulted by the moths. But now that they were unfathomably released from the moths, they knew it had something to do with Hanley. In their delight, they exchanged a glance with one another and hastily flew towards him. At that moment, the two Controlling Spirit sect cultivators felt unwilling to further stay. One of them carefully said, "Would Senior have any other commands for us? We will follow them as best we can." Hanley guessed their intentions and waved his hand. "There is nothing else. You two may leave. Then we will both take our leave." When the two heard him, they hastily bowed and immediately set off in streaks of green light. At that moment, the other three cultivators flew over. Seeing that the Controlling Spirit sect cultivators had left, the three glanced at each other in astonishment. Their leader, the middle-aged green-robed scholarly man, stepped forward and saluted Hanley. He wore a respectful expression and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. I cannot thank you enough. May I know Senior's name?" The scholarly man was surprised to see how young Hanley appeared, but he felt as if his appearance was somewhat familiar. Instead of answering, Hanley expressionlessly asked, "You are cultivators from Yellow Maple Valley?" "Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Chen Chao Tian. These are my sworn siblings, disciples of the Saber Transformation Doc." "Is Senior acquainted with martial ancestor Ling Hu?" When he saw that Hanley had assisted them despite not belonging to the six sects of Yu, he realized that this nascent souled senior should have a relationship with their martial ancestor Ling Hu. "Chen Chao Tian. You're a member of the Qin clan." A strange expression appeared on Hanley's face. The scholarly man revealed a stunned expression. "Senior knows of my clan." Hanley grew silent and began to closely examine the scholarly man, much to the unease of the three core formation cultivators. Han Li sighed and slowly said, the Qin clan is one of the three great clans of Yellow Maple Valley. How could I not know of it? What is your relationship with Qin Qian? Senior recognizes my younger sister? The scholarly man asked in alarm. Qin Qian is your little sister? Although Han Li had guessed this was the case, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. As for the scholarly man, he was at a complete loss as to what relationship this expert had with his little sister. Han Li's expression wavered for a moment before he slowly asked, is she doing well? With an odd expression, Qin Qian replied, my little sister was unable to form a core and died over 100 years ago from an illness. She's dead. Han Li couldn't help but mutter this as her lovely appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly recalled the last time they had seen on their trip to the mountains, where she bared her feelings to him. He stood in place for a time as if at a complete loss. Seeing that Han Li had remained silent with an odd expression on his face, Qin Qian couldn't help but ask, Senior knows my little sister. Forcefully suppressing the sadness in his heart, he calmly replied, of course I know her. When I last saw your little sister, she said she was going to marry. But that was before the invasion of the Devil Dao. I don't know whether or not the marriage went through. Chapter 802, Core Formation Great Puppets. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Qian said, my little sister was supposed to marry that year, but the clan she was supposed to marry into switched sides to the Devil Dao. Naturally, we couldn't allow the marriage with Qiao Qian to go through. Afterwards, my little sister became taciturn and showed little interest in men, remaining alone for the rest of her life. Han Li suddenly recalled a rumor that had spread throughout the sect and his expression unconsciously changed. She didn't marry. An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face and he wordlessly looked to the sky for a moment. After a long while, Han Li lowered his head and said, from your expression, it seems you should know who I am, so I won't speak further of myself. The righteous and Devil Dao have currently gathered together here. Since you plan on entering Devil Fall Valley, you had best fend for yourselves. Once Han Li said this, he paid no further attention to the three and tore through the skies in a streak of azure light. The three core formation cultivators respectfully remained silent as Han Li quickly disappeared from sight. A while later, the woman couldn't help but ask, elder brother, why did that senior help us? Does he have a relationship to your Qin clan? Glancing in the direction that Han Li disappeared, he bewilderedly said, relationship. Our Qin clan isn't worthy of having a relationship with that senior. If I guess correctly, you should also know of his esteemed name. In the past, he originated from my Yellow Maple Valley and escaped unscathed from the hands of a Mulan divine sage. In the battle at the border, he defeated the Mulan sacred bird and executed the Jin Empire's sifting sect elder. Surely you should know of his name. But from what he said, he seemed to be close to my deceased sister. How baffling. The woman was greatly shocked and shouted in alarm, what? It was that legendary figure. He looks as young as expected. From what my senior said, this person was once a member of our 6 sects of you. It is inconceivable that his abilities are as magnificent as they are now. Qin Qian sighed and said, that's right. When he entered Yellow Maple Valley, I had just reached Foundation Establishment. Later, he entered the Trial of Blood and Fire at the same time as me and my little sister. From then on, things spiraled beyond the scope of imagination and he is now in existence on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators. The third cultivator, the blue-clothed man, curiously asked, I heard that Marshal Senior Ling Hu had implored this person to return to the sect, but he was unwilling. Is this true? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Qian vaguely said, I'm not too sure about this. It is possible though. Despite their sworn brotherhood, he was unwilling to mention the matter further. Fortunately, the other 2 cultivators dropped the matter. The blue-clothed man changed the topic and said, "We were quite lucky this time around. Elder brother had just recently refined his golden book and silver brush magic tools and was able to block most of the moth's poisonous powder. Senior Han managed to interrupt the situation and we were able to escape calamity without harm. If elder brother had fully refined the golden book, surely we would have nothing to fear from the Yun brothers." The female cultivator eagerly said, "That's true. I have previously heard that the Qin clan had the golden book and silver brush inheritance magic tools. But I didn't think that there was also a refinement method for a magic treasure. Didn't elder brother use a flying sword before?" Qin Xiaotian happily explained, "The golden books and silver brushes that our Qin clan disciples use are mere counterfeits of the magic treasure. Although I had wished to refine these magic treasures from the start, I never had the materials as I was only able to gather together the materials to refine a flying sword. Fortunately, I was able to gather enough materials over the past few years to refine these magic treasures. I had hoped to use them in Devil Fall Valley. But soon," he paused and continued, "enough. Regardless of what it is said, it is better for us to be careful as Senior Han has said. Cultivators that dare to enter Devil Fall Valley are by no means ordinary. It'll be better if we accompany our fellow martial brothers from the 6 sects of you." The two nodded. Elder brother's words are reasonable. Good. We'll do as elder brother has suggested. The 3 cultivators then took off, leaving any further discussion for later. A distance away, Hanli felt his heart in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed the grief he felt for Qin Qian and buried it in the deepest depths of his heart before forcing himself to continue on his way. 4 hours later, he caught sight of the myriad Link Mountains as well as the thinning miasma that surrounded it. The verdant forests and towering peaks could all be vaguely seen. The mountains on the edge couldn't be said to be huge, only wide. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ridge spread to either side as a continuous black line. Hanli slowed down when he arrived nearby and took a look at his surroundings. It was quiet and had no other traces of cultivators. With an indifferent expression, he flew a bit further and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he spread out his immense spiritual sense and quickly searched a 50 kilometers perimeter around him. A short moment later, he frowned and opened his eyes. Then with an indifferent expression, he shot through the skies towards a certain destination. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he arrived at a small mountain. There was an old cultivator accompanied by a youth who were sitting cross-legged across from each other and were chatting. At that moment, an azure light flashed above their hands to reveal Hanli standing in the air. The two were frightened by his sudden appearance, and they hastily stood up. The old man managed to preserve his calm, but the youth wore a face of alarm. Hanli swept his sights past the two and saw that their cultivations weren't very high. The old man was at the mid-foundation establishment stage while the youth was only at the 6th layer of qi condensation. It was unknown what they were doing so near the myriad Link Mountains when their cultivations were so low. At that moment, the old man used his spiritual sense to glance at Hanli only to discover that his cultivation was at an unfathomable realm. With alarm in his heart, he was just about to perform a deep bow as Hanli's cold words echoed through the air, "There is no need to be alarmed. Can you point me in the direction of the nearest market city? That is all you need to do." Hanli's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. When the old man heard this, he quickly replied in a respectful manner, "Head west about 200 kilometers. There is a newly opened market city that Senior may take a look at." "Head west 200 kilometers? I got it." Then with a flash of azure light, Hanli disappeared without a trace. The old man watched with amazement as the azure streak disappeared and turned into a speck of light across the sky and disappeared. The old man and the youth remained dumbstruck by the sight. About 200 kilometers west, there was an extremely crude temporary market city that had been created with stone formation techniques. there were very few cultivators wandering within. Hanley didn't pay this any mind and purchased a large number of materials from the stores before flying off towards the mountain range. He walked over 5 kilometers deep into the mountain range as the miasma suddenly grew thicker. Soon, he arrived on top of a small, unremarkable mountain. It was easy work for Hanley to open a new cave residence. With over 10 flying swords cutting about, a small and simple residence was carved out of the mountain after only a short moment. After looking at the results, Hanley nodded with satisfaction and promptly placed 2 simple spell formations around it before entering the cave residence. He first released Silvermoon and had her cultivate within the cave. He then released the sovereign devil corpse and buried it in a dark room. Afterward, Hanley brought a large number of materials with him in a hidden room. He sat at the center of the hidden room and took out the jade slip that the monarch of soul divergence had given him before looking through the 2 core formation puppet refinement methods that it contained. These 2 types of puppets were the same size as the Foundation Establishment Grade 8 puppets that he had previously created, and they each had their own merits and drawbacks. One of the puppets had the shape of a huge tortoise with a dense and rough exterior that could withstand over 3 blows from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, it attacked by spitting out balls of lightning flame, an attack on the level of a mid-core formation cultivator. However, its sole flaw was that it was incredibly slow and clumsy. If a cultivator were to attack it from close range, it would become an immobile target that wouldn't be able to defend itself. The other puppet design was that of a tiger, and the tortoise's exact opposite. This puppet didn't have any long-range attacks, and its only defense was its swift and light movements. It had crystal claws that were 6 inches long and capable of easily shredding through the protective barriers of a common core formation cultivator. It was completely dedicated to close-quarters combat. After looking through the puppet's characteristics, Hanley decided to refine a few puppets from both designs. As such, he would be able to better deal with any situations that Devil Fall Valley may place him in. With that decided, Hanley immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip and committed the refinement methods to memory. Afterwards, Hanley spent 3 entire days inside the hidden room while he sat cross-legged and didn't move. But on the 4th day, Hanley's expression stirred and he pursed his lips before withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip. He then pondered for a moment more, and with a flip of his hand, the jade slip disappeared in a flash of white light. He flung out the storage pouch at his waist and countless tool refinement materials appeared on the floor with a flicker of white light, rare woods, metal essences, various colored gems, and jade boxes of all sizes. A short moment later, these items were all gathered together in a large pile in front of Hanley before he recalled the storage pouch back to his waist. Afterwards, he swept his gaze past the materials in the pile. His eyes dropped onto the jet-black ironwood, and with a deep breath, he pointed at it, summoning it towards him. Chapter 803, Search the door to Hanley's hidden room wasn't open for several months. During this time, Silvermoon took note of what happened on the outside, preventing Hanley from missing his opportunity for entering Devil Fall Valley. With each passing day, the miasma grew thinner and the number of cultivators near the Myriad Link Mountains grew. Additionally, a majority of them were gathering in a certain part of Birch Leaf City as it was the closest city to Devil Fall Valley. All of the various cultivators who acquired a Devil Fall medallion were all present and many of them had made a temporary cave residence nearby as they waited. The spell formation Hanley arranged outside of the cave residence wasn't a top-grade restriction. As such, there were many cultivators that had discovered Hanley's cave residence and there were a few that even wished to pay him a visit. But regardless of the sound transmission talismans that had arrived at the restrictions outside his residence, none of them were given a reply. Although there were a few cultivators that weren't very pleased at the fact that the cave residence's master didn't wish to see any visitors, they were unable to do anything about it as they didn't know who the owner of the residence was. There was a risk of creating a formidable enemy. However, Hanley's behavior of refusing guests was the exception, not the norm. There were countless cultivators who arrived here, both proud and arrogant, but in the most dangerous area of the heavenly south, they all felt the need to be careful. As a result, they either formed small groups of around 5 or joined together with their friends to enter Devil Fall Valley. Although there wasn't much benefit in searching for treasures together with others, if anything dangerous occurred, they had better odds of survival than if they traveled alone. Under that mindset, even solitary and reclusive cultivators began to strive to make friends. During that time, the miasma was near the point of scattering and Silvermoon was wondering whether or not it was time to call for Hanli to leave the hidden room. But before she could come to a decision, the door opened and Hanli calmly walked out. In the several months he was secluded, Hanli had refined over 30 puppets in succession with the tortoise and tiger puppets equally divided in number. It was fortunate that Hanli had managed to acquire a large number of high-grade demon beast souls in his time in the scattered star seas. Even if he had an abundance of all his other materials, he wouldn't be able to craft anything without those powerful and rare souls. When the monarch of Soul Divergence saw Hanli readily taking out high-grade demon beast souls to refine personally researched puppet designs, he couldn't help but call Hanli a young monster. But he said nothing else after that outburst. When Hanli emerged, he still had enough materials to refine more puppets but reckoned that he didn't have enough time for more, and there wouldn't be a big difference with a few more puppets. Since Silvermoon had been giving Hanli reports during the time he was refining puppets, he only nodded towards her and said nothing else. He soon arrived at a dark room and watched the sovereign devil corpse and saw that everything was in order, much to his satisfaction. Then he withdrew the corpse and had Silvermoon enter his sleeve before emerging from his cave residence. Hanli immediately took off and arrived at the peak of the mountain of his cave residence. After sitting down cross-legged, he spread out his spiritual sense and slowly swept past the cave residences of the cultivators nearby. With his powerful spiritual sense, even early nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to detect Hanli's prying unless they were attentive. As a result, Hanli was able to sense everything within a radius of 50 kilometers with the exception of a few areas with particularly strong auras and restrictions. But a short moment later, Hanli opened his eyes and shook his head with a frown. He didn't find who he was looking for. With some thought, Hanli then glowed with light and flew towards the nearby market city. Given current circumstances, it should have gathered quite a profit by now. The market city nearest to Hanli's cave residence was opened by a large cultivator clan from the state of Dongyu. The clan had done this for ages and indifferently opened their market city despite the news of the treasure hunt in Devil Fall Valley. As a result, business thrived due to the appearance of a large number of high-grade cultivators. There were even a few common cultivators that took advantage of the thin miasma and harvested the resources that were exposed, managing to reap a profit without any intention of entering Devil Fall Valley. Inside a simple medicine shop in the market city, a white-clothed cultivator pair were pointing at a medicinal herb and talking about it with a shopkeeper. A short moment later, the three came to an agreement and the pair took out a pile of spirit stones, much to the delight of the shopkeeper. The two cultivators were the only ones walking on the street at that moment. The scholarly youth smiled to his female companion and said, "Junior Martial Sister Yuan, our luck has turned out to be quite good. After spending only a short while in this market city, we managed to buy a gold spirit branch. You've been looking for this herb for a good while. You can start refining the breath refinement pill. This was because of the spirit stones that Senior Martial Brother Bai lent me. Otherwise, I would have missed the chance." The white-clothed woman had a common appearance, but her eyes were bright and spirited, adding a bit of seductiveness to her charm. "Junior Martial Sister's affairs are mine as well, so this small number of spirit stones is nothing." Although the white-clothed youth did feel a bit of heartache over the large purchase, he wore an expression of complete adoration towards the woman at his side. The white-clothed woman pursed her lips in a smile, but just as she thought to say something, a person suddenly appeared in their way. He immediately raised his hand and shot a yellow streak of light towards them. In his alarm, the white-clothed youth's hand flashed with white light and he unconsciously caught the yellow streak of light in his hand before discovering that it was a shining yellow command medallion. The youth recognized the medallion and raised his head to look at Han Li in alarm. The Heaven Peak writ. Your senior Han. This youth was the Heaven Peak disciple by Shu Jun, who had attempted to grab Han Li's attention in the past through Mu Peeling. After Han Li arrived at the market city, he had immediately found him with his spiritual sense and rejoiced. Through him, Han Li should be able to find his master, the Heaven Peak Sex Lu Weiying. However, Han Li didn't have a very good impression of this person and treated him without regard. Without a trace of politeness, he spoke in an oppressive tone, I need to see your master. Lead me to him, fellow Daoist Bai. Senior Han, you wish to see my master? After closely inspecting the talisman in his hand, he respectfully replied, yes, I will bring you to him. Han Li was no longer a newly ascended early nascent soul cultivator. He was now in existence on par with the three great heavenly south cultivators. This had caused Bai Shujun to greatly regret his impudent actions from the past. Now that he had verified the command medallion, he promptly agreed in hopes of improving Senior Han's impression of him. As for the woman by his side, she examined Han Li with slight astonishment. With a flicker of her eyes, she remained silent. Under the guidance of Bai Shujun, the three left the market city and flew off toward the east. After flying for over a quarter hour, Bai Shujun brought Han Li back to the Myriad Link Mountains. After heading in for a couple tens of kilometers, they arrived at a small mountain. Han Li's gaze swept past the mountain, observing that although the mountain was small, it was well hidden by the tall surrounding mountains. After activating the bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li revealed a pensive expression after penetrating the mountain rock. At that moment, Bai Shujun took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and tossed it into the air. It flew into the mountain stone in a streak of fiery light and created a series of ripples throughout the wall before disappearing from sight. Standing at Han Li's side, the youth eagerly offered Han Li an explanation, this is my master's temporary residence. It is often concealed with the minor Shumi restriction. He gave his disciples orders that unless it was important, we were not to bother him. Even junior martial sister Lu cannot rashly pay him a visit during this time. However, since Senior Han has sought him out, it must be important. My master definitely won't scold me. When the woman heard the youth mention her, she snorted and wore an unhappy expression, but she remained silent in Han Li's presence. She had already guessed who Han Li was. As Lu Weiying's descendant, she didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Han Li. Han Li glanced at the woman at his side and casually asked, oh? Your surname is also Lu. Could you be fellow Daoist Lu's descendant? The woman sweetly smiled and said, Elder Lu is my great-uncle. However, I have heard of Senior's famous reputation for quite some time. Han Li weakly smiled back but said nothing further. Azure light flashed from the wall in front of them, suddenly opening a 6-meter-wide gate in the wall. A leisurely voice spoke from within, hee. Fellow Daoist Han, you've finally come. If you hadn't come, I would have had to personally go and find you. Please come in, I'm waiting for you in the main hall. Han Li smiled and wordlessly stepped inside. Bai Shujun and the woman surnamed Lu hesitated for a moment, but when they thought to enter, their master called out to them, you two don't need to enter. I have a few things to discuss with fellow Daoist Han. You may head off and deal with your own matters. Although the two were somewhat shocked to hear his orders, they didn't dare to disobey and respectfully acknowledge him before flying off. Once Han Li entered the stone gates, the gates disappeared in a flash of azure light, restoring its original appearance as a stone wall. Chapter 804, Appearance of the Valley. Just like how Han Li had created his own interim cave residence, the Heaven Peak Sex Elder Lu's cave residence was the same. After Hanli walked through a 60-meter-long passageway, he arrived at the cave residence's main hall, a stone room that was over 20 meters wide. A gray-robed old man with a friendly face and a middle-aged man with a tall hat were both waiting for him. The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, you've finally arrived. Brother Han has kept us waiting for quite a while. We've sent people to look for you for a month already. It's a pity that you were so well hidden. Since we couldn't find even a trace of you, we thought Brother Han had changed his mind." Marquis Nanlong bitterly smiled, but a trace of happiness could be seen from his face. "You also weren't easy to find, given how secretive your residence was." Hanli sighed and helplessly explained, "Not long before, I was sealed in seclusion for a time, so it was natural that you couldn't find me." Just as Hanli took a seat, Marquis Nanlong wore a strange expression and said, "Brother Han is as famous as the sun is bright. Not only did you display extraordinary skill in the battle at the border, but I heard you slew a mid-nascent soul elder from a Jin Empire devil sect. You must have spent quite a bit of effort to conceal your abilities." Unwilling to reveal the entire truth, Hanli shook his head and vaguely said, "It isn't as if Brother Nanlong hadn't seen my abilities before. If I truly possessed such incredible abilities, I wouldn't have had to flusteredly flee from the Mulan Plains. My current fame is only a matter of luck. Speaking of matters of luck, it's because of luck that I managed to appear before you today." When Elder Lu and Marquis Nanlong heard Hanli, they couldn't help but look at each other with doubt. With their spiritual sense, they were able to clearly sense that Hanli's cultivation was only at early nascent soul stage. Likewise, they knew that Hanli was unordinary, but the two still found it hard to believe that he was able to slay a devil cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. However, all the rumors about Hanli were widely spread and spoke of his amazing feats, much to the bewilderment of the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Marquis Nanlong dryly laughed and said with an ironic tone, "Hee hee. Fellow Daoist Han is far too modest. To tell the truth, the greater your abilities, the better it will be when we enter Devil Fall Valley. We look forward to witnessing the power of a cultivator on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." When Hanli heard this, he silently smiled and said nothing further, wishing to drop the matter. Elder Lu then spoke with a solemn voice, "Brother Han, since you've sought us out, it seems you've put some thought into our proposition. Are you willing to enter the valley with us and kill the ancient flame toad together?" Once the old man finished speaking, Marquis Nanlong also stared at Hanli with a solemn expression. "I don't wish to let go of such a golden opportunity, but there is something I have to ask before I come to a decision," Hanli answered with complete calm. "How will we divide the treasures we find amongst ancient cultivator remains? If the answer is acceptable, I will take the risk of accepting this journey." Although he was certain to enter Devil Fall Valley one way or another, he wasn't about to reveal his intentions and allow them to negotiate the conditions. It was unknown how much the two had discussed the matter previously, as the old man promptly responded, "If we are able to smoothly acquire the treasures, how about we evenly divide them?" Hanli didn't immediately reply or reveal dissatisfaction. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment and replied, "This is fair. After all, without you two to guide the way, I also wouldn't be able to deeply enter into the valley or be able to find the ancient flame toad. However, I still have one more condition that I hope you two will agree to." "Fellow Daoist Han, please state your condition." Elder Lu spoke without any hesitation. While Marquis Nanlong's face stirred, he stared at Hanli in silence. "I need the inner core of the ancient flame toad. It is useful to me." Hanli spoke of the matter with a casual tone as if it were only something of little value. Elder Lu promptly agreed upon hearing him, "This will be no problem. We are relying on you to slay the beast. It is only proper for you to have its inner core." Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed after hearing Hanli's request. "That's right. Even if fellow Daoist hadn't mentioned it, we would have given the core to you anyway. Hanli smiled after hearing them and said, since you have both agreed, I won't push matters further and be too greedy. I agree to head into the valley alongside you two fellow Taoists. With fellow Taoist Han by our side, the treasure will be acquired very smoothly. We will be relying on you, Brother Han. Seeing that Hanli had agreed, Marquis Nanlong and Elder Lu couldn't contain their excitement and spoke in succession. Not at all carried away by their praise, Hanli smiled and said, you both value me too greatly. I am well aware that you two will be the leaders in the valley and I will only be acting as support, considering my cultivation. Also, it will only be with our combined efforts that we'll be able to escape unscathed. This is natural. Since we sought out fellow Taoist Han to cooperate with us, we trust you greatly. If those treacherous villains from the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired the Yin-Yang ring, I would have had to directly kill them. When Marquis Nanlong mentioned the Ghost Spirit sect, he gritted his teeth. It appeared that the damage he had suffered from his previous battle was truly frightening. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but take another glance at Marquis Nanlong. While he still appeared well, it was unknown how much of his vitality he had managed to recover. Speaking of the Ghost Spirit sect, do you two fellow Taoists know about the method they are using to enter the valley? What is your take on it? Hanli asked. Marquis Nanlong coldly chuckled and a strange expression appeared on his face. What is there to say about it? We merely interfered with their plans to monopolize the treasures. With other cultivators entering the valley, not only will it conceal our tracks but it will also prevent us from being surrounded by the Ghost Spirit sect. With slight surprise, Hanli said, from what you've said, could it be that the both of you had deliberately leaked the information that the Ghost Spirit sect had a method to enter Devil Fall Valley? Marquis Nanlong's face then changed to a sullen expression, we are indeed behind the matter. Before we journeyed to the Milan Plains, I had known the Ghost Spirit sect was researching a method to enter Devil Fall Valley. Chapter 805 Cultivators gathering vines covered the small valley surroundings as a ball of white light shot towards it. Within the white light, there was a beautiful green-robed woman sitting upright on top of a snow-white bird. In the blink of an eye, the bird arrived above the small valley and folded its wings, diving towards the dense vines below. The woman raised her hand and launched a spell seal down below, causing the scene to tremble with green light. The vines suddenly disappeared to reveal a green light barrier. The woman dismounted from the bird and vanished through the barrier with a flash of white light. The barrier disappeared to reveal 6 cultivators all clothed in green as well. They were sitting around a 5-pointed spell formation about 20 meters wide at the entrance of the small valley. With one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged at each of the spell formation's corners, it began to flicker with spirit light. The remaining cultivator was a long-bearded old man sitting at the center of the spell formation with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a white light slowly descending onto them. A moment later, a green-robed woman appeared in front of the old man and saluted him as soon as she landed. The green-robed woman lowered her head in respect and said, "This disciple greets her Marshal Senior. The miasma on the mountain range has completely disappeared. There are many cultivators that have already gathered in front of Devil Fall Valley." The long-bearded old man twirled his beard and slowly asked, "Has the Ghost Spirit sect made an appearance yet?" After a moment of thought, the woman carefully replied, "Apart from a few, a majority of the Ghost Spirit sect have yet to take action." The long-bearded old man snorted and said, "Since the Ghost Spirit sect have yet to take action, we must not move hastily either. So long as we pay attention to their elders, we won't encounter any mishap. Marshal Nishan, continue monitoring their movements and as soon as there is a change, immediately report back." "Yes, this disciple will set off." The green-robed woman accepted his orders without any opposition. After saluting the old man once more, she flew off on the spirit bird. The old man watched as the green-robed woman left until she disappeared, and his eyes brightly glinted as he momentarily sank into thought. The 5 cultivators sitting around the spell formation were completely unperturbed by the appearance of the woman surnamed Han. They all remained completely still as if they were made of wood. The long-bearded old man didn't find this out of the ordinary at all and closed his eyes once more. On the top of a lofty mountain, there was a middle-aged, gray-robed Taoist priest standing on top of a boulder. He was staring in the direction of Devil Fall Valley with a squint as raging winds blew against him. The Taoist priest turned his head to look at 2 sinister puppets at his side with a trace of satisfaction. He muttered, "With these 2 nascent soul-level ancient puppets, I'll reap a great harvest from this journey to Devil Fall Valley." With that said, the Taoist priest raised his arm and struck the puppets with a spell seal. In an instant, the puppets quickly shrunk and shot into his sleeve. Soon, the Taoist priest tore through the skies in the direction of Devil Fall Valley as a streak of red light. In another corner of the sky, there were 3 streaks of light arranged in a row, flying towards Devil Fall Valley. If Han Li were to see the trio, he would be greatly surprised as he would recognize 2 of them. One was a sallow-faced yellow-robed old man, ancestor Linghu of Yellow Maple Valley. By his side was a white-robed woman with a pale complexion and a chilly expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon sect and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The one that Han Li wouldn't recognize was the old man, who had a steep brow and a lion's nose. The 3 were completely silent as they hurried on their way and soon disappeared into specks of light that faded from the sky without a trace. At the same time, many cultivators began to appear near the Myriad Link Mountains, seeming completely confident in their abilities. As of current, Han Li had already arrived nearby Devil Fall Valley. He was sitting on a mound several kilometers away from its entrance, pensively looking in the direction of Devil Fall Valley. At that moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to probe a radius of 10 kilometers nearby. He found that over 1,000 cultivators had already gathered here with many nascent soul eccentrics hidden amongst them. While these cultivators weren't characters on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators, they were all exceptional individuals who wielded strange and troublesome secret abilities. Han Li wasn't so conceited as to believe that he had nothing to fear from cultivators that weren't on the level of the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators or the Milan Divine Sages. It would only take a single mistake for him to lose his life in the valley. As Han Li pondered, he would occasionally take the measure of the entrance to Devil Fall Valley. If it weren't for the cultivators that were gathered there, Han Li wouldn't have believed that such a common mountain opening would be the entrance to Devil Fall Valley. However, there were roiling gray clouds above the entrance that surged with spiritual chi. It was an odd omen that left a cold impression on those who saw it. From the outside, the entrance appeared only 30 meters wide, but he was only able to see 300 meters into the valley when he attempted to probe it with his spiritual sense. A restriction of the valley had blocked him from seeing any further, and he was unable to personally witness the so-called spatial tiers. Although Han Li could forcefully puncture the restrictions with his spiritual sense, he hesitated to do so at an area as dangerous as Devil Fall Valley and cautiously withdrew his spiritual sense. Soon after, Han Li sat cross-legged on the mound and he closed his eyes. Time slowly passed by until half a day later when Han Li sensed a familiar aura amongst the increasing number of cultivators that gathered there. After some thought, Han Li was able to identify them and he frowned. During that moment, there was a nearby voice that shouted with alarm, "The Milan have arrived." The Milan spell warriors also wished to search for treasures in Devil Fall Valley. Following that announcement, an uproar filled the entrance and Han Li felt his heart tremble. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange flying carriage moving in their direction. The carriage's body was round and over 60 meters in length. It sparkled with silver light and was engraved with talisman characters all over its body. Chapter 806, One-Way Transportation Formation. The Ghost Spirit Sex Taoist Shattered Soul hadn't come, to Han Li's surprise. This unfamiliar old man came in his place. However, mobilizing 3 nascent soul cultivators was quite a show of force even from a sect as large as the Ghost Spirit sect. But considering that they were trying to oversee an area as dangerous as Devil Fall Valley, it was still somewhat lacking. Could it be that the Ghost Spirit sect had made other preparations? Just as Hanli pondered this, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators hurriedly scattered around the valley entrance, appearing to set up a huge spell formation. The nearby cultivators didn't disturb them and simply watched from the side. As for the Milan spell warriors, they were also gathered together. Their leaders, the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and spell warrior Lu, were currently discussing something with soft voices. Hanli stared at the spell formation with clear eyes and a calm expression. But a short moment later, Hanli's expression stirred and he looked to the sky with bewilderment. At that moment, light flashed from the distance and a blinding streak of white light suddenly shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, scattering any clouds that came across its path in a display of astonishing momentum. By then, the other cultivators also saw this shocking occurrence. In an instant, the white light suddenly arrived above the valley entrance, fading away to reveal an azure-robed old man with an expressionless face. Wei Wuya. He's also come. Could it be that the 9 Nations Union are also determined to acquire the treasures in Devil Fall Valley? An uproar surged amongst the nearby cultivators when they clearly saw the old man's face. But what was cause for even greater surprise was how Wei Wuya slowly descended in front of the Ghost Spirit sect. When the middle-aged Ghost Spirit sect elder with the unfriendly face saw this, he smiled and saluted Wei Wuya. Brother Wei, you've finally arrived. I believed you had been delayed by other affairs. If that were the case, we would have had no choice but to postpone entering the valley. Since I've made an agreement with fellow Daoist Wang, I won't rashly change my mind. But it will be best if you spoke honestly. If the valley doesn't have the items that you've described, don't blame me if I become hostile. Wei Wuya ignored the middle-aged man's smile. It came as no surprise, the 9 Nations Union didn't have a good relationship with the Devil Dao. Be at ease, fellow Daoist. I wouldn't dare to trick you. The middle-aged man ignored Wei Wuya's bold words and continued to welcome him. The scene caused the nearby cultivators to watch with astonishment. Wei Wuya was the Grand Elder of the 9 Nations Union and apparently was now working with the Devil Dao. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they possibly believe it? Hanli frowned at the sight of this. Now if he were to clash with the Ghost Spirit sect inside Devil Fall Valley, his only choice would be to flee given that Wei Wuya was sided with them. This was something beyond his expectations. As Hanli pondered this, he couldn't help but glance at the scholarly man surnamed Zhong. If no other late nascent soul cultivators were going to enter Devil Fall Valley, then these two would have the strongest cultivations. The Milan divine sage was calmly staring at Wei Wuya with his arms held behind his back, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As for spell warrior Lu, she seemed surprised to see Wei Wuya appear here. Although Wei Wuya's presence had come as a shock to many, the cultivators present were still watching the Ghost Spirit sect disciples as they finished laying down their spell formation. After half a day's time, the spell formation had now reached over 300 meters in width as it was being constructed. As Hanli saw it being set up, he slowly became completely bewildered. Now that the Ghost Spirit sect had taken out a high-grade spirit stone, it appeared they viewed this matter with the utmost importance. Of course, it now made sense why they were selling Devil Fall medallions at such an incredible price. After placing the high-grade spirit stone in the proper location, Wang Tiangu returned to the side of the middle-aged elder and whispered a few words. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and then gave the command for the Ghost Spirit sect disciples to withdraw from the spell formation. The disciples each took out a faint yellow formation flag after withdrawing from the formation. With great familiarity, they immediately raised the flags into the air and quickly assumed a strange formation. At that moment, the spell formation began to glow as if it were accumulating power. Could it be that this person was the true sect lord? Why else would Wang Tiangu treat him with such respect despite their similarities in cultivation? Han Li stared at the middle-aged cultivator and his mind began to ponder as he examined the fierce-looking man. At that moment, black qi suddenly wrapped around the middle-aged cultivator's body and he slowly rose into the air. He swept his eyes across the ground and said, "I am the Ghost Spirit Sect's Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect's master. I won't speak any nonsense. The path to enter Devil Fall Valley has already been established. With the spatial tears already shrunken and stabilized, we can now enter the valley. Our sect's many spell formation masters have thought long and hard as to how to create a particular transportation formation that allows us to easily enter the valley. However, this transportation is somewhat unusual. It requires the use of a metal attribute high-grade spirit stone in order to activate. It is only with great generosity and a heavy heart that we were able to bring out such a spirit stone, but as a result, there is a limit to the number of people that we can bring. So long as you possess a Devil Fall medallion, you will be allowed to use the spell formation to enter the valley, regardless of your affiliation. I hope fellow Taoists won't blame me. There are other matters that I must first make clear. This is a one-way transportation formation. Because the teleportation location isn't set, there is a very small possibility of teleporting people into a spatial tear. If this occurs, then we can only say that your luck wasn't enough and we cannot take the blame. After all, the transportation method isn't fully researched and was something produced in a rush, so there is a certain amount of danger. Those that are unwilling to brave the danger shouldn't use my sect's transportation formation." With that said, the middle-aged cultivator boldly folded his arms and immediately added, "If you do not have a Devil Fall medallion, don't think you can sneak in. When everyone with a medallion is teleported, the spell formation will be destroyed." Although those words weren't spoken loudly, they were clearly heard by everyone in the valley's entrance. For a time, cultivators began to whisper or use voice transmissions to discuss the matter. A young voice suddenly spoke from within the forest with a puzzled tone, "Since we are using the transportation formation to enter, how will we get out? Will your esteemed sect be placing down another spell formation inside?" As soon as this was asked, many nodded in agreement. As for Han Li, he coldly smiled upon hearing this question. Wang Tianxing emotionlessly replied, "There is no need for this fellow Taoist to worry. From what I know, Devil Fall Valley has many ancient restrictions that may prevent you from entering the valley, but there should be little resistance in preventing you from leaving. There may even be ancient transportation formations that are intact inside the valley. If so, it should be a simple matter to use them to leave." Chapter 807, Entering the Valley. After hearing the Ghost Spirit Sect Master mention the ancient teleportation formations, a few cultivators rejoiced at his words while others remained skeptical. After all, few truly knew of the internal situation of Devil Fall Valley. To put everyone's hearts at ease, I will have Quanzi and Elder Zhong go across first. We will have everyone else cross afterwards. Wang Tianxing finished, and waved his arm towards Wang Chan and Yan Ruyan. The silver-masked Wang Chan and Yan Ruyan walked towards the center of the spell formation and stood next to the mid-nascent soul old man. Soon after Wang Tianxing gave the command, the cultivators simultaneously pointed the flags down, shooting an arm-thick rainbow beam of light towards various points of the spell formation. Suddenly, the entire spell formation began to hum and the spirit stones around it began to brightly shine. This scene stirred the nearby cultivators, but Wang Tianxing paid them little notice. Wang Tiangu then brought 8 core formation cultivators with him towards the spell formation. In that moment, the other cultivators clearly saw that while the spell formation may appear enormous, it seemed to only be able to teleport 3 people at a time. As a result, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had to be teleported in batches. Seeing that the Ghost Spirit Sect had rushed to take the first step, the other cultivators grew tempted to follow them. However, cultivators were often cunning and cautious. For a time, no one dared to step forward and clearly wished to see others make an attempt first. After all, the ghost spirit sect's reputation wasn't very great and the slightest mistake could lead to certain death. Han stood up on the mound, taking in a better view of the scene. Wang Tianxing coldly laughed upon seeing the cultivator's responses and he raised his arms towards the sky. The sky above him began to stir and the valley's surroundings gradually became quieter. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the Milan began to move. Over 10 Milan spell warriors silently walked towards the huge formation behind the scholarly man surnamed Zhou and the woman surnamed Lu. A trace of black chi flickered across Wang Tianxing's face after seeing this, but soon disappeared. As for the taciturn Wei Wuya, he calmly faced Elder Zhong and looked at him. Before the Milan spell warriors made their way into the spell formation, Elder Zhong flung his sleeve, shooting over 10 streaks of azure light from his sleeve into the sky. Wang Tianxing then expressionlessly waved his hand and caught the lights, only to reveal tensome medallions. Although Wang Tianxing didn't participate in the battle at the border, he already knew of the divine sage's identity. As such, he took a breath and slowly said, "Good. The quantity will suffice. Please go in." Elder Zhong nodded and several spell warriors moved from behind him, entering the spell formation. Suddenly, the ghost spirit sect disciples floating in the air activated the formation and sent the Milan into the valley in groups of 3. When Elder Zhong walked into the spell formation, he glanced at Wei Wuya and casually said, "If the target location of this transportation formation is random, then it'd be best if your sect's disciples don't encounter us." Showing no fear, Wei Wuya faced the Milan divine sage and replied, "How could something so convenient happen in this world? If something like that truly happens, it can only be by the wills of the heavens." "The will of heavens? He, then so be it." Divine Sage Zhong coldly chuckled and disappeared with white light alongside 2 of his juniors. After that was said, Wang Tianxing glanced at the empty spell formation with a trace of a scowl. When the others saw that the Milan were able to safely use the transportation formation, they couldn't help but lose their composure. Many cultivators began to take out their Devil Fall medallions and walk towards the transportation formation. Over the span of a few minutes, the transportation formation flickered with light many times, sending over 300 people into Devil Fall Valley, about a fourth of the total number of Devil Fall medallions. As for the high-grade spirit stone at the spell formation center, it had already begun to dim, its spiritual power appeared nearly exhausted. Han Li indifferently watched all of this as he stood on top of the mound and made note of all the cultivators who entered the valley. Suddenly, Han Li's gaze shifted to 6 green-robed cultivators that approached the spell formation. The one leading them was the controlling spirit sect's Grand Elder, Dongmen Tuesday. Han Li didn't have a particularly good impression of. Although they had never engaged each other in a direct confrontation, Han Li felt that he should be careful around this person considering his involvement in dealing with the Milan spy, Gu Shuangpu. But with his vastly powerful abilities, Han Li didn't need to pay too much attention to him. At that moment, the 5 green-robed cultivators escorting Dongmen Tu simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of Han Li. At the same time, Han Li's assimilated second nascent soul suddenly began to intensely stir. Were it not for Han Li's quick reaction to immediately concentrate and forcefully dominate it with his spiritual sense, he feared it would have manifested on its own. At that same moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully observe the 5 green-robed cultivators. Elemental spirit nascents. These early nascent soul cultivators gave off a strange impression similar to his second nascent soul. As a result, he couldn't help but squint at them, not knowing where they came from. Of course, Dongmen Tu also noticed his escorts acting strangely and he hurriedly turned his gaze to Han Li, happening to exchange glances with him. A trace of astonishment appeared on Dongmen Tu's face, but he soon turned his head around as if nothing had happened and walked into the spell formation. As for Wang Tiangu, he appeared greatly shocked upon seeing that Dong Men too was being accompanied by 5 other nascent soul cultivators. As for Wei Wuya, he closely examined several of the green-robed cultivators and wore a pensive expression. Staring at these 5 cultivators, Wang Tianxing asked with a deep tone, "Brother Dong Men, these fellow Taoists are quite unfamiliar. Could you introduce them to me?" In his cunning, Dong Men too casually responded, "I'll be happy to once the matter with Devil Fall Valley is concluded." Wang Tianxing inwardly cursed him, but he knew that Dong Men too wouldn't tell the truth. Unwilling to let this drag on, he gave the order to his disciples to teleport the 6 nascent soul cultivators in 2 groups. In the instant that Dong Men too was teleported, he unconsciously glanced at Han Li with a malicious expression. Although his action was well hidden, Han Li had clearly seen it with his spiritual sense. It appeared that Dong Men too was able to sense the spirit nascent inside his body. This would prove troublesome. With the elemental spirit nascents following him, he had suddenly become a fearsome foe. It was a pity that the wood spirit nascent still wasn't fully assimilated. It seemed that Han Li would have to be much more careful after he entered the valley. Soon after Dong Men too was teleported, another group of 3 appeared behind them. Han Li wore a wry smile upon seeing them. They were senior martial brother Qing and 2 other nascent soul cultivators that were nearing the end of their lifespan. Han Li sighed and watched the 3 teleport into the valley. Afterward, his attention shifted to the high-grade spirit stone that sat at the center of the spell formation. It had already grown mostly lightless. Han Li's gaze flickered and without any further hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew over in a streak of azure light. He soon descended in front of the spell formation and tossed his Devil Fall medallion towards Wang Tianxing. Wei Wuya's figure blurred and he appeared 100 meters away from Han Li. "Fellow Daoist Han, you've also arrived. With your young age, your prospects are limitless. There should be no need for you brave such danger." Han Li calmly replied, "Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Wei, but there is a reason I must enter Devil Fall Valley." Wei Wuya frowned and stared at Han Li's expression for a moment more before his expression grew sullen. "Since fellow Daoist Han has decided, I won't speak of the matter further. I just hope that our goals differ." With that said, Wei Wuya blurred and reappeared back in his original position. After seeing Wei Wuya speak to this youth with such a serious tone, how could Wang Tianxing not know who Han Li was? With a calm expression, he examined Han Li with shock filling his heart. He had heard of Han Li many years ago when Wang Chan had suffered a massive loss which allowed Han Li to escape back when they both only possessed foundation establishment stage cultivations. After the passage of time, he had reappeared in the heavenly South Continent as a nascent soul cultivator. Additionally, the youth had once again developed a deep hatred towards Ghost Spirit sect and escaped their grasp once more. Several years had passed since the incident at the Milan Plains, while his reputation soared and he displayed abilities that left other cultivators in awe, raising him to become an existence on par with the 3 great heavenly South cultivators. When Wang Tianxing heard about this, the matter was far from good, and he took Han Li's name to heart. Now that Han Li had arrived before them, he wished to figure out who this person was. Unfortunately for him, Han Li was already standing at the center of the spell formation with his eyes shut and a neutral expression, leaving no openings for anybody else to approach him. This caused Wang Tianxing's heart to tremble and he was touched with a faint sense of trepidation. Regardless, he was able to wave his hand with a relaxed posture and the disciples in the air activated the formation, sending Han Li off in a series of hums. After a chain of teleportations, Han Li felt a wave of uneasiness but he eventually recovered his bearings and began to examine his surroundings. He found himself near a mostly collapsed stone cliff and was surrounded by overgrown grass that reached half a person tall. In the distance, he saw a chain of short, unbroken hills. There wasn't a person to be seen. However, this wasn't strange in the least as Devil Fall Valley spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If two people weren't teleported together, it would be incredibly difficult to find them. When Hanli turned around to look around about him, he couldn't help but wear an astonished expression. Chapter 808, Death in the Valley. There was a depression not far behind Hanli. It was over 300 meters wide and completely barren, as if it wasn't created naturally. With a changed expression, Hanli released his spiritual sense and quickly searched a perimeter of 15 kilometers around him. After discovering no trace of any other cultivators, he looked at the depression and slowly made his way towards it. When Hanli arrived at the edge of the depression, he closely examined it, and soon a trace of alarm appeared on his face. This wasn't a depression, but a symmetrically round pit. The pit was filled with ash of an unknown depth, and it was impossible to see through it. Hanli stared at the large hole for a moment more with a pensive expression. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and swept up a 30-meter-tall gale in front of him. "Go!" He uttered the command and waved his sleeve, as the gale swept the ash from the center of the pit. The wind swept up the ash and rock everywhere it traveled. A moment later, the hole's true appearance was revealed as a slab of dark red volcanic rock that appeared incredibly smooth. "This is..." At a glance, Hanli realized this was something formed from high-temperature fires, likely along with the formation of the hole. Shock appeared on his face as he further thought about the matter. Could it be that something similar to a fireball created the hole? If he were to strike a stone surface with a fireball, something of a much smaller scale would be created. The result would pale in comparison to this, which would be over 100 times larger that he could create. Could it be that the abilities of an ancient cultivator were so ferocious? As Hanli lost himself in thought, he eventually sighed and shook his head. After some further thought, he believed the pit was more likely caused by some sort of fire attribute ancient treasure. But even so, this demonstrated that ancient cultivators' abilities were far greater than present cultivators. Afterwards, Hanli slowly walked around the stone pit once more, but didn't discover anything else notable about it. He then came to a stop and raised his head to the sky. As of current, it should be about noon, but there was no sun in the sky where he was teleported. Instead, it was replaced by an endless cloud of yellow haze that shined with dim light. This didn't come as a shock to Hanli, since there was some sort of restriction that covered the entire sky. He reckoned that as of current, he wouldn't be able to fly very high, or else he would trigger the restriction. Of course, Hanli still had to test his hypothesis. He took out a gold-devouring beetle from his storage pouch and tossed it into the air. Hanli then raised his head and emotionlessly watched the beetle. When it had reached about 180 meters in height, a blue lightning bolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the gold-devouring beetle. The insect promptly spun as it fell over 20 meters, but managed to unfold its wings and recover as if nothing had happened. Hanli wore a pensive expression when he saw this. After commanding the beetle to return, he got his bearings and in a flicker of light, he slowly made his way west. He didn't dare to fly quickly through this strange land for fear that he could come across a restriction or a spatial tear and lead himself into an untimely demise. As for the matter of Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong, Hanli moved out to prepare to handle both of their affairs, seizing the Spirit Kindle fruit and joined together with Marquis Nanlong to kill the ancient flame toad. Although the ghost spirit sect Nascent Soul Elder had found the Spirit Kindle fruit when he entered the valley, he wasn't able to precisely remember its location. It would take some time before they found it. And even if they managed to eventually find the spirit fruit, they would have to immediately refine the pill and then take it immediately. Along with the time it would take to absorb the pill's medicinal powers, they would require several days at the very least. Once Hanli acquired the inner core of the ancient flame toad, something that Nangong Wan direly needed, he could seek out the Spirit Kindle fruit with an unworried heart. Not to mention that he was rather interested in the remnant treasures the ancient flame toad was guarding. With those thoughts in mind, he began to spread out his spiritual sense to its fullest extent, and his eyes occasionally flickered with blue light as he employed the bright sight spirit eyes, allowing him to avoid the restrictions and spatial tiers. Although he couldn't determine where he was in the valley, he shouldn't be too far away from the other cultivators. Although the transportation formation was said to teleport randomly, the teleportation should only occur within a certain range. Hanley didn't intend on meeting with any other cultivators. He needed to head to the westmost portion of Devil Fall Valley and meet with Marquis Nanlong. According to Marquis Nanlong, although he had acquired Master Tsang Kuan's method to enter the valley, the method is quite dangerous and consumes a great amount of strength. The only benefit to this was being able to follow Master Tsang Kuan's route to the valley depths. After some deliberation, Hanley decided to use the Ghost Spirit Sect's method to enter the valley. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect was confident in their method to enter the valley given their wanton selling of the Devil Fall medallions, and Hanley wanted to use the safer option. From what he saw, their method of entering the outer valley was as smooth as expected, but he would still have to brave a bit of danger if he were to hurry. Hanley continuously looked around as he flew, but came to a sudden stop as he looked forward and frowned. But his expression soon returned to normal and he continued flying forward, his speed unconsciously having slowed. After flying over 300 meters, Hanley stopped and glanced into the distance. There was a white arc of light suspended in the air, that was about 3 meters long and in the shape of a crescent. The arc of light was completely still and lacked any aura. Hanley closely examined the light arc and he swept his hand against the air, sending a streak of azure sword chi towards it. Azure light ruptured in an explosion. As soon as the azure chi and the light arc contacted each other, the azure chi immediately disappeared as if devoured by the light arc. In contrast, the light arc appeared completely untouched. Hanley nodded. It appeared this was a so-called spatial tear. If they were all as visible as this one, they should be easy to avoid, but the indistinct ones were troublesome to deal with. Since he had encountered a spatial tear promptly after arriving in the valley, it only illustrated how prevalent they were. If he weren't careful, he would be certain to suffer. Chapter 809, Matters Unfolding, Go. The loud man roared. The stone block revolved once in the air and struck the rainbow light barrier in a burst of light. The two swords transformed into streaks of light and followed after the stone block. As expected, the stone block magic treasure was exceptional. Before it even struck, it carried the faint sounds of a storm. Soon, a booming explosion sounded out, accompanied by a pulse of various colored light while the nearby earth swayed. When the other two saw the stone block's might, they wore a hopeful smile, but their smiles soon froze on their faces. In the intertwining lights, the rainbow light suddenly grew brighter and suppressed the three magic treasures for a time before they were struck back with a clear ring sounding out from the rainbow light. In the three's alarm, they hastily regained control of their magic treasures and glanced at each other with expressions of dismay. The ferocity of this restriction was far beyond what they had anticipated. The large man snorted, but just as he thought to say something further, the rainbow light surrounding them suddenly flashed and turned red. Before the three even realized what was going on, the restriction began to condense clouds of flame, suddenly raising the temperature within the area. What's going on? Wasn't this restriction not supposed to be an offensive type? The scarred large man shouted in alarm, but the other two weren't able to answer him. The fiery clouds above them had already begun to press down on them. In that moment, the hooded member amongst the three began to summon magic treasures all around his body in an attempt to protect himself. He also slapped several talismans on his body, forming various colored barriers twinkling around him. The fiery clouds then engulfed the three. Soon, three miserable screams were heard, only for silence to follow shortly afterwards. A moment later, the fire cloud disappeared and the light barrier turned back to normal. There was no one amongst the rubble, only three magic treasures shining with greatly dimmed radiance. While there weren't many cultivators that had encountered such misfortune when they first entered Devil Fall Valley, over half of them that did had died. Whenever one encountered misfortune in the valley, they immediately feared for their life. There was even a nascent soul elder of a mid-grade sect that perished as a result of a spatial tear in a moment of carelessness. Ignorant of what had happened to the various other cultivators, Hanley was treading with great care regardless. But at that moment, he encountered a pleasant surprise. Standing in the air above a wasteland with his hands behind his back, Hanley was glancing below him with eyes that brilliantly flickered with blue light. If someone were to see the blue light shining from his eyes, they would think of him as demonic, not that Hanley would pay them any heed. It appeared as if there was nothing in front of him. He found nothing with his spiritual sense either, but with his bright sight spirit eyes, Hanley was able to spot a meter-long arc of light. It was about 40 meters ahead of him and shined with a faint light. Hanley took a deep breath and the blue light in his eyes slightly weakened as his expression wavered. He was now completely certain that the bright spirit eyes were able to see spatial tears that his spiritual sense wasn't able to detect. This pleasant surprise justified the large quantity of green liquid he had used to create the bright sight spirit water over the years. As a result, he was now able to cleanly avoid the most common danger in Devil Fall Valley. The sole problem was that he could only detect spatial tears when using the ability to its fullest extent. He would overlook a spatial tear if he were even slightly careless. As for the magic power consumption of the bright sight spirit eyes, it wasn't much to speak of. It was quite possible that anywhere he went was protected with restrictions, so he found it best to stay away. Although he flew at a slow speed, he gradually grew closer to the location he had agreed upon with Marquis Nanlong, and became aware of his location in the valley. Chapter 8:10 Into the valley. On the west side of Devil Fall Valley, there was a small brown mountain with two men on top of it. A white-robed old man who had a kind face was sitting cross-legged, while the other was standing. He wore embroidered robes and a tall crown, and his facial hair dropped down to his chest. They were Marquis Nanlong and the Heaven Peak sect elder Lu Weiying. Marquis Nanlong held both of his hands behind his back as he stood 20 meters in front of Lu Weiying. He appeared to be aloofly looking into the distance, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Lu Weiying sensed Marquis Nanlong's worry and said, "Brother Nanlong, there is no need to be so worried. He could have teleported to an area farther away and will take more time to arrive. Did we not personally see him teleport through the spell formation?" Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned his head to the old man. With a helpless tone, he said, "Your words aren't untrue. However, you should also know that the many dangers of Devil Fall Valley aren't easily dealt with, no matter how vast one's abilities are. We need this person or our journey to Devil Fall Valley will be a waste." Lu Weiying opened his eyes and grumbled, "We do need the yin-yang ring in order to go through the Great North Essence Lights, but is the ancient flame toad truly that powerful? If it isn't, we should have just taken the ring instead of bringing him along." Marquis Nanlong frowned and said, "I hadn't personally witnessed how powerful it was, but from Master Tsang Kuan's records, it is said to be exceptionally fearsome. It is best that we find a cultivator with the ability to restrain the beast, or it will take too much effort and consume too much of our strength. I don't want to leave myself open in a place as dangerous as this." After a moment of consideration, Lu Weiying said, "Your words are reasonable. It seems you've grown more careful and wary after what happened in the Milan Plains. But from the records I've read about the ancient flame toad, it wasn't well known in times of antiquity. It was even said that it shouldn't be very hard to deal with, but since Master Tsang Kuan had vouched for its formidability, I reckon this beast should be a mutant variant." Possessing another thought in mind, Marquis Nanlong didn't entirely agree. A mutant variant? It's possible. However, I also feel that the beast didn't have any natural predators in the valley and cultivated for countless years, resulting in its vast power. Lu Weiying closed his eyes once more and slowly said, "Since matters have already reached this stage, there is no point in further speaking about it. We must eliminate the flame toad either way. As for the passage leading to the flame toad, it is covered in great north essence lights. One wouldn't be able to go through it without any preparations. We don't have to worry about someone else finding the ancient cultivator remains before us. Marquis Nanlong smiled after hearing Lu Weiying speak so calmly. Just as he thought to say something in return, his expression suddenly changed and he hastily turned around to look at the sky. He saw an azure light slowly streaking towards them. He's finally arrived. Familiar with Han Li's flying light, Marquis Nanlong was able to recognize him at a glance and wore a smile on his face. When Lu Weiying heard him, he hastily opened his eyes and stood up. It appeared the old man was also somewhat worried despite his calm appearance. The azure streak appeared to be flying carefully. After a while, it finally arrived before them. The azure light faded away to reveal a cloaked silhouette. Astonished that his spiritual sense wasn't able to see through the cloak, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly asked, "Is that you, fellow Daoist Han?" "What? Is there someone else that has agreed to meet you here?" Han Li rubbed the hood of his mantle and smiled. At the same time, his gaze flickered to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying also discovered the peculiarity of Han Li's cloak, but appeared indifferent. "Fellow Daoist must be joking. Brother Lu and I have been waiting for you for a while." Marquis Nanlong was relieved to hear Han Li's voice, but he was somewhat baffled at the cloak that Han Li wore. Seeing that Han Li hadn't mentioned it, he didn't ask about it as it was only a minor matter. The three then began to discuss how to eliminate the ancient flame toad. Before arriving at the ancient flame toad's lair, they needed to first enter the valley depths. The valley depths was actually a large area at the heart of Devil Fall Valley that was confined within a particularly formidable ancient restriction. As such, there wasn't really a path to enter in there. As light revolved around the border of the valley depths, one could easily find over a dozen paths inside of varying sizes. However, these paths were all layered with multiple restrictions. If one wished to pass them, they had to dissolve the restrictions one by one or face the consequences of using brute force. The might of these ancient restrictions was fantastical and they all were merciless. One was better off if they didn't strike at them. If a restriction was attacked, it would retaliate without restraint. In the past, Master Tsang Kuan had studied these restrictions for many days with his deep understanding of spell formations, but he had eventually given up. Although it was still possible to dissolve these restrictions, it was too time-consuming to attempt it alone. Later on, Master Tsang Kuan came up with an idea. With a chance coincidence, he found a secret path concealed by Great North Essence lights. The path was well hidden, and the Great North Essence lights would exterminate any cultivators who wandered in without any prior knowledge. But with the yin-yang ring in hand, it should be quite easy to enter the valley depths. Han Li and the two decided to immediately take off into the sky and fly directly towards the valley depths. Just as they ascended into the sky, Marquis Nanlong slapped his storage pouch and took out several bells, several inches large and all differing in color. He then hung them at his waist, much to Han Li's surprise. Seeing that Han Li was curious, Marquis Nanlong explained, "These are response bells. So long as an area around a spatial tear fluctuates, they will sound out. Although it cannot respond to all spatial tears, it will give a warning for most of them." Han Li nodded and the three began to streak through the sky. As they flew towards the valley depths, the bells proved quite useful. Whenever a spatial tear appeared, they would immediately ring, alerting the three and preventing them from running across the tiers. However, these spatial tears had to be detectable through some way or another. If they were truly incorporeal, the bells would give no warning. Knowing this, Han Li used his bright-sight spirit eyes to look for any invisible spatial tears. As a result, he discovered one to their side. Chapter 8:11, gray mist, the verdant and wild scenery completely faded away and was replaced with a strange scene. There were now white stones everywhere, each of which were shaped into ovals and sleek. The larger ones were the size of a skull and the smaller ones were the size of a fist. In the distance, there was a large expanse of dense gray mist that couldn't be seen through. However, the gray mist was confined to an area of around 300 meters with crimson light to either side of it. The light pushed into the mist as it were a tide, but the mist would push back as if it were an embankment. Lu Weiying slowly asked, "This is the passage that you were talking about?" Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment and said, "That's right. It's here." "Does Brother Lu feel that something is wrong?" Lu Weiying glanced at the mist and said, "The crimson light is certain to be the inner valley's restriction. However, the mist seems unordinary. Did Master Zhang Kuan's records mention anything about the mist?" Marquis Nanlong pondered and said, "No, he hadn't mentioned the mist. It shouldn't be too important." Lu Weiying shook his head and wore a solemn expression. "I feel that the gray mist isn't ordinary. It's better to be careful." Han Li then said, "Then let's test if there is any problem with it." Marquis Nanlong stroked his palm. "It is exactly as fellow Daoist Han says. I have trained many eternal flight orioles and normally use them to search for medicinal herbs, but they will do in testing the mist as well." Lu Weiying didn't oppose him, so Marquis Nanlong took out an exquisite spirit beast pouch and flung it into the air. With a low cry, a small bird with golden feathers shot into the air from the pouch and it began to circle in the air. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed out an azure talisman, striking the small bird with it. The bird then spread out its wings and a small azure barrier appeared on its body. With a cry, the small bird shot into the gray mist in a streak of golden light. Before the bird reached the mist, Han Li's eyes had already begun to shine with blue light. Making full use of the bright sight spirit eyes, he glanced around and his expression made a sudden change. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were completely focused on the small bird. The eternal flight oriole headed straight into the gray mist and disappeared. Since Han Li wasn't able to clearly see into the mist, he didn't send his spiritual sense into it due to carefulness. He simply turned to watch Marquis Nanlong's expression, who had closed his eyes and focused on his connection to the bird. His expression was calm, clearly revealing that nothing had happened to the bird. Just as Han Li thought this, Marquis Nanlong's body suddenly trembled and he opened his eyes with a pale complexion. Lu Weiying stared at Marquis Nanlong and hurriedly asked, "What, did something happen?" Marquis Nanlong replied, "There is a monster in that mist that swallowed the bird whole. It seems to be." Han Li and Lu Weiying glanced at each other with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong pondered for a long while before finally answering, "It seems to be a huge python. The gray mist should be a demonic fog that it spat out." A huge python. That seems strange. Why hadn't Master Zhang Kuan's records mentioned it? Could it be? The huge python was something that arrived at the passageway after his time here. Han Li finished Lu Weiying's speculative words. "Yes, that was exactly what I meant." Marquis Nanlong nodded. "Your words are reasonable, but how can something like a huge python safely exist inside Devil Fall Valley? It seems to be an extraordinary demon beast, likely some ancient variant. If we do not slay it, we won't be able to enter the valley depths. This will be quite troublesome." With a cold glint flickering from his eyes, Lu Weiying said, "It's no problem. Since the gray mist isn't a restriction, we don't need to be too fearful of it." The flag turned into a white wind as it chased the yellow light with amazing speed, whistling through the air. Soon the lanky man was overtaken. In an attempt to block the white wind, he raised his shield. After a series of fierce trembles, the shield shattered into fragments as the wind pushed through, cutting the lanky man into 1,000 pieces. filling the sky with a bloody mist as his last miserable scream spread through the air. When Lu Weiying saw this, he nodded and waved his hand, summoning the white wind back into his hand as a white flag. Marquis Nanlong clapped and smiled. Good. With that settled, we don't have to fear about this matter leaking. Lu Weiying casually replied, it was nothing. That mere core formation cultivator was deserving of more than just death for daring to follow us. He then reached towards the blood mist and summoned a faint yellow talisman and a storage pouch into his grasp. Lu Weiying took a quick look at the items before putting them away. We were truly lucky to have fellow Daoist Han here, or we would have encountered unexpected troubles. It is no wonder Brother Han has such a grand reputation, given that he was able to see through such a powerful concealment technique. Han Li smiled and aloofly said, it was nothing but luck. You two weren't able to see through it only because he snuck in while you two were distracted. When Marquis Nanlong heard Han Li's modest words, he shook his head and said nothing more. At that moment, Lu Weiying returned to them wearing a serious expression. Let us move quickly and avoid having any other unexpected troubles appear. Han Li nodded and with a flip of his hand, a sparkling formation flag appeared in his grasp. Rubbing his chin, he proposed, when we kill the huge python, it will cause quite a commotion. I will first lay down an isolation formation so that the disturbances of the battle remain within the restriction. This way, we won't have to worry about any of the cultivators nearby. Lu Weiying smiled and couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Brother Han is truly an attentive person. That will be for the best. Han Li immediately flew off and began to arrange formation flags one after another. A short time later, he had finished placing down a large spell formation. The spell formation's main purpose was to dampen sound and spiritual chi fluctuations. With such a specific and simple function, it was able to be placed down in a short amount of time. When Han Li returned to them, Lu Weiying waved the flag in his hand and calmly said, since fellow Daoist Han has finished laying down the formation, I will use the hurricane flag to disperse the fog. That way the python will have nowhere to hide. With that said, he tossed the flag into the air and began to mutter an incantation. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he pointed to the small golden sword in front of him. Suddenly, the sword flew through the air and revolved once before brilliantly glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the sword expanded to a length of 20 meters as it floated above him. Chapter 8:12. The ancient python. Lu Weiying finished his incantation and pointed to the spell flag. Trembling, the flag suddenly unfolded, shining with a blinding light. Gusts of wind repeatedly blew around it like a storm, eventually gathering enough force to condense into 10 or so white wind dragons, all rushing towards the mist with overbearing momentum. As for Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword, it shot out with a hum and began to revolve above the mist. It seemed Marquis Nanlong was planning to wait for the mist to disperse before striking at the ancient beast with a thunderous blow as soon as it appeared. Han Li silently flung out his sleeve, summoning a small belt that flashed with silver light and flew off into the distance in a flash of light. The wind dragons seemed to race each other as they struck headfirst into the mist. The grey mist roiled for a spell before being torn apart by a tornado from within. However, the dispersion of the mist only lasted for a short moment as a strange hiss filled the air. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded through the mist. A huge snake tail with the thickness of a water jar suddenly tossed one of the wind dragons from the mist and dispersed the tornado. Then with two more thuds, the snake tail easily smashed two more wind dragons from within. When Lu Weiying saw this, he was shocked and immediately grasped his hands in a strange incantation gesture, uttering, "Explode." The remaining wind dragons suddenly flashed with white light and ruptured. The explosive winds devastated the mist, scattering most of it with ferocious gales and revealing the monster that laid within. It was coiled up and appeared to be the size of a mountain. With its body revealed, the golden sword took the opportunity to silently strike at it. As this occurred, Honlik shot a spell seal at the silver bell. In a brilliant flash of light, it suddenly grew 3 meters tall. With a clear ring, a silver wave suddenly rushed out from the shining bell and moved to engulf the huge python in a joint attack with the huge golden sword. The python was slow to react and simply further shrunk into its coil in response to the attacks, remaining still. Marquis Nanlong was overjoyed by the sight of this, and poured even more spiritual power into his sword, enlarging it slightly further. But before the golden sword could strike, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped the python's body without a warning. A huge boom sounded out as golden and green light intertwined, but soon the green light overwhelmed the golden sword and repelled it. As that happened, the 3 cultivators were shocked. Immediately after the golden sword was repealed, the silver sound wave struck the python's barrier and was scattered without effort. The 2 attacks seemed to have awakened it, and it slowly withdrew its head to look at Hanli and the others. At that moment, the grey mist had already cleanly scattered and the huge python had revealed itself before them. The python had a body as black as iron. It was over 200 meters long and was exceptionally thick with black palm-sized scales covering its body. It had faint green serpent eyes that currently held an ominous glint. Hanli felt his heart tremble. Just as he thought to recall his silver bell, the huge python suddenly extended itself in a blur, and the silver bell that was 100 meters away from it disappeared without a trace. Before Hanli realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong's huge golden sword also disappeared from the sky with only a blur from the python. At that moment, Hanli had already processed what had happened. The huge python had extended itself with fantastical speed, swallowing the treasures in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that they were unable to react. Hanli grimaced. The python was giant, but its movements were still amazingly fast. Suddenly, black light began to shine above the python as a black mountain about 100 meters tall appeared above it. The mountain began to revolve in the air, releasing black clouds below it and trapping the huge python. The huge python turned sluggish within the black clouds as if weighed down by an immense pressure. Using the opportunity given, the black mountain began to fall. Sensing that matters were far from good, the python raised each of its heads with strained effort and released several balls of light towards the sky to block the black mountain's descent, but before they could reach the mountain, they were dissolved by the black clouds surrounding them. Unwilling to let matters stand and wait for death, the huge python used the entirety of its strength to slap its tail downward and launch itself out from within the black clouds. But at that moment, the white flames surrounding its body suddenly turned into several thick chains and wrapped around its body. The huge python was only able to fly about 30 meters before it came crashing to the ground. Eventually, the mountain smashed down on it and the entire area around it brilliantly glowed with black light, preventing anyone from seeing what was happening within. The python's head screamed wretchedly before the mountain smashed to the ground with a deafening tremble. Marquis Nanlong revealed a smile and Lu Weiying sighed. However, Hanli was frowning as he watched the scene before him. Black light slightly faded away to reveal the black mountain. The huge python still wasn't entirely dead as there was still one head that wasn't crushed. It was screaming as it waved its head back and forth with all its might. The immense vitality it displayed as it flailed about in its craze was a sight to behold. Lu Weiying snorted and waved his hand. A streak of white light fiercely shot through the air and arrived above the python. It revolved once in a flourish and then easily sliced through the python's vulnerable neck. As a result, the python's headless body sprayed a fountain of blood 10 meters into the air before finally collapsing to the ground. The old man's expression relaxed after finishing off the python and he muttered, "It's finally done." However, it is somewhat surprising. This 3-headed ebony snake wasn't as fearsome as the legends described. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and hesitantly said, "It's possible that this wasn't a true specimen. Don't forget, a true three-headed ebony serpent is winged and is said that each of the three heads also have different elemental abilities. This serpent can't have been genuine or we wouldn't have been able to deal with it so easily. Perhaps this serpent is a variant of another breed. Either way, we shouldn't delve too deeply into its origins. Let us head into the passage," Han Li calmly said. He then pointed to his huge mountain and it quickly shrunk, returning to his sleeve in a streak of black light, revealing the smashed corpse of the huge python underneath it. Marquis Nanlong waved his hand and a streak of gold and green light flew back to him, revealing his golden sword and the dark green ring. The flying sword returned into his body and the ring was worn back on his hand. Lu Weiying glanced at the ruined corpse several times before arriving at its side. He casually reached out to one of the python's head and summoned a thumb-sized green core into his hand. With a trace of joy on his face, he looked at the other two heads and withdrew a core from each of them. At that moment, Han Li, who had finished collecting his puppet beast fragments, and Marquis Nanlong had arrived. Lu Weiying handed each of them one of the cores without saying another word. Han Li accepted the item and took a glance at it before indifferently putting it away. Marquis Nanlong did the same. Soon after, Lu Weiying turned the huge python's body to ashes with a single fireball and said, "It would have been troublesome to slay this beast if we were alone, but with our powers combined, slaying ancient beasts of this level shouldn't be much of a challenge. If the ancient flame toad is this easy to deal with, then this journey will be quite laid back." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wryly smiled. "I hope it will be that way, but it is likely that the ancient flame toad will be somewhat more troublesome. After all, it caused even Master Tsang Kuan to flee. Although he was greatly weakened at the time, the beast is certain to be formidable." After some thought, Lu Weiying replied with a silent nod. By then, Han Li had already flown around and collected the concealment formation flags. When he returned, he said, "Let's go. We'll find out how formidable the ancient flame toad is soon enough." With that said, he took the lead moving forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying glanced at each other and closely followed after him. After all, they had to rely on Han Li's yin-yang ring to pass through the Great North Essence lights. With the huge python slayed, the path was now open. There was a 300-meter-wide stone road surrounded by a barrier of red light that was incapable of being seen through. The three cultivators flew 15 meters above the ground with a careful speed. When they traveled over 10 kilometers on the road, the scenery changed and they came across a faint yellow wall. There was a pitch-black cave in the stone wall over 20 meters wide. "It's here. After we pass through it, we should find ourselves in the valley's depths. The cave passage is over 5 kilometers long and is covered in Great North Essence lights." Marquis Nanlong sighed and turned to Han Li, saying, "Fellow Daoist Han, we'll be needing to use your yin-yang ring." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and curiously said, "Since we know there are Great North Essence lights in the cave, can't we find another way to pass through? Or is this the only way through?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "There is no other way in besides this one. Brother Lu, strike the rock with your magic treasure and you will soon realize why." "All right, I'll strike it." Unresigned, Lu Weiying flung his sleeve and released a white light from his hand, fiercely striking at the stone wall. At that moment, Han Li clearly saw a rather strange short saber traveling within the streak of white light. It appeared to be a rarely seen flying saber magic treasure. Chapter 8:14, Tail silver powder. Under Han Li's attentive gaze, the flying saber chopped at the stone wall in a display of blinding white radiance. Then with a slight change in expression, Lu Weiying waved his hand and recalled the flying saber. Han Li clearly saw that the flying saber strike had left a shallow inch-long mark with faint grains of silver light floating around the area. "That is..." Lu Weiying revealed a trace of surprise and hastily stepped forward to look at the saber mark. After carefully examining it, he muttered, "Tailstar silver. This cave is made out of tailstar silver ore." When they heard the words tailstar silver, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he also stepped forward. He extended his finger and softly stroked the slash mark, examining the dust on his finger. Han Li had naturally heard of tailstar silver as it was a material that could enhance the durability of a magic treasure. Its effects were only inferior to materials as precious as refined crystal. It was no wonder that Lu Weiying's strike barely damaged it. Regardless of whether it be in the scattered star seas or the heavenly south continent, it was something that was nearly extinguished. Han Li stared at the saber mark and silently raised his hand. Over 10 small azure swords shot out of his sleeve and directly struck the stone wall. The other two were alarmed, but they immediately realized what Han Li was doing. With a series of clangs, over 10 several-inch deep holes appeared in the wall, each hole producing silver light specks. Han Li momentarily revealed surprise and he said, "It truly is tailstar silver, and it is mixed into the rock. Moreover, it isn't evenly distributed, so it isn't man-made. There should be a vein of tailstar silver within." Seeing that Han Li's swords had struck deeper than Lu Weiying's saber, the other both had a change of expression, but Lu Weiying's eyes betrayed a trace of greed as he stared at the rock wall in silence. A fiery passion also appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face, but after some thought, he regained his calm. Marquis Nanlong calmly said, "Let's go. We'll search for the treasures in the valley depths first." Lu Weiying hesitated and wore an expression of reluctance. "Go. Tailstar silver is an incredibly valuable treasure. Wouldn't it be better to dig this out first?" Marquis Nanlong frowned and faced Lu Weiying, speaking with a deep tone, "Brother Lu, how can you be so foolish at a time like this? Did you not personally witness how hard tailstar silver is? It may be possible that there is an entire vein of it, but a fist-sized chunk of ore can only be refined into a minuscule amount of it. How much time and magic power would you have to waste before it is worth it? And while this item may be precious, don't forget that what we lack isn't wealth, but materials to increase our cultivation and lifespan. When we reach our end, these possessions will mean nothing." Lu Weiying paused for a moment before repeatedly nodding in realization. He saluted Marquis Nanlong with gratefulness and said, "Brother Nanlong, you are completely right. I was overcome with greed and lost sight of our main objective. Many thanks for reminding me." Afterwards, he paid the wall no more attention and walked into the cave as if afraid of being lured by the tailstar silver. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he called out to Han Li before following after Lu Weiying. Han Li was also reluctant to part with the tailstar silver ore and he unconsciously walked with slowed steps. Even though he had the auric essence-infused flying swords and enough spirit milk to restore his magic power, cutting out enough tailstar silver ore still wouldn't be an easy task. And if he followed through, he would also provoke envy from the other party members. Concluding that pursuing the tailstar silver would be unwise, Han Li could only sigh and follow his two party members into the cave. At that moment, Han Li suddenly heard a voice from the back of his mind, "Hee. There is so much tailstar silver. I've spent so many years looking for it, but I wasn't able to find any. Devil Fall Valley deserves its reputation. The silver is able to be used in puppet refinement. With a bit of tailstar silver mixed into the puppet's body, common magic treasures wouldn't be able to harm them. You must take all of it." The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with an excited tone. Han Li bluntly rebuked him, "Take all of it. Old eccentric, are you dreaming? This is tailstar silver ore, not a vein. How can I take it away? Chip at it and take it away piece by piece." The old man snorted and said, "Since I've mentioned it, there is a method of course. Youngster Han, don't you have those gold-devouring beetles? I can teach you a method to control the gold-devouring beetles and have them drill through the rock and consume the tailstar silver. They will then spit it out as crystallized silver. This method was something that I had acquired from an insect cultivator I killed. This applies to all spirit insects, but it is particularly suitable for your gold-devouring beetles. Alright, then how about you teach it to me? I'll immediately have the gold-devouring beetles search for the tailstar silver. Hanli immediately replied with delight, perhaps not only for tailstar silver, but also the mighty incantation. First let me tell you that regardless of how much tailstar silver you acquire, you will have to set aside enough for the final puppet I will refine. Also, you cannot waste it for other uses, particularly for mixing it with your magic treasure. If there is still tailstar silver after I refine the puppet body, you can use the rest as you wish. Hanli couldn't help but smile and said, Senior might not know this, but my magic treasures have already been tempered with refined crystal. It is quite a bit more effective than tailstar silver. The monarch of soul divergence paused before yelling in alarm, refined crystal. You had such a heaven-defying material. Do you still have any left over? It will be greatly useful to me even if you only have a little bit left. There seemed to be a trace of delight in his voice. Hanli bluntly replied, You should know that I use a set of flying swords. While I had acquired a large chunk of refined crystal, it was barely enough to temper my flying swords. There is nothing left over. There is nothing left. What a waste. The old man's tone was filled with sorrow and disappointment. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but inwardly roll his eyes. Using the refined crystal on his own magic treasure couldn't be considered a waste, but since he was asking for a favor, he pretended not to hear this. At that moment, Hanli had followed the two into the cave, but had managed to keep a distance away from them, intentionally or otherwise, to prevent them from discovering anything strange. The cave was dark, but this was easily solved for cultivators by pouring spiritual power into their eyes. Due to this, they were able to see clearly without any problems. The cave's width and height were exactly the same as the entrance, and the colors of the stone were a consistent yellow. Along the way, Hanli casually used one of his swords to cut the stone wall. As a result, it revealed specks of silver light, much to Hanli's astonishment. As Hanli walked forward, he learned the insect control technique from the monarch of soul divergence. Although the incantation for the technique was cryptic due to being formed from ancient characters, Hanli was able to learn it with a bit of explanation from the old eccentric. With a sudden understanding, Hanli was able to smoothly employ the technique. With the technique imparted, the old man grew silent once more. Hanli contemplated the incantation a moment more and verified that it was correct before casually brushing his sleeve across his waist and removing a spirit beast pouch. A short moment later, gold-devouring beetles began to silently fly from his sleeve and across the passageway. With his other party members over 30 meters ahead of him, they were unable to sense Hanli's actions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the gold-devouring beetles had completely left him. Hanli then withdrew the sleeve and formed an incantation gesture. Following that, he uttered an incantation in his mind and spread it with his spiritual sense to the cave entrance where a large swarm of gold-devouring beetles was gathered. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly shined with golden light and the flying insects soon grew vague as they tunneled into the stone walls without the slightest resistance. They were no longer in sight and the rock's surface wasn't damaged in the slightest. Sensing this with his spiritual sense, Hanli recalled it with relief and began to quicken his steps. After walking for a time more, they arrived at the start of a winding road. The other two had stopped walking, much to Hanli's shock. He hastily looked forward and saw that the passageway had doubled in width. The spacious path was covered with stalagmites and stalactites that faintly released lines of silver light, illuminating the cave. The silver lines were exceptionally strange, although they were incorporeal, they each appeared to nearly contain their own form. Marquis Nanlong stared at the lines of silver ahead of him and deeply sighed. These must be the Great North Essence lights. Although you two fellow Taoists might know something of it, I must warn you to not rashly use any spiritual power or treasures apart from the yin-yang ring when inside. If the Great North Essence lights sense any spiritual power leak, we will certainly die. Hanli grew silent and he didn't reply. He simply waved his sleeve and summoned a jet-black ring that circled once in the air before dropping into his hand, revealing a flicker of light. Chapter 8:15 Great North Essence lights. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw Hanli taking out the yin-yang ring, they immediately blurred and appeared close behind him wearing solemn expressions. It appeared they wanted Hanli to take the lead. Hanli held the ring in his hand and blew a mist of azure essence qi onto it. In a flicker of black light, the azure qi was cleanly absorbed by the ring. Afterwards, it flew above Hanli's head and remained still as it floated above him. Hanli raised his hand and struck the ring with a spell seal. The yin-yang ring trembled and it began to fluctuate in size before growing to about 20 meters wide. Go! Hanli pointed at the ring and uttered the command. Releasing a strange hum, the huge ring began to spring forward. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying gazed at the following scene with a solemn expression. As the huge ring came across the countless lines of light floating in the air, an inconceivable scene occurred. The lines of light rippled like disturbed water. In the instant that the huge ring tread across the lights, it flickered with black light and caused the lines of light to distort around it, creating a passageway through them. When the party saw this, they all smiled with relief. However, Hanli was still curious about the might of the Great North Essence lights. After some thought, he slapped his storage pouch and took out a blue fist-sized pearl, a top-grade defensive magic tool that he had acquired in the past. Holding it in his hand, Hanli poured a bit of spiritual power into it, causing a blue light barrier to surge around it. With a flip of his hand, the pearl shot forward. As soon as the pearl of blue light entered the Great North Essence lights, the silver lines flocked towards it as if they had seen prey. These fine lines penetrated through the blue light pearl from every angle as if nothing were there. A short moment later, the silver lines sparked and the pearl combusted, leaving behind a beautiful sparkle that eventually faded away to reveal the silver lines that remained. Hanli narrowed his eyes and his fellow party members turned sullen at the sight. Hanli's expression remained normal and he waved his hand. The huge ring flew back above them and silently dropped down, covering them on all sides. Afterwards, a barrier of black light emerged from the ring and enveloped the three cultivators. Let's go. With that said, Hanli walked forward and began to move the yin-yang ring. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying didn't dare to delay the slightest bit while inside the barrier and closely followed after Hanli. Although the ring did offer protection against the Great North Essence lights, they didn't dare to raise any additional defenses and risk provoking them. As for Hanli, he maintained a calm appearance, but he still felt somewhat worried. Once the huge ring entered the Great North Essence lights, the lights parted away as expected and they made way for the black light barrier. Hanli felt relief at the sight of this and turned around to see that his party members had also relaxed. Hanli smiled and slowly moved forward with the yin-yang ring. In an area of Devilfall Valley covered in snow and ice, there was a group of black-clothed ghost spirit sect cultivators that were using their various magic treasures to fight against a giant lizard. Floating close by was the old man with a pale complexion surnamed Zhong. He was floating in the air as he watched the core formation cultivators fighting in a frenzy. Seeing that the 7 sect disciples weren't able to dispatch the ancient beast after some time, he frowned and personally took action. Elder Zhong formed an incantation gesture with his hands and countless strands of pitch-black qi emerged from his body. They then condensed together to form a jet-black flood dragon that charged at the lizard with overbearing force. Soon after, a huge net of dark green light glowed from behind it and enveloped both of the flood dragon and the lizard. Countless green fist-sized fireballs then condensed from the net and rained down upon the lizard beast with a thunderous explosion. Black light intertwined with green flames illuminated the area and then faded away a moment later to reveal a charred lizard corpse. Elder Zhong swept his sleeve and blew the ancient beast over 30 meters away in a gale, revealing a crack in the ice beneath it. The crack led downward, revealing a passage underneath it that shined with a faint white light. "Go!" Elder Zhong gloomily commanded. Then he shot into the passage in a black blur and the other ghost spirit sect cultivators followed after him without hesitation. Wang Chan and Yan Rian were amongst the group of disciples, but Wang Tiangu and the ghost spirit sect master were nowhere to be seen. Soon, the ghost spirit sect cultivators all entered the crack in the ice and the scene above ground became calm once more. However, snow continued to fall down and a sheet of ice froze over the ancient beast's body, turning it into an unremarkable snow mound. In the forest the ghost spirit sect had first visited, Violet Spirit looked at what appeared to be a small familiar mound. After spending the time it took to finish a cup of tea lost in thought, she raised her head to look for any huge trees around her. Then, she lowered her head to look at the earth mound below her before shooting a streak of white light at the mound with a flick of her finger. With a muffled pang, a 3-meter-wide hole appeared in the earth in front of her. Gray ash scattered from the hole, revealing a damp hole with scorched tree roots. With a smile on her face, Violet Spirit muttered, "This should be it. The ghost spirit sect was able to find it much quicker than I did." However, they didn't expect that someone would be looking for their tracks. They left in such a hurry that they left a trail behind. With a wave of her sleeve, the earth pit was reburied and she took out an azure talisman. After that she walked once around the large trees nearby and stuck it onto one of them. Then in a flicker of azure light, the talisman sank into the tree and disappeared without a trace. Finished with the talisman, she flew off after confirming her direction. In a huge canyon, an old Taoist was looking down at the various colored restriction in front of him and muttered to himself. There were 2 puppets with fiendish appearances standing motionlessly behind him. At the other edge of the canyon, there was a mass of crimson light that continuously wavered. It was one of the passageways into the valley depths. The path was short but it was filled with several formidable ancient restrictions. Although the old Taoist was skilled with spell formations, it was likely he wouldn't be able to dissolve the restrictions in a short amount of time. Chapter 8:16 The Valley Depths. After glancing at everything in front of him, Hanli couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression and mutter, "This is the Valley Depths." At the bottom of a steep 3-kilometer-tall cliff, there was a small cave that he just emerged from not long ago. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying stood side by side as they glanced at the scene before them, both of them wearing odd expressions. There a huge mountain range before them with countless mountains of varying sizes. It reached out as far as the eye could see. Additionally, the world that surrounded them had areas glowing with rainbow light, be it sky or earth. The areas of rainbow light varied in size, with some reaching several kilometers in size, covering the sky, while the small ones were only about a meter large and shined with weaker radiance, but all of them were extremely beautiful. What caused Hanli and the others to be astonished was not the clouds of light, but the chaotic nature of the spiritual sense around them. Regardless of the attribute of spiritual qi, they all mingled together and gave people of a feeling of immense unease, as if the very world would lash out at them with a single wrong move. Marquis Nanlong sighed after recollecting his thoughts and said, "This place is certainly where the ancient cultivators fought. The worldly spiritual qi is thoroughly destroyed here. As a result, it will have an influence on any of our techniques." Hanli wryly smiled and pointed to the sky. "That is only a secondary concern. That is what is going to be most troublesome." About a kilometer above them in the sky, there was a group of over 10-foot-long arcs of white light floating there. It greatly startled Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying when they clearly saw what it was. Lu Weiying shouted in astonishment, "How can there be so many spatial tiers? And how can they wander?" Marquis Nanlong's expression also grew unsightly. After noticing Marquis Nanlong's change in expression, Hanli chuckled and said, "This should be expected. Since this was the battlegrounds of ancient cultivators, there should be more spatial tears here than the outside. Why else would so many nascent soul cultivators enter only to never return? We can only rely on Master Tsang Kuan's map on the path forward, or else. Brother Han does make sense. We definitely can't take any risks and tread off the path. Else, there may be some invisible spatial tears there." However, there was still much to fear from the wandering spatial tears, but so long as they paid attention to them, they shouldn't pose much danger. After saying this, the Marquis regained his calm. Lu Weiying tensely frowned as he stared at another arc filled with spatial tears. He pensively mentioned, however, the number of these spatial tears is over 10 times greater than that on the outside. Those words only apply if the invisible spatial tears don't wander as well. If the invisible spatial tears roam and scatter like the visible ones, then Master Tsang Kuan's map might not also be very safe. When Hanli heard this, he was stunned and he turned his head. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes as he glanced at an area over 300 meters away, discovering a vague arc of light motionlessly floating there. He calmed down after looking at it for a while. But then, just as he pondered about whether or not he should leak this information to the other two, Marquis Nanlong hesitantly spoke as if misunderstanding Han Li's pondering for worry. "There is no need for you fellow Taoists to be worried. The invisible spatial tiers don't move. Master Tsang Kuan has mentioned this in his records." Lu Weiying's spirit stirred and he suspiciously asked, "Is Brother Nanlong certain? How did Master Tsang Kuan learn about it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the two and calmly said, "Brother Lu should realize that in the past, Master Tsang Kuan had suffered from grave injuries. It should come as a question as to how he was able to safely leave Devil Fall Valley. By relying on a technique that he had cultivated, he was able to sense the locations of spatial tears before leaving the valley. How else could he have left the valley with such grave injuries?" Having heard this, the old man felt a wave of relief. There are such techniques in this world. In that case, it wasn't due to luck that Master Tsang Kuan was able to escape from Devil Fall Valley. Han Li's expression stirred as well and he sighed with relief. Marquis Nanlong's worries faded away upon seeing this. He feared that his two party members would be intent on retreating. He was particularly worried about Hanli, who he found immensely difficult to read. Since Hanli would be the main force in the fight against the ancient flame toad, he needed to convince him to move forward. With a stern expression, the Marquis then said, "Let's go. According to what the record said, we cannot fly too quickly and it will take about a day of travel until we arrive at the ancient flame toad's nest. Be careful on the way there." Hanli faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Nanlong should be worried about taking care of himself. Fellow Daoist Lu and I will look after ourselves with care." Old man Lu nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong said, "Then let us set off. We've wasted enough time as it is." He then recognized his bearings and wrapped himself in a ball of light before slowly flying off. Hanli and the old man glanced at each other and also took to the air. They closely followed after Marquis Nanlong without taking even a step off track. If they flew even a few meters off course, it was possible they could wander into a spatial tear of an ancient restriction. As such, the party was undoubtedly careful. The path taken along the way was incredibly strange. There were times it would go straight and others where it would move in an entire circle. But regardless, they would stop every 2 hours and make sure of their location before continuing forward. Additionally, Marquis Nanlong didn't look at any jade slips on the way. It was clear he had already memorized the path. Hanli maintained a neutral appearance, but on the way, he was memorizing every step of the path back. As such, if there were any unexpected development, he would have a path to flee for his life. He reckoned that Lu Weiying was most likely doing the same. After all, cultivators who mastered the basic elemental cultivation arts gained perfect memory. Remembering some directions was an effortless task. Their flight continued for almost an entire day and they hadn't encountered any danger. Hanli felt at ease, believing that the Marquis had acquired the genuine route that Master Tsang Kuan had used when traveling through Yellow Maple Valley. As Hanli continued memorizing the path while following Marquis Nanlong, he diligently scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He reckoned that he encountered at least 4 areas that were guarded with formidable restrictions along the path. There were also a few areas that seemed amiss. He wasn't able to determine whether they were spell formations of abnormalities produced from spiritual chi fluctuations. Hanli was quite curious about these areas as he knew that they were likely to contain treasures left behind from ancient cultivators. Although Hanli felt eager excitement to explore these areas, he restrained himself. Although Hanli possessed some understanding of certain ancient cultivator restrictions, he also knew full well ancient were incredibly formidable. Only spatial tears posed a greater danger than they did. Even with his bright-sight spirit eyes being able to see through, there was still a significant chance of him provoking a profound spell formation. Currently, common ancient treasures no longer tempted him. Having entered the valley, so long as he acquired the core of the ancient flame toad, the remnant treasures of the ancient cultivator, the spirit kindle fruit, and the tailstar silver, it can be considered that he had reaped massive gains. With the benefits and drawbacks considered, Hanli abandoned any intention of doing anything dangerous. Then, his gaze was drawn over to Lu Weiying. The old man wore a sullen expression and he occasionally glanced into the distance. Hanli inwardly sighed. It seemed that if the old man couldn't acquire the items he wanted from the ancient cultivator remains, he would most likely have to search the valley depths. It wasn't a matter of greed, but rather desperation. Hanli knew that if his lifespan also reached his end, he would also take the risk. After all, if he succeeded, his life would be prolonged and his cultivation art would advance. As Hanli considered this, he couldn't help but a trace of sorrow. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong ceased flying and looked to the area in front of him, his expression wavering. Hanli frowned at the sight of this and faintly felt a sense of dread. He glanced around him and he immediately stared at Marquis Nanlong's back in silence. Below them was a small mountain that was over 300 meters tall. It was entirely unremarkable. Ahead of them was an extremely tall mountain range. It was clearly said that it would take a day's travel to reach the nest of the ancient flame toad, but they hadn't flown long enough so it was clear this wasn't their objective. Lu Weiying was puzzled by this sudden stop. Appearing surprised, he puzzlingly asked, "Brother Nanlong, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he slowly turned around to look at his other 2 party members. He bitterly smiled and said, "It seems we've encountered a problem. We might need to brave a bit of danger." The old man's expression blanked and he bewilderedly said, "Brother Nanlong, what do you mean?" Hanli stroked his nose but he remained silent. However, he also wore a curious expression. "Fellow Taoists, do you see the 2 mountains in the distance?" Marquis Nanlong pointed to 2 mountains that highly remembered one another. "Of course, does this problem have something to do with them?" Lu Weiying astonishedly asked. "Precisely." Marquis Nanlong spoke with complete certainty. It is said that this poison is refined from the saliva of a demon bird with a jade beak. Brother Han means to say. A trace of happiness appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Hanli promptly answered, "The purple-lined scorpions may be durable, but so long as we use the poison to draw them away from the mountains, it will give us the opportunity to cross it. How can we draw them away with the poison? Oh, hee hee. I forgot that fellow Taoist was skilled in puppet techniques. Smearing a few puppets with the poison will be enough to attract the scorpions. At that moment Marquis Nanlong wore a smile. Once that was said, Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he mused. Marquis Nanlong speaks of the matter quite easily and has pushed the matter completely onto me with only a few words. Rather, his eternal flight orioles would do just as well. Last time, several of my puppets were destroyed in the fight against the huge python. Although Han Li felt somewhat dissatisfied, he calmly nodded. Because this was but a small matter, he wasn't going to have a falling out over it. After all, they were still only halfway to their objective, and the poison was originally one of the treasures left behind by Master Tsang Kuan after all. With Han Li's medicinal experience, Han Li was to recognize the poison with a single smell and he immediately put it away. Now that he thought about it, it was quite possible that Master Tsang Kuan had left behind the poison in preparation to deal with purple-lined scorpions. However, it seemed excessively affectionate and out of character for Master Tsang Kuan to think of scheme every step for his descendants to acquire treasure. Having recalled Master Tsang Kuan's ruins, he recalled the portrait of the three-headed six-armed demon beast, feeling that there was something mysterious about it. Since Marquis Nanlong has previously said that he was a descendant of Master Tsang Kuan, he should know something of it. But regardless of whatever there is that is amiss, Han Li was only cared with acquiring the core of the ancient flame toad. He wouldn't involve himself in matters that didn't concern him and risk attracting problems to himself. As Han Li came to this conclusion, his hands continued to move. With a casual slap of his storage pouch, he summoned 5 streaks of light from his storage pouch, revealing themselves to be huge ape puppets. Han Li promptly took out several small jade bottles and poured in a drop of the jade dove poison into each of them before properly sealing the bottles. He then gave them to the ape puppets for them to tightly grasp. Then under the guidance of Marquis Nanlong, Han Li ordered his huge ape puppets to silently make their way to the left mountaintop. After they made it part of the way, Han Li turned to his party and said, "Let us set out too. We can't be too far away from the puppets. When the puppets attract the scorpions, we'll have to move as quickly as possible across the mountain or we may miss our chance." The Marquis and the old man raised no objections and they closely followed after the 8 puppets alongside him. Soon, the 8 puppets arrived at the mountain peak. Han Li and the others were a couple kilometers away in concealment. At that moment, the 8 puppets used the entirety of their strength to crush the small bottles in their hands. Suddenly, a putrid smell immediately spread through the mountain and the 8 puppets flew off to one side of the mountain. The mountain ridge also became verdant as they continued forward, a stark contrast to the barren land that had surrounded them before. Eventually, they arrived at a point where even the mountain rocks had become a fire-red color. A few of the nearby mountains even had cracks glowing with lava scattered across them that released burning air and gray ash like a prison of scorching earth. Han Li and Lu Weiying revealed surprise upon seeing this, but Marquis Nanlong remained calm as he knew that they hadn't deviated from the path. Not long after, the 3 arrived at a huge red mountain that was over 10 kilometers tall. Most of the mountain was covered in glowing red clouds and was surrounded by much smaller mountains, making it appear far more prominent. When Marquis Nanlong saw the mountain, he stopped flying and the light surrounding him vanished. Han Li and the old man glanced at each other with excitement, knowing that they had arrived. Marquis Nanlong let out a long sigh and he turned around, saying, "Fellow Taoists, there is a cave below the mountain, which is the nest of the ancient flame toad and where the ancient cultivator remains reside. It is said that the creature is powerful. Let's talk about how we should deal with it." Below the mountain. Han Li raised his brow when he heard this and he soon spread out his spiritual sense. As expected, there was a huge fire-red cave inside the mountain that occasionally released waves of burning winds. Fearing that any further prying would alert the flame toad within, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense. Lu Weiying quickly said, "What is there to discuss?" Fellow Daoist Han will take charge with his ice attribute techniques and we will provide support in slaying the flame toad. Brother Lu, this matter isn't so simple. According to Zhang Kuan's records, the ancient flame toad's nest is half submerged in lava. The beast will be able to flee into the lava when it is injured and quickly recover. Additionally, we will not have the advantage in that environment. Our best plan of action would be to place down a spell formation and draw the toad out of its nest. I have prepared an ice attribute spell formation precisely for this reason. Lu Weiying raised no objections after hearing the Marquis, and Hanli didn't find anything amiss about it either. With their plan of attack decided, they began to make preparations. In addition to Marquis Nanlong's formation, Hanli also placed down his own spell formations to deal with any unexpected occurrences. With that done, the cultivators concealed themselves as they waited for Hanli to lure the flame toad out of its cave. Hanli slapped his storage pouch and took out his remaining white wolf puppet. He then sat down near the edge of the spell formation and sent the puppet into the mountain cave. Chapter 8:19 Lure. Controlling the puppet with a trace of his spiritual sense, Hanli was able to clearly see the entirety of the cave's interior. There was a natural-made tunnel that was about 30 meters long ahead of the wolf puppet. The stone walls were black and red and there were occasional threads of flame that leaked through cracks, causing the nearby air to be warped by heat. Hanli was convinced that if weaker cultivators were to enter the passage, they wouldn't be able to defend against the heat and would shortly lose consciousness. Since the white wolf was a mechanical puppet, the problem didn't apply to it. Not long after, it arrived in an underground world of red. The area was a kilometer wide, but a majority of it was submerged in boiling lava. The sound of it splattering inspired a fear of being boiled alive. Surrounding the lake was glowing scarlet ground that was covered in sparse greenery. The plants came as a surprise, but it was clear to see that it was a rare type of spirit grass. However, the white wolf puppet showed no interest in the spirit grass and focused on a protrusion in the lava. The monster was currently lying on its back and was loudly breathing in its sleep. Its body was 10 meters wide, nearly 20 meters long. With the addition of its glowing fire-red body, it possessed an unordinary aura. Occasionally when the beast breathed, it would release a cloud of red mist around itself. This must be the ancient flame toad. Hanli was able to clearly see the beast and carefully examined it for a long while. Afterwards, he turned his attention towards the stone platform jutting from the lava lake. The stone platform appeared ancient. Although the platform's surroundings were caved with many decorative designs and talisman characters, its four corners were already worn down. At the center of the platform were the remains of a green-robed cultivator, haphazardly lying down. The robes were simple but had a strange style. At a glance, one could tell they weren't clothes from a modern cultivator. Additionally, despite the years that had passed, the gown still appeared new as it glowed with a faint green light. The remains inside the robes had long rotted away, only revealing translucent bones as clear as crystal. Having closely examined the remains, Hanli glanced at the ancient flame toad before withdrawing his strand of spiritual sense from the puppet and having the spiritual sense sneak towards the remains. He decided to first take a look at whether or not the body possessed any treasures. At first glance, he wasn't able to discover the existence or any treasures or a storage pouch on the body, much to his worry. However, it was possible the treasures were hidden near the stone platform or were perhaps hidden inside the green robes. The strand of spiritual sense arrived above the remains, but when it sank down to them, a change occurred. The green robes brightly shone and created a barrier of green light around it, repelling the strand of spiritual sense and causing a wave of odd spiritual chi fluctuations nearby. The sleeping ancient flame toad seemed to detect this and quickly opened its eyes, glancing around to find the white wolf puppet at the cave's entrance. Not good. Honleech shouted in his mind. The strand of spiritual sense immediately returned to the wolf puppet, and the puppet hastily turned around and fled in a streak of white light. At that same time, the round flame toad flipped over and leaped into the air before landing on a huge rock in a crouched position. It glanced at the white wolf's afterimage and furiously croaked. Soon after, it pounced off the rock and chased after the puppet while enveloped in a red mist. The ancient flame toad is on its way. Be on guard. Hidden near the spell formation, Honlei's lips moved as he sent a voice transmission to his two party members. Their faces froze as they glanced at the mountain from a distance. A white streak shot out from within and directly flew towards the party of cultivators. A moment later, a ball wrapped in red mist flew out from the cave, closely chasing after it. Its speed was just as fast as an early nascent soul cultivator. Honlei's expression stirred at the sight of this. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet was specialized in speed, otherwise it might not have been able to lure it out. With that thought, Honlei willed the wolf puppet to rush at full power without regard to the puppet's integrity. Afterwards, he flipped his hand to summon a ball of blue flame into his palm. When the other two cultivators saw this, they prepared their magic treasures with serious expressions as they quietly waited next to the spell formations. While the distance between the cultivators and the huge mountain appeared great, the white streak and the ball of fire-red mist crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. A stern expression then appeared on Honlei's face as the blue flame in his palm roiled, growing larger. But when the white streak arrived near the spell formation and was just about to rush inside, the flame toad seemed to grow impatient. It loudly croaked and spat out a scarlet fireball while it was still over 100 meters away. When the fireball left its mouth, it wasn't even the size of a head, but when it reached 10 meters out, it suddenly expanded to a gigantic size and overtook the white wolf puppet in a storm of raging flames. Soon, the puppet released a muffled explosion from within the flames. The flames traveled incredibly quickly and not even a single trace of the puppet remained behind. Honlei was shaken by the sight of this. The toad's demonic flames were at least an entire level beyond a cultivator's nascent flame. He grew doubtful about whether or not his celestial ice flames would be able to restrain it, but he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had two even more ferocious methods to slay the beast, the purple apex flames and the aureate sword formation. Not to mention that he would be able to slay the beast if he released all the core formation grade puppets he possessed, but in doing so, he would take a massive loss. The puppets would likely prove far more useful in other situations. At that moment, the flame toad croaked with satisfaction at having killed the enemy that intruded upon its lair. Then in a blur of red mist, it turned around in a preparation to return. In that moment, the three cultivators glanced at each other with dismay. Honlei felt particularly anxious. Since the flame toad's core was a matter of life and death for Nangong Wan, Honlei couldn't allow it to escape. A harsh expression on his face, his figure blurred and he shot towards it in a streak of azure light, his lone figure appearing at the edge of the spell formation. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were stunned when they saw this, but they soon realized what Honlei planned. Honlei's appearance had alarmed the flame toad just as he had intended. It quickly turned its head around and rigidly stared at the new enemy that had suddenly appeared close by. It remained motionless as it bewilderedly examined Honlei with one of its eyes. Honlei remained silent and simply raised the ball of flame in his hand while he slapped his storage pouch with his free hand. 6 balls of blue light dropped behind him, revealing themselves to be 10-meter-tall blue tortoise puppets. Under Honlei's mental command, the shells of the 6 huge tortoise puppets began to faintly glow with icy chi, quickly condensing foot-long icicles from their shells. Soon, their original meek appearance had turned extremely intimidating. The flame toad seemed to sense Han Li's hostility, and a cold glint appeared in its eyes. With a single breath, it released another ball of flame from its mouth. When Han Li saw the fireball expand and shoot towards him with overbearing force, he remained silent and promptly raised the hand holding the ice flames, intending on testing the might of the flame toad's demonic flames. Suddenly an ember of blue ice drifted forward and met the oncoming giant ball of flame. At that point, the flame toad's fireball had already expanded to 20 meters in diameter, but the ember of the celestial ice flames was only several inches long. At a glance, they didn't appear comparable in the slightest, but upon contact, the flames and blue light ruptured in an astonishing display. A layer of dense blue ice covered the fireball, turning it into a ball of ice with a scarlet flame flickering at its center. Han Li was somewhat shaken by the sight of this. But when the ancient flame toad saw that its fireball was restrained, it was enraged and threw open its mouth, releasing hundreds upon hundreds of fist-sized fireballs in a furious barrage. Han Li pursed his lips and waved his hands. The 6 tortoise puppets lying behind him simultaneously shook their shells, launching the countless icicles that had condensed on their backs towards the barrage of fireballs. Explosions filled the air. Ruptured icicles turned into an icy mist and fireballs imploded into large waves of flame, filling the air with roiling white chi. Han Li stared in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Soon it became clear that the fireballs were far stronger than the tortoise puppet's icicles. A moment later, the wave of fire began to overcome the icy mist. When Han Li saw this, he muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly retreating in a blur. The 6 huge tortoise puppets closely followed after him. At that moment, the wave of flames had completely overwhelmed the icy mist formed from the destroyed icicles and rushed forward without hesitation. But then, the 6 tortoise puppets shot out another barrage of icicles, blocking the wave of flames with a glacial mist. Han Li closely stared at the ancient flame toad that now appeared motionless and had its mouth closed. According to the information he had researched about Devil Fall Valley, the ancient flame toad should be able to recover its strength by drawing power from lava. In addition, with its immense skill in fire movement techniques, it's able to draw support from flames to travel over 3 kilometers in an instant. Since the interior of the mountain was submerged in a sea of lava, it would easily escape once it entered into the ground. However, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying didn't seem to mind this. After all, they were here to acquire the treasure left behind by the deceased ancient cultivator. Even if they couldn't slay the beast, it was all the same if they could acquire the treasures from the cultivator remains. But this was not the case for Han Li since he needed to acquire the demon beast's core for Nangong Wan. So long as the beast was lured into the spell formation and prevented from escaping, he would be able to wholeheartedly attack it. Making sure it couldn't escape was absolutely crucial. When the ancient flame toad saw that Han Li immediately retreated after fighting, it couldn't help but be puzzled. Since the beast wasn't very intelligent, it blurred forward without much thought and vigorously chased after Han Li. Han Li was overjoyed upon seeing this. After traveling a short distance, the flame toad became surrounded in a barrier of faint blue light. Several white lights flashed from the light barrier, releasing several ice dragons that coiled around the barrier, turning it icy and cold. The flame toad was alarmed and unconsciously came to a stop as it wildly looked around it before releasing a menacing croak. At the same time, light shined from either side of the light barrier and Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying simultaneously appeared. When the two saw that the flame toad was trapped by the spell formation, they began to unleash attacks without restraint. Marquis Nanlong tossed the jade ring from his hand and Lu Weiying unleashed twin blue halberds that spiraled towards the flame toad. As expected, the spell formation's barrier didn't obstruct their treasures in the slightest and their attacks penetrated the ice barrier to strike the flame toad within. The ice dragons surrounding the light barrier all flew up from it at once and attacked with brandished fangs. When Hanli saw this from a distance, he seized the opportunity to activate a formation flag in his hand, releasing a supplementary restriction in the formation to join together with his party's attacks. When the flame toad saw this, it knew that things were far from good. It released a world-shaking howl and its body suddenly shrank before violently expanding, unleashing its life-saving ability. As soon as the beast howled, foot-long shields of scarlet light appeared all over the flame toad's body. Afterwards, they stuck to its body, creating 3 impenetrable barriers of fiery light. At that moment, the green jade ring, the ice dragons, and the blue twin halberds struck the fiery barrier simultaneously. Then a rumble shook the ice barrier and various colored lights collided, releasing a blinding burst of light. But when the flame toad beast wildly roared again, a meter-wide beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, striking a side of the ice barrier. The barrier groaned as it withstood the attack, but after only a moment, a large hole was easily melted through it. Chapter 8:20 Beast-slaying red light brightly shined from the center of the ice barrier and the huge pillar of flame swept all around the ancient flame toad. Regardless of whether it be the ice dragons or magic treasures, they were all forcefully knocked away. The ancient flame toad's silhouette could be faintly seen within the pillar of light. The column of flame quickly dispersed, and knowing that it was trapped, the ancient flame toad took advantage of this opportunity to attempt an escape. It transformed into a ball of raging flames and shot itself towards the hole it just made in the barrier. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw this, they hastily commanded their magic treasures to block the beast from escaping the spell formation, but they were too late. In the blink of an eye, it arrived next to the ice barrier, but then a sharp whistle erupted from the distance as soon as the toad's front legs left the barrier. The toad saw a streak of black light appear and sweep towards it. Immediately after, it felt a burning and icy sensation from its leg, suddenly discovering that a large portion of it was missing. The flame toad trembled for a moment before roaring with unbearable pain. Despite the beast's powerful abilities, it became overwhelmed by pain and promptly fell from the sky. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying rejoiced at the sight of this and immediately commanded their treasures to surround the flame toad and unleash a flurry of attacks. The dark green ring blurred several times and transformed into several hundred phantoms, revolving around the flame toad in an attempt to restrain it. As for the twin blue halberds, they turned into 20-meter-long ice pythons in a flash of blue light before pouncing at the toad. Showing itself to be a great beast deserving the fear from Master Tsang Kuan in the past, it showed no sign of being affected from having a missing limb and condensed a dense layer of small light shields around its body in preparation to receive the attacks. The green ring phantoms were incapable of growing any closer to the flame toad's body and restraining it. They were only able to strike at the light shields to little effect. As for the 2 ice pythons, they were able to restrain the fire element light shields with their own ice attribute attacks. With each pounce, they smashed another light shield, but the number of shields seemed endless and the attacks had little effect. But 6 beams of blue light soon joined the barrage of attacks, shattering the light shields with flashes of light. With a loud rumble, the ancient flame toad was overwhelmed despite its attempts to resist. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he looked to the side in surprise, spotting Hanli who had appeared nearby at an unknown time. Hanli had his arm raised, black chi scattering from it. Behind him, there were 6 tortoise puppets that were each emitting bull-thick beams of light that were striking the flame toad. Hanli turned his eyes to glance at the flame toad's severed limb that fell outside the ice barrier. Although it was separated from its body, it still glowed with red light and floated near the ice barrier as if it still possessed spiritual power. When Hanli saw this, his eyes betrayed a trace of astonishment. A moment ago when Hanli saw that the flame toad was about to escape from the ice barrier, he unleashed the Yin Devil execution in a moment of desperation. However, he didn't expect that the flame toad would still be so tenacious and fierce after it fell. It was still able to endure even under the attacks of 2 nascent soul cultivators and 6 of his puppets. It was no wonder why Master Tsang Kuan didn't dare to fight it while he was weakened. Lu Weiying shouted, "Fellow Daoist Han, those fire attribute shields surrounding his body are endless. I fear we will need you to restrain it with your ice attribute ability, or it will take too much time." The light shields shattered into mist as soon as they were destroyed, and after only a brief delay, the mist was sucked back into the toad's body and the light shields reappeared. It was no wonder why Lu Weiying's voice sounded apprehensive. Even without Lu Weiying pointing this out, Han Li knew what had to be done. With a wave of his sleeve, over 10 sparkling golden swords flew out from his sleeve. The swords revolved around him once before condensing into a 3-meter-long sword that glistened with golden light and released a chilling aura. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong were puzzled upon seeing this. They had expected him to use that fearsome blue flame to deal with the flame toad, not unleash some flying swords. With the huge sword materialized, Han Li expressionlessly waved his hand. In a flash of golden light, the huge sword flew in front of Han Li. Then with breath, he blew a sliver of blue flame onto the huge sword, covering it in a layer of raging blue flame. He hesitated and then clapped his hands together before casting a spell seal, drawing out the divine Devilbane lightning from the sword. Thunder roared, raising countless thin arcs of flickering golden lightning from underneath the blue flames on the sword. A cold glint appeared from Han Li's eyes. As he pointed down at the flame toad, Han Li commanded, "Go." The air rumbled before the sword cleaved towards the flame toad in a streak of gold. After a series of violent but ineffective attacks, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiying's pressure had begun to weaken, granting the flame toad an opportunity to catch its breath. Fire-red spiritual light pulsing from its body, it began to wildly expand as if attempting to break through the barrier with another attack. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden sword arrived at the flame toad's head, striking down as it left of thunder in its wake. The flame toad stared at the golden sword dropping towards it with green eyes and sensed that the sword posed a massive threat to it. Unable to continue expanding its stomach, it strangely croaked and spat out a sparkling scarlet fireball to meet the golden sword's attack. The fireball was only the size of a fist, but it was smooth and flickered with red light as if it were a huge pearl made of flame. As soon as it appeared, the air within the ice barrier became scorching hot. Demon core. It can't be. It isn't material. Han Li was initially frightened when he saw this, but was relieved to discover it wasn't a genuine demon core. After all, the flame toad should be too afraid of the consequences of actually using it. Han Li continued the command, urging the golden sword to chop down at the fireball without any hesitation. With their enhanced sharpness and the might of their condensed numbers, Han Li believed the bamboo cloud's warm swords should be able to slice through it despite how odd the fireball appeared. With a bang, an astonishing scene occurred. As golden and fiery red light intertwined, the huge sword was only able to penetrate halfway through the fireball before the sword was forcefully blocked. What appeared to be contempt appeared in the flame toad's eyes and it howled, rupturing the half-cut fireball. A large expanse of the scarlet light spread out before instantly condensing into a 6-meter-long red python. It leaped up and suddenly coiled around the huge sword, holding it in a rigid grip and restraining it. Han Li was initially stunned, but he soon smirked. With his hands in an incantation seal, he pointed to the huge sword and it wildly flashed with golden light. Soon, arcs of lightning began to appear on the surface of the sword and they all struck the light python that was wrapped around the sword, forcefully repelling it. The huge sword took advantage of this opportunity to disappear with a tremble. A moment later, it made a reappearance above the ancient flame toad and struck down as blue flames surged from the sword's surface. Under the sword strike, the shields of light surrounding the flame toad were thoroughly frozen by the blue icy flames that surged from the huge sword and shattered. In a single breath, over 10 of the small shields were shattered and the huge sword continued downward, fiercely chopping down at the ancient toad's head. The flame toad didn't expect the situation to take such a dire turn. In its last attack, it had unleashed a fireball that condensed its body's essence flame, and without the chance to catch its breath, the huge sword had shattered its defenses and was cutting towards its head. Fear filled its eyes. Helpless, the flame toad could only open his mouth and launch its jet-black tongue from its mouth with a swoosh. At that same moment, it crouched on its hind legs, ready to leap. If it were an ordinary treasure blade, the beast's action would have had an effect. After all, its tongue was incredibly durable and would be able to block common magic treasures without much effort. However, the bamboo cloudsworm swords had been refined with auric essence and were far sharper than ordinary flying swords. As soon as the tongue touched the sword, it was cleaved through in a flash of golden light while the sword continued its descent. Slash! Just as the ancient flame toad leaped up 3 meters, its huge head spun as it flew off its body. Additionally, the light shields surrounding the toad soon scattered into ashes. When Lu Weiying saw this, he shouted with delight, "It's done." Marquis Nanlong sighed and wore a smile. He then held his hands in an incantation gesture and walked towards the ice barrier. "Wait a moment." Han Li coldly shouted, stopping Marquis Nanlong from deactivating the ice barrier. "What is it, Brother Han?" Marquis Nanlong wore a bewildered expression and unconsciously placed his hand on his storage pouch. Lu Weiying also glanced at Han Li, his face revealing a trace of vigilance. Han Li turned a blind eye to their actions and calmly said, "It's only that I've yet to confirm that the flame toad is truly dead. Please don't be too hasty, Brother Nanlong." "What? The flame toad is still alive?" Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were shocked to hear this and hastily glanced down toward the ice barrier. They discovered that there was something strange about the flame toad. Its severed head and body were still glowing with light and floating in the air. Chapter 8:21 Ancient Cultivator remains. 2 clouds of light extended from the separated pieces of the flame toad as they gradually merged together. Its body is immortal. The flame toad actually possesses such an ability. Marquis Nanlong cried out in alarm. Lu Weiying appeared just as shocked. Immortal? There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Its vitality is simply more powerful than common demon beasts. Having read many records, Han Li knew what an immortal body was. After he severed the ancient flame toad's arm, Han Li had noticed how strange it appeared and felt that something was amiss. As a result, he had shouted for Marquis Nanlong to not dissolve the barrier, denying the flame toad an opportunity to restore itself and escape. At that moment, Han Li wore a cold smile and pointed at the flame toad's head once more. The huge sword spun around once in the air before splitting into 2 and chopping down at each of the toad's body parts. In a flicker of blue light, 2 bangs sounded out. The flame toad's head and body were instantly covered in layers of frost. The scarlet lights was sealed within and were scattered by the flying sword strike. With the body destroyed, all that remained was a scarlet sphere, the ancient flame toad's demon core. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw the demon core, they both felt slight temptation. After all, it was the demon core of an ancient beast with an immortal body. It was likely that it possessed some strange attributes. But when the two recalled the abilities Han Li had earlier displayed as well as his grand reputation, their temptation towards the core was completely stifled. After all, they both clearly realized that with the abilities Han Li had displayed, their odds of victory against him would only be a coin toss. Additionally, it wasn't worth becoming hostile over the core of an unknown ancient beast. There would be far more opportunities for treasure in Devil Fall Valley. Although Han Li didn't possess any mind-reading techniques, he could guess what the other two were thinking. In the recent battle with the Flame Toad, neither of them had displayed their full might, as if they were mostly relying on Hanli to slay the beast. As a result, Hanli had maintained a calm appearance, when in truth he grew even warier of the other two cultivators in case they were overcome with foolishness. Now that he saw that they had regained their calm after a momentary change in expression, Hanli felt relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, it would be better to avoid any risks altogether. Hanli waved his hand toward the ice barrier and summoned the demon core into his palm. Then with a clear ring, the two huge flying swords broke down into over 10 small swords before disappearing into his sleeve. Hanli lowered his head as he glanced at the fire-red demon core in his hand and released a long sigh. He had finally fulfilled one of his objectives in Devilfall Valley. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It is quite fortunate that we had fellow Daoist Han here to slay the ancient flame toad. Let's move into the nest and take a look. Surely Brother Han is also interested in taking a look at the treasures on the remains." "Of course." Hanli put away the demon core and nodded. Lu Weiying was happy to hear this, and the three soon entered the mountain cave after putting away their spell formations. To tell the truth, Hanli did think about secretly releasing Silvermoon so that she could seize the treasures in the cave first. But given that the other two cultivators were extremely cunning, had paid particularly close attention to Hanli and possessed cultivation superior to his own, it was very likely they would have noticed he had released Silvermoon. It was also worth mentioning that there was something odd about the cultivator remains. Since Hanli felt that there was something amiss, he decided to leave the matter be. The three turned into 3 streaks of light, entering the cave in an instant. The Marquis and Lu Weiying were surprised when they saw the lava, but soon ignored it as they glanced around, spotting the stone platform where the ancient cultivator remains laid with expressions of delight. Marquis Nanlong's expression faded and he coolly said, "It seems this should be the remains that Master Tsang Kuan mentioned. Let's go there together." Hanli and Lu Weiying raised no objections and they immediately moved towards the remains. Floating over 10 meters away from the stone platform, Hanli watched the remains with a trace of eager impatience. The other two were also eager and showed little restraint as they immediately released their spiritual sense to search the remains for treasures. When Hanli saw this, he wore a mysterious smile and said nothing further. He had already discovered something odd about the ancient remains and decided it would be better for the two to experience it for themselves. As a result, the two submerged the skeleton with their spiritual sense and green light burst from its robes. As a result, their spiritual sense was repelled before they were able to see anything, much to their alarm. With a surprised expression, Wei Liang muttered, There is something strange about those robes." Marquis Nanlong regained his calm and explained, "It is merely a gown made from the silk of a green silkworm. Ancient cultivators made robes from this material to prevent other cultivators from probing them with their spiritual sense. Although they're rare in current times, it was a common item in ancient times." He then swept his hand at the air and summoned the green robe into his hand. As a result, the skeleton was revealed with a small black pouch wrapped around its waist. A storage pouch, as expected. Lu Weiying shouted with joy. Marquis Nanlong also felt excitement and flung the green robes to the side as he stared at the black storage pouch with complete focus. When Hanli heard the sound made by the azure robes dropping to the ground, his expression faintly changed for just a moment. As the atmosphere grew tenser, Marquis Nanlong smiled to his two party members and suggested, "If you two are not opposed, will it be fine if I look through the storage pouch first?" "Of course you can. Brother Nanlong, please go ahead." Hanli glanced at the storage pouch and replied with a smile. As for Lu Weiying, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Marquis Nanlong then stepped forward and carefully took the storage pouch into his hand. He swept through the general contents of it with his spiritual sense and his face became stiff. When Lu Weiying saw this, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Nanlong, what is inside?" You may as well let us take a look. Marquis Nanlong nodded and flipped the storage pouch, immediately pouring out its contents in a flash of white light, producing a pile of items on the floor. What in the world is this? Lu Weiying shouted in alarm. A majority of the items that appeared were scarlet lumps of metal that were scorching hot. There were also a few items that were particularly eye-catching: a white jade box, a small purple mirror, a small yellow sword, a set of green flying needles, and 2 black medicine bottles. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw those items and his expression stirred. Excluding the jade box and the medicine bottles, the rest of these items were rare ancient treasures without a doubt. As for the jade box and medicine bottles, they particularly piqued Han Li's interest. Both the box and the bottles were refined from a material that blocked him from seeing into them with his spiritual sense. Han Li frowned and said, "I've never seen those materials before, but they seem to only be half-finished." After some thought, Marquis Nanlong mused, "Half-finished. That does seem to be the case. If I've guessed correctly, these iron chunks should be the legendary spirit ores, extraordinary materials that ancient cultivators use to refine ancient treasures. It is said that the method to refine them is quite peculiar, needing a large number of rare materials and worldly energy for their creation. This ancient cultivator must have wanted to refine a particularly fearsome fire attribute treasure to have so many of them. Spirit ores. When Han Li heard the name, he immediately recalled that they were mentioned in an ancient record he had read. After a moment of thought, he remembered it to be a material used to refine rare ancient treasures, just as Marquis Nanlong had said. When Lu Weiying heard this, he revealed a trace of excitement before turning to look at the rest of the treasures and eventually staring at the jade box and medicine bottle. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed the storage pouch over to Han Li. Han Li unconsciously caught it and was surprised for a moment before realizing what Marquis Nanlong intended. He bluntly weighed it in his hand and searched through it before tossing it over to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying examined it and nodded when he confirmed there was no problem. "Let's each divide these treasures. How about we have each person select 2 items?" Mentioning the most crucial question of the matter before them, Marquis Nanlong wore a solemn expression. Chapter 822, The Seven Flame Fan. Han Li's gaze flickered. Having seen Lu Weiying's expression, he asked, could it be that Brother Lu is suggesting another method to split the treasures? If the jade box and medicine bottles were also ancient treasures, it wouldn't be a problem if we each got 2 items. But we still don't know what is inside the jade box or medicine bottles. Naturally, we should first take a look inside and split them in accordance to value. Marquis Nanlong interrupted him and said something that appeared fair. Lu Weiying frowned after he heard this, but he soon nodded and said, "I also find those terms agreeable. How about you, fellow Daoist Han?" "I have no objections." "Let's do that then." Han Li replied without any further thought. Fellow Daoist Han speaks quite frankly. I'll be taking a look at what is inside. Appearing quite satisfied at Han Li's response, Marquis Nanlong swept his hand and summoned the white box into his grasp. With a slap from his other hand, he attempted to open the box. White light shined the moment the box opened and a layer of white light appeared from it, repelling Marquis Nanlong's hand. The box is under a restriction. After muttering to himself for a moment, golden light flashed from his hand and he grabbed the box once more. The white light blocked him once more and intertwined with the light from Marquis Nanlong's hand, but after a short moment, the golden light sparked and he managed to forcefully open the box before the white light completely disappeared. Han Li was blinded for a moment before clearly seeing a faintly yellow jade slip within the box. Lu Weiying wore an odd expression and Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment before placing the jade slip on his forehead. After sweeping through the contents of the jade slip in an instant, he wore an odd expression. Fellow Taoists, have a look at it. Preventing the others from growing suspicious of him, Marquis Nanlong quickly tossed it over to Hanli. Hanli caught the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. A frown unconsciously appeared on his face a moment later and he gave the jade slip to Lu Weiying, who also quickly read through it. Before Lu Weiying even finished reading through it, he muttered, "The seven-flame fan. I've never heard of this ancient treasure. Is it powerful?" Marquis Nanlong mused and said, "I'm not sure, but given the difficult refinement method listed in the jade slip and the fact that it requires spirit ore, it should be quite formidable." Lu Weiying shook his head and returned the jade slip to Marquis Nanlong. "Even if it is powerful, it is no use. Although it details the refinement method, it requires over 81 fire attribute spirit materials with just as many supplementary materials. Among these are items that were long extinct from this world. The jade slip is now of little value and can only be used for research." Marquis Nanlong smiled and carelessly slipped the jade slip back into the box. Just as Hanli deemed the jade slip to be useless, he suddenly heard Silvermoon's delighted voice in his head, "The seven-flame fan. Master, does that jade slip truly contain the method to refine it?" Hanli's expression stirred and he replied, "That's right. Do you know of it?" Silvermoon's voice trembled and she excitedly said, "Master, if I remember correctly, the seven-flame fan is a divine spirit treasure, but its ranking was rather low amongst divine spirit treasures, ranked in the teens." Divine spirit treasure. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but speak with surprise. Before Hanli could continue, the monarch of Soul Divergence also spoke with excitement. "What? A divine spirit treasure? You must acquire the jade slip by all means. I wish to research divine spirit treasures in the past, but their refinement methods are quite difficult to come by." Marquis Nanlong's expression stirred for a moment before forcing a smile. "Fellow Taoist, Han's age is still young. There should be no need to fight against two people at the end of their lifespans for the two medicine pills. In only a short time, you have entered the early nascent soul stage. It should be quite easy for you to reach the tallest heights of cultivation." Hanli softly said, "My age and wanting the medicine pill are two different matters. With such an opportunity before me, it is only natural for me to want to seize it with all my might. However, I am willing to renounce all the other treasures for those two medicine pills. To tell the truth, I have no lack of ordinary ancient treasures." Lu Weiying grew nervous at Hanli's determined display and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Fellow Taoist, Han must be joking. How could we possibly give up the two medicine pills? How about this, so long as Brother Han relinquishes his claim on the two medicine pills, we'll give him priority on picking the entire his share of treasures. Brother Nanlong, what do you think?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he grimaced but soon wore a bitter smile and said, "So long as he renounces his claim on the spirit pills, let's have fellow Taoist Han have first pick on two treasures." A trace of reluctance appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face. After all, most of his ancient treasures had been destroyed when the ghost spirit sect besieged him in the Milan plains. With so many ancient treasures before him, he felt unwilling to let them go. However, he knew those ancient spirit pills were far more valuable to him. At that moment, Hanli revealed a trace of hesitation on his face as if tempted by their proposal. When Lu Weiying saw this, he hastily took the opportunity to add on, "Fellow Taoist, Han's lifespan is still very long. There will be time to look for other pills later. In comparison, you should find those ancient treasures to be useful to you now. Having another ancient treasure in your possession will be sure to save your life in any future battles." Hanli couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that unless I give up on the spirit pills, it will be hard to distribute the treasures. Fine, since you two were so sincere, I will agree to give the spirit pills to you. I also don't need two ancient treasures, only the mirror." Also, give the treasure refinement method and spirit ore over to me. I am quite interested in tool refinement. Hanli reached out with his hand and summoned the purple mirror into his hand. The two glanced at each other for a moment and promptly responded, "Then let's do as you say, Brother Han." Although they felt puzzled that Hanli would want that instead of an ancient treasure, they were disinclined to further investigate the matter since they already had the ancient pills in hand. When Hanli heard their responses, he nodded with a calm expression and put the mirror away in a flash of light. Soon, he flung his sleeve and swept up the jade box and the crafting materials in a cloud of green light, causing them to disappear from sight. As for Marquis Nanlong, he expressionlessly slapped his storage pouch and released several small golden birds, the eternal flight orioles that he had nurtured. They flew out of the cave and disappeared in streaks of light. Marquis Nanlong closed his eyes as if sensing something. When Lu Weiying saw this, he raised his brow, but remained silent as he waited. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Marquis Nanlong's eyes stirred and he opened them while saying, "Hanli has truly left. At the very least, he isn't anywhere near us. The Eternal Flight Orioles have observed an area of 5 kilometers around us and they have found no trace of him." Lu Weiying frowned and asked, "Didn't you say that his spiritual sense is particularly powerful? Couldn't he be hiding from you?" Marquis Nanlong stroked his chin and wore an odd expression as he said, "Relax. If he has truly concealed himself, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hide from me. However, I can't tell you the reason why I know this." Lu Weiying felt somewhat skeptical of Marquis Nanlong's confidence, but after a time more of thought, he clutched his hands in a spell incantation and cast spell seals all around him, forming a small barrier of light around them. Marquis Nanlong smiled, but a trace of disapproval was betrayed from his face. With the barrier laid down, Lu Weiying finally said, "It isn't ever wrong to be too careful. We've never been able to see through fellow Daoist Han, Brother Nanlong. He truly gives us a sense of mystery. And don't you think there was something strange about the way he glanced at the skeleton?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "Brother Lu, you are too suspicious. Although that youngster Han possesses vast abilities, he couldn't possibly know the secret behind the bones. It should only be an incidental action. After all, the skeleton looked quite unordinary. It should be natural to want to take a look at it." After some more thought, Lu Weiying thoughtfully said, "Regardless of whether he has seen through it, it is true that he didn't wish to stay here with us. Perhaps he feels that with his abilities, he would be able to search for treasures alone in the valley. Then so long as he doesn't get in our way, all we can do is be more careful, considering that he might not have left the valley. Since too much time has passed, we should act quickly." Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "According to the records left behind by Master Tsang Kuan, the ancient cultivator's skeleton is the key to dissolving the blood curse gate. Since the gate is sealed with such formidable restrictions, it is obviously no small matter. During times of antiquity, the blood curse gate was a storage of fantastical treasures. The diseased cultivator's transparent bones were a sign that they had opened the gate once before. Master Tsang Kuan's inability to acquire them is a great convenience to us." Lu Weiying continued, "However, the treasures we've acquired shouldn't be nearly as valuable as those stored behind the blood curse gate. Alright, let's set off. Although the blood curse gate isn't far away, the quicker we acquire the treasures, the better. Your words are reasonable. Let us set off. I am looking forward to seeing the items behind the blood curse gate." Were it not for Master Tsang Kuan spotting the cultivator remains near the blood curse gate, we would have had no chance of opening it. Those who placed the gate under the restrictions in the past can't have been too far away from it. However, it is odd as to how they died. There should be another story of what happened to those ancient cultivators. I don't have any interest in what happened to them in the past. Let us go, Brother Nanlong. Soon, the two shot out of the passageway and were flying towards some unknown passage in the giant mountain. At that moment, Hanli was 50 kilometers away and on the route back to the outer valley. Silvermoon's puzzled voice asked from the back of his mind, "Master, you're truly leaving? Those two are clearly concealing something from you. There is something strange about that skeleton." Hanli replied, "Of course I know this. It most likely has something to do with other treasures. Although I am tempted, I have something more important to attend to, the spirit kindle fruit. And there are still other treasures in the valley I have use for. Since we've lagged too far behind the ghost spirit sect, I cannot afford to be drawn into Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiying's scheme." So it turned out that there truly are no other treasures in Devil Fall Valley that hold as much value to Master as the spirit kindle fruit. However, why did Master seize the azure silkworm gown at the very end? I don't believe that Master truly sought the item. Hanli grinned upon hearing this. Hee hee. Well, I'm sure that those two old men also had no idea why I took it. Silvermoon puzzledly asked, "Master, what do you mean?" Hanli didn't immediately reply. Instead, he extended his hand and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of green light, a silk robe appeared in his hand. With a crackle, Hanli easily tore open the corner of the robe. Silvermoon exclaimed at the sight of this. Hanli's tear had revealed a small fabric of sorts that was written on with a primitive crudeness. Hanli then put away the azure robe and began to closely examine the fabric. As Hanli looked at the item, Silvermoon was able to catch sight of it as well. After a glance, she cried out, "This is a map, likely of Devil Fall Valley." Remaining silent, Hanli stared at a few large symbols on the map and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I've now grown even more convinced that the Blood Curse Gate is here. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "So it turned out that Brother Lu was doubtful about it. You should know that the Blood Curse Gate wasn't even mentioned in the records left behind by Master Tsang Kuan, or else the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely be here. The Blood Curse Gate was a secret that was only passed down through his descendants." With narrowed eyes, Lu Weiying smiled and said, "But if it weren't for the fact you needed the power of two nascent soul cultivators to open the Blood Curse Gate, you might not have needed to take me along." With a chuckle, Marquis Nanlong casually said, "Brother Lu must be joking. We've been friends for many years. With such profit to be gained, it is only natural for me to ask you to come along. Why else would I have concealed this matter from that youngster Han?" Having heard this, Lu Weiying tactfully dropped the matter and said, "Then I must thank you for your kindness, Brother Nanlong. With only two people searching for treasures, it was prudent to be somewhat wary of the other party member. By letting Marquis Nanlong know that he had a precaution up his sleeve, there shouldn't be any falling out along the way. He especially didn't wish to fight in such unfamiliar territory." Marquis Nanlong knew what Lu Weiying was doing and he sneered in his mind while maintaining a calm expression. The two remained silent as they continued down the passageway and eventually saw a weak light ahead of them. The two rejoiced and immediately quickened their steps, arriving inside a large cave. The cave was over 300 meters wide and had meter-long stalactites sparkling with white light hanging from the ceiling. But the most eye-catching thing was the 30-meter-wide dark green pool at the center of the cave. Apart from its emerald color, there didn't seem to be anything exceptional about it. Discovering that there were no restrictions that existed nearby, Lu Weiying couldn't help but ask, "The Blood Curse Gate is really here?" Seeing that Lu Weiying had already changed his stance despite his previous confidence in the existence of the gate, Marquis Nanlong shot a glance at him before revealing a mysterious smile and saying, "It's here without a doubt." But since the Blood Curse Gate was such an important area, Master Tsang Kuan hid the area by concealing the restrictions before he left. He then turned his gaze to the pool at the center of the cave. Lu Weiying blankly turned toward it and suddenly began to examine the pool with a sudden realization. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and took out a small blue flag. Plop! The flag flew out of his hand and disappeared into the pool without a trace. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and began to mutter. The calm surface of the pool suddenly began to ripple and slowly revolve. The rotations grew in size and intensity until a large whirlpool appeared at its center, hums emitting from it. A water-split flag. I didn't think that Brother Nanlong would have such a rare treasure, Lu Weiying said with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from splitting the water, it has no other abilities." He then softly yelled as he raised his hands, striking at the whirlpool with 2 spell seals. The pool grew 10 meters wide before creating a passage before them. Without uttering another word, Marquis Nanlong flew directly into the water. Lu Weiying paused for a second before quickly following suit. A moment later, Lu Weiying's expression paled. The pool wasn't simply deep, it was profoundly deep. He had already flown a kilometer downward and there was still no end in sight. As he glanced above to look at the top of the pool, he saw a speck of light and faintly felt apprehension and pressure weighing down on him. Fortunately, after traveling over 300 kilometers more, he saw that Marquis Nanlong suddenly slowed down. They had finally reached the bottom of the pool. Lu Weiying felt some relief and floated down, withdrawing the light that surrounded him. The pool's bottom was a round area that was over 30 meters wide, appearing even larger than the pool's surface. The water-split flag was inserted in the middle of the stone floor and glowing with blue light. Surrounding it was a tall, dark green wall of water that stretched all the way up to the pool's surface. Lu Weiying glanced at his surroundings and frowned, saying, "The Blood Curse Gate is exceptionally well hidden. No one would think to go a kilometer deep into the pool. However, it is baffling how Master Tsang Kuan managed to find this. As a person who possessed an outstanding spiritual sense, it is likely Master Tsang Kuan managed to directly sink his spiritual sense deep into the pool." Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of doubt. As he hadn't considered the matter before, he felt somewhat at a loss. "That is certainly possible," Lu Weiying stroked his chin but his gaze flickered. Marquis Nanlong muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head and tossing the matter to the back of his mind. He then slapped his storage pouch and summoned a white jade pendant into his hand. He released the pendant into the air and it began to revolve around the two of them. Marquis Nanlong raised his hands and formed an incantation seal, launching streaks of various colored spell seals onto the pendant. The pendant cleanly absorbed them and soon shined with a blinding white light. It stopped in front of the barrier of water before screaming with phoenix cries. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and pointed to the jade pendant. As it trembled, a white mist of light sprayed out in front of it. A strange scene occurred as the mist of white light passed through the water barrier and distorted the image as if ripping through a painting. As the light shattered, a 10-meter-tall arched stone gate appeared in its place with crimson light sparkling on the surface. A huge horned ghost head was carved onto the top of the stone gate, taking up most of the gate's surface. It appeared true to life and malevolent. "This is the Blood Curse Gate." Lu Weiying stroked his chin as he looked at it. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of apprehension upon seeing the gate. Chapter 825, Spirit Ether Garden. Marquis Nanlong glanced at the stone gate with a pensive expression before letting out a long sigh. "That's right. This is the Blood Curse Gate." Lu Weiying looked at it for a moment and worriedly asked, "The blood qi on the gate seems to possess a strong devilish nature. Will there be any problems with it?" Marquis Nanlong turned to look at Lu Weiying and said, "The gate was sealed by ancient cultivators by using essence blood. Naturally, it will differ from common restrictions. What? Does Brother Liu want to turn back? Liu Weiying shook his head and solemnly said, "Turn back. Since we've already arrived, how could I do something so foolish? But we still be careful just in case." After a moment of thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, "That is reasonable. The gate does give one a sense of discomfort. How about this? First we'll lay down several restrictions outside the gate. If anything strange occurs, we'll be able to escape without a problem." "Good, then let's do that." Liu Weiying promptly nodded. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and Liu Weiying took out several spell formation setup tools and began to place them at the bottom of the pool. As Marquis Nanlong and Liu Weiying made their preparations for the Blood Curse Gate, there were a group of people slowly traveling up a huge black stone mountain in another area of the valley. They were headed by a middle-aged cultivator with a stern face while an azure-robed old man stood by his side. They were Wang Tianxing, and Wei Wuya. As for Wang Tiangu, he was following 3 meters behind them. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 4 Ghost Spirit Sect Core Formation cultivators closely following behind them. Wang Tiangu glanced at the red mist not far above him and muttered, "This wicked land is truly evil. Even remote areas have a restriction placed every 50 kilometers. You can't fly for more than 10 meters at a time." Wang Tianxing calmly replied, "The more constrained the area, the more it illustrates we're in the right place. If we were the ancient cultivators, we would have placed restrictions most likely to dissuade other cultivators from treading here. After all, it would take at least a day by foot to travel through here." Wang Tiangu revealed an expression of helplessness and said with a chuckle, "Having spent so much effort on this, I certainly hope we didn't find the wrong place. We've already lost 3 disciples on the way here." At that moment, Wei Wuya was looking at the mountain top and expressionlessly said, "After we entered the valley depths, we walked for 3 days. Don't tell me that we will have to walk for several more days before we arrive." Wang Tianxing didn't dare to neglect Wei Wuya and slowly said, "Be at ease, fellow Daoist Wei. We'll be there once we pass through this mountain. Once this is done, our Ghost Spirit Sect will be the greatest Devil Dao sect in the Heavenly South and fellow Daoist Wei will break through to deity transformation stage. It is only a matter of time." Wei Wuya grew silent for a moment before he derisively snorted, "To tell the truth, I don't put much stock in the legends of the Spirit Ether Garden. They were most likely false rumors spread by ancient cultivators. If there was such a space that linked the spirit world to ours, it should have already been found. How could it have been kept secret until now?" Wang Tianxing didn't reveal any surprise and instead curiously asked, "Since Brother Wei didn't believe it, why did he immediately accept our invitation?" Without further thought, Wei Wuya bluntly said, "Fellow Daoist Wang seemed to mobilize half of the elites of his sect for this matter. It seems that you have some confidence in your trip to Devil Fall Valley. Even if you don't find the Spirit Ether Garden, you should still find a secret ancient cultivator area." As a result, he stifled his impatience and sent the disciples under his command to slowly sift through the rocks. In another area of the valley, peals of thunder suddenly echoed from a ravine covered in rainbow light. Afterwards, following a storm of lightning and thunder, a group of cultivators emerged from the rainbow light. The ones leading them were a green-robed old man and an old Daoist. Although the 2 didn't appear to have suffered any injuries, they each had a miserable appearance and ashen complexions. They were Daoist Heaven Crystal and Dongmen Tu, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect. The other 5 green-robed cultivators walked behind them with similarly ruined robes and pale complexions as if they had suffered through quite a bit of pain. As for the 2 fiendish puppets, they appeared entirely unchanged without even the slightest damage. After flying 100 meters away, Dongmen Tu turned around to glance at the ravine behind him before turning to look at the 2 fiendish puppets. We've finally broken through the barrier and entered the valley depths. I didn't think that fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal's 2 puppets would rival the power of a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage. How truly envious. Hearing this, Daoist Heaven Crystal said, "The puppets are merely puppets. No matter how powerful they may be, how could they compare to your subordinates? With their elemental techniques, I'm sure they would be able to contend against even a late nascent soul stage cultivator." Daoist Heaven Crystal was clearly wary of Dongmen Tuesday. As soon as they left the ravine, he kept his distance from him. His puppets stood behind him as they both began to flicker with various colored light. When Dongmen Tu saw this, his face grew sullen and he soon sighed. With a wry smile he said, "Isn't fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal overly wary of me? We've spent the last 2 days in a united effort to break through the formations. Fellow Daoists shouldn't have anything against me. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider joining hands and looking for treasure together? It'll be far safer than heading out alone. Brother Dongmen, I have nothing against you. It is just that I am fond of being alone. Please don't suggest joining hands again. Since we've already entered the valley depths, we should part ways." Daoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and saluted Dongmen Tuesday. However, he didn't depart and was instead staring at him with caution. When Dongmen Tu saw this, he frowned for a moment before smiling. "Since fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal is unwilling, I won't force you. We will split up here. I hope you have a large harvest." "Hee hee. Then I wish you luck as well." Daoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and he headed away with his puppets following after him. Dongmen Tu watched him as he departed into the distance and his face grew sullen. Dongmen Tu sighed with annoyance. That old ghost is truly too cautious. It's been 2 days and he hasn't let his guard down. With those 2 puppets, searching the valley depths would be far safer. He then glanced around and slapped his spirit beast pouch. With a gust of wind, a sparkling silver bat appeared in front of him. Dongmen Tu raised his hand and tossed a jet-black medicine pill into the mouth of the silver bat. The bat then flew once in the air before shooting off into the sky. When Dongmen Tu saw this, he hastily called out to the 5 cultivators behind him and led the way. In the blink of an eye, the party disappeared from sight. Chapter 8:26 Blood Curse Restriction. Marquis Nanlong stuck the final formation flag down at the corner of the pond. He wryly smiled, slapping his hands together, and said, "How is it? Are you done with your preparations? With these spell formations placed down, even if a massive problem occurs, we'll be able to deal with it. Anything further would be a waste of time." Lu Weiying chuckled and said, "I would rather waste a bit more time than encounter any surprises. If there are truly only secret treasures hidden behind the gate, then that will be for the best. But if there is something else there, a little more preparation will be better. Although I covet ancient treasures greatly, I view my own life to be more valuable." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he shook his head and said little further. At that moment, Lu Weiying finished placing down his final formation plate and activated his restriction, creating a layer of indistinct white mist around them. Lu Weiying nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look at the stone gate glowing with crimson light. Marquis Nanlong had already grown somewhat impatient at this point. When he saw that Lu Weiying had finally finished, he immediately took a storage pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. Suddenly, white light poured out from it to reveal the crystalline remains of the ancient cultivator. The blood curse gate is quite strange. Breaking the gate's restrictions requires either the essence or flesh of the caster. The flesh is obviously gone, but a bit of the cultivator's essence should still be present in his bones. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a heavy voice. Then he spat out a golden flying sword and reached out to the floor as he clenched his hand into a fist. The bones suddenly floated off the ground and rose to 20 meters in the air. Marquis Nanlong flicked his finger and launched a white spell seal, striking his golden sword at its center. As it hummed, the sword trembled and the tip suddenly burst with blinding golden light. Soon after, the sword tip grew brighter until it released a ball of golden light. The ball of light then shot out and struck the bones that were floating in the air. The golden light suddenly ruptured. Countless streaks of sword chi suddenly wrapped all around the skeleton and completely enveloped it. An instant later, bone dust drifted down from the sky. Light flashed from Marquis Nanlong's eyes and he flung his sleeve. A mist of golden light shot out and swept up all the translucent grains of bone. As for the golden sword chi in the air, it had already disappeared. Marquis Nanlong nodded when he saw that the golden light had swept up the entirety of the translucent bone dust and turned to look at Lu Weiying. When Lu Weiying saw this, he knew what Marquis Nanlong wanted him to do. He clapped his hands together and took out a white flag. With a slight shake, winds began to gather around the flag. By then, Marquis Nanlong had already sat cross-legged and formed a hand gesture. With a muffled incantation, various colored spell seals flew from his hand and struck the golden mist that enveloped the bone dust. Under the influence of the spell seals, the bone dust within the golden mist began to slowly revolve. The translucent bone dust gradually twinkled with various colors, causing it to grow extremely bright. At that moment, Lu Weiying launched a probing strike at the stone gate. Rather than commanding an attack with his spell flag, he launched several fireballs towards the stone gate from his other hand. The fireballs roiled through the air as they grew close to the stone gate. Crimson light wildly flashed and came to life, condensing into a large mass of scarlet light and taking the form of a 3-meter-tall ghost face that was identical to the one carved on the stone gate. After it consumed the fireballs that were about to strike the gate, it flickered and immediately disappeared. When Lu Weiying saw the scene, he grew alarmed and with some hesitation, he pointed the flag at the stone gate. The winged dragon that had condensed around the flag then screamed through the air as it charged at the stone gate. The ghost face reappeared and its mouth gaped open. A beam of light was shot out of its mouth, engulfing the winged dragon and dragging it into its mouth. Fury and alarm momentarily appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Marquis Nanlong sighed and slowly said, "The blood curse gate is truly quite odd. Let's just dispel the restriction in accordance to the method Master Tsang Kuan described." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and could only nod. Although he had more powerful attacks, the ghost face was truly bizarre. He wasn't willing to overreach himself and potentially ruin this matter. Given Master Tsang Kuan's magnificent reputation in the past, his method of dissolving the restriction should prove better. "Go!" Marquis Nanlong softly shouted before he pointed to the ball of golden light in the sky. It hummed and glowed magnificently before sweeping towards the stone gate. Crimson light flickered and the ghost face reappeared. But as the golden light approached the ghost face, it merged with the bone dust it was carrying and transformed into specks of white light before sticking onto the ghost face. When the ghost face touched the specks of light, it suddenly began to dissolve into gray smoke, and the gray smoke soon enveloped the entire stone gate. Howling ghostly wails loudly erupted from the center of the smoke and crimson light flickered without end. Thick crimson tentacles began to emerge from the mist and do their utmost to strike at the ground nearby as if the gate were coming to life. But in the blink of an eye, the gray smoke that enveloped it also disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he shouted, "It's now! Act!" He then pointed at the golden sword in front of him and he grasped his hand in an incantation gesture. The entirety of the spiritual power in his body was poured into the flying sword through a spell seal and the golden sword tore through the air in a blinding streak of light. Lu Weiying's face turned gloomy and he poured a majority of his spiritual power into the flag before tossing it out. In a flicker of white light, the flag transformed into several wind dragons, all whistling towards the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, the golden streak of light and the wind dragons entered the grey mist, and a world-shaking tremble appeared as the gales, golden light, and crimson light intertwined, resulting in a chaotic explosion. Gales wildly blew away the grey smoke that obscured the sight of the stone gate. When Marquis Nanlong saw what was behind it, he narrowed his eyes and saw that the crimson light had disappeared as if the restriction was completely dissolved. After looking around, Marquis Nanlong spotted his small golden sword embedded halfway into the stone gate. Sending a command with his spiritual sense, the small sword flew out from the stone gate and covered itself in a meter-long streak of golden light before wildly slashing at the gate. With violent rumbles, golden light brightly shined and chunks of the stone gate were crushed while the smell of blood filled the air. But when Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying clearly saw the fragments from the stone gate, their expressions had changed. The crushed fragments of stone seemed to resemble men, and they seemed to be bleeding with black-tainted blood, the source of the bloody smell. The scene was truly awful to behold. Although the stone gate had been shattered, the two cultivators hadn't discovered anything extraordinary. Rather, there was a dark flight of stairs that led deep into the earth. Let's go. I can clearly see that the Blood Curse Gate is a mysterious treasure in of itself. Marquis Nanlong looked at the path below and called out to Lu Weiying. He then began to walk down in large strides. Lu Weiying stood in place for a long while. He glanced at the black-blooded remains of the Blood Curse Gate and the passage that led underground. With a tense brow, he let out a long sigh and followed after Marquis Nanlong. To Lu Weiying's surprise, the passageway was rather short. It went down only about 60 meters before they arrived at an underground hall. The hall was only about 30 meters in length and was completely bare apart from an offerings table at its center. When Lu Weiying entered the hall, Marquis Nanlong was already standing at the center of the hall and was staring at the items on the table, his mind completely blank. Lu Weiying bewilderedly walked to his side and also felt his heart become completely shaken. Heaven Essence Fruit. If I am correct, once one of these is eaten, it can extend one's lifespan for 100 years. That purple mushroom is the legendary Heaven Mend mushroom. It should be over 10,000 years old. It should have the power to progress one's cultivation by several tens of years worth of time. That sparkling golden bamboo should be golden lightning bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods. And this. Lu Weiying woke up from his amazement and began to mutter without sense. He didn't seem to believe all the items that were laid before him, and he unconsciously took a few steps forward to look at them closer. In Lu Weiying's excitement, Marquis Nanlong coldly said, "Fellow Daoish Lu, if I were you, I wouldn't act so rashly. Do you truly believe that the spirit medicines would just sit here ready for the taking? How about examining our surroundings? Brother Nanlong, that does make sense." Lu Weiying woke up from his excitement and glanced around him in alarm. Lu Weiying eventually discovered a few talisman characters written on the walls and felt a wave of shock. This seems to be the legendary Sanctuary Guardian formation, a Buddhist spell formation. Why has it appeared here? Chapter 827, Minor Sanctuary Guardian Formation. Although Marquis Nanlong sounded calm, he stared at the medicine herbs with intense desire, wishing with all his heart to grab them. They were exactly what they both needed. Now that they were so close at hand, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying found their excitement and greed to be nearly irrepressible. Just as Marquis Nanlong entered the room, he immediately caught sight of the medicine herbs and immediately reached for the herbs, but he hadn't expected for such a strange spell formation to exist there. As a result, he was repelled by a strong force and was forced to wait for Lu Weiying to catch up to him. When he heard Lu Weiying mention the name Sanctuary Guardian Formation, Marquis Nanlong felt his spirit shake with joy. When he encountered the restriction, he sensed that it was far different from any formation he had researched in the past, much to his worry. It was quite relieving that Lu Weiying knew it was. Marquis Nanlong forcefully stifled his excitement and asked, "Brother Lu, you know of this restriction?" In the past, I had acquired some cultivation records from a few Buddhist sections. Although I wasn't able to cultivate their techniques, I did research a few of their spell formations. The Minor Sanctuary Guardian formation was amongst the most amazing of them. Brother Nanlong, if it is truly that formation, it will be extremely troublesome. Lu Weiying glanced at the table and began to frown. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of disbelief. "What do you mean? Could it be that the spell formation cannot be broken?" Lu Weiying wore a solemn expression and explained, "This Minor Sanctuary Guardian formation is an immortal isolating formation. It is one of the few restrictions in this world that can only be broken with brute force. There are no other ways of shattering it. We will need to continuously unleash a variety of attacks against the spell formation without end. Although its defensive abilities aren't above that of others, the spell formation is incredibly durable and will quickly restore itself unless it is completely destroyed. It is well deserving of being a Buddhist spell formation given its tenacious nature." As if verifying what he had just said, Lu Weiying waved his hand and shot a fireball at the table 10 meters in front of him. With a bang, the fireball exploded and disappeared before it even touched it. A layer of spiritual light condensed above the table and golden light brightly shined. Small strings of ancient talisman characters appeared on the barrier, resembling little silver flowers. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. Having seen this before, he didn't appear particularly alarmed. What's this?" Lu Weiying cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong unconsciously looked at him, seeing that he was currently staring at a portion of the golden barrier with an expression of amazement. In his astonishment, spiritual light flickered from Marquis Nanlong's eyes as he attempted to see as far into the barrier as he could. Through the golden light, he could see a silver alms bowl the size of a head floating in the air. The surface of the alms bowl had various profound talisman characters drifting on top of it. Floating around the bowl were 8 faint white jade talismans pointed towards it, and there were 3 exquisite items that were motionlessly floating above it. Marquis Nanlong attentively focused at the sight and saw that they were a small silver sword, a jet-black Buddhist staff, and a blood-red pearl. Although the 3 items were only about an inch long, they emitted strands of light that intertwined together to cover the alms bowl that was floating above the table. Marquis Nanlong was dumbstruck. The alms bowl, jade talismans, and the 3 magic tools had all strangely disappeared from sight above the table. Then the golden barrier surrounded by talisman characters silently disappeared. What is happening? When the light barrier first appeared, those items weren't there, but when Lu Weiying struck it, those items appeared above it. Marquis Nanlong's mouth was shut tight as he saw the light barrier disappear before him, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. Lu Weiying didn't have this doubt. He simply looked at the items that had newly appeared and pondered for a moment. It is clear to see that the spirit medicines only served as a backdrop to the other items in the formation. What treasures could prove even more valuable than these heaven-defying medicine herbs? Although this was only conjecture, Lu Weiying felt his heart pound. His original misgivings and worries about the blood curse gate were now tossed to the back of his mind. "Brother Lu, it seems we've come to the right place. If we are able to break the Buddhist spell formation, our journey will not be in vain." Marquis Nanlong came to the same conclusion as Lu Weiying and smiled at him. Lu Weiying wore a faint smile and said, "That's right. I didn't think that there would be so many secret treasures hidden behind the blood curse gate. However, dissolving the restriction isn't an easy matter. It won't be possible unless we spend a large chunk of time and sacrifice our strength." Not to mention sacrificing my strength, but I'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan in order to acquire those treasures. You said that only brute strength can dissolve the formation. It seems we're going to be quite busy. There is no time to lose. Let's start immediately. Marquis Nanlong then looked at Lu Weiying and openly said, and when we break the formation, shall we split the treasures evenly? Of course. Let's do as you say. Lu Weiying also wished to acquire the treasure and replied promptly, much to Marquis Nanlong's satisfaction. At that moment, the two increased the distance between them and developed a sense of vigilance against each other. Afterwards, Lu Weiying took out a white flag and flung it into the air before taking a seat with his hands held in an incantation gesture. Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and flung a golden sword into the air. Suddenly, both a gale and sword chi were summoned. As they approached the table, the golden light barrier made another appearance and explosions began to continuously sound out deep underground. Near the top of a mountain, a streak of azure light was flying through the sky. It was Hanli who was hurrying on his way. He had already passed through the mountain with the purple-lined scorpions and was about to enter the cave to head back to the outer valley. Because Hanli had traveled along this path before, the journey went smoothly and quickly. What took a day's travel before would now only take him a third of the time. Just as he was 2 hours from the cave, he suddenly heard a chain of explosions in the distance. His expression stirred and he paused to take a look at the source in the distance. He quickly spread out his spiritual sense and sensed strange spiritual chi fluctuations. Hanli unconsciously narrowed his eyes and saw that there were faint flashes of white light coming from a mountain in the distance. If he wasn't mistaken, it was an area that he suspected to have restrictions. It was possibly an area that contained treasures from ancient cultivators. It appeared other cultivators also entered the valley depths in search for treasure. Just as Hanli pondered this, he shook his head. He was momentarily tempted to take advantage of the chaos for his own gain, but he soon stifled the idea. Since he was afraid of catching the attention of others, he only quickly swept his spiritual sense past them and didn't take a closer look at the treasure hunters. As of current, Hanli felt that it was better to avoid any troubles that could come his way. That in mind, he tore through the skies and soon disappeared. Tens of kilometers away in the direction that Hanli had looked, there were a group of a dozen cultivators that were furiously striking at a white barrier covering a small mountain. Those leading them was the Milan divine sage Zhong and the woman surnamed Lo. The group of cultivators were all Milan spell warriors. Just as Hanli flew off, divine sage Zhong's brow stirred and he unconsciously glanced in Hanli's direction. Spell warrior Lu noticed the scholarly man's glance and asked, "What? Has Brother Zhong discovered something amiss?" The scholarly man indifferently replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a heavenly south cultivator sweep their spiritual sense past this direction. However, it seems they don't wish to interfere and they flew away after finding us. Since we're so close to breaking the restriction, let's not delve too deeply into the matter." Spell warrior Lu sighed and helplessly said, "Brother Zhong makes sense. We have reached the crucial moment for breaking the restriction. I hope it isn't like the other restriction we broke where there were no treasures to be found, not to mention the 2 men that we lost to spatial tears." When divine sage Zhong heard this, his face grew sullen. "There is nothing that we can do about that. There is no way we can guard against those invisible spatial tears. The low-grade spirit birds we prepared had all gone mad once we entered the valley and they were completely uncontrollable. If we were able to have them scout ahead for us, we wouldn't have lost 2 men." Spell warrior Lu pensively said, "Those spirit birds didn't seem to go mad, but were overwhelmed by their fear of the inner valley. Could there be something here that is specialized in restraining demon beasts? The Blackwing Hawk I borrowed is a grade 5 spirit beast, but even it wasn't able to hear my orders once we entered the valley. It is even unwilling to leave the spirit beast pouch. There is something truly odd about this Devilfall Valley." A cold glint appeared in the scholarly man's eyes and he gloomily said, "Perhaps It is known as the most dangerous place in the heavenly south. Naturally, there will be something strange about this place. However, we didn't come here to unravel the valley's secrets but to search for ancient treasures and medicines on behalf of the Milan. As such, we must continue even if we can't use spirit birds. We had to make a trade with the 4 superpowers of the heavenly south in order to come by this golden opportunity. We can't waste it now. Chapter 8:28. Joining together as divine sage Zhong and cultivator Lu were having their discussion, Hanli had already flown over 50 kilometers away. Nothing else occurred on his way and he arrived at the cave after another hour of flight. When he arrived, he took out the yin-yang ring once more and entered the passageway with the treasure's protection. He quickly passed through the passage and quickened his steps when he saw the light of the cave's exit. Soon, his surroundings brightened and he found himself back in front of a cliff leading to the outer valley. Hanli raised his head to look at the dusky sky. Although it still gave him a feeling of unease, it was far better than the crimson light that covered the sky in the valley depths. After sweeping his spiritual sense over the nearby area and discovering there were no cultivators or any other oddities, Hanli sighed with relief and turned his gaze to the wall around the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, an azure spell seal flew out and entered the stone wall without a trace. Soon after, Hanli silently formed another hand gesture as he began to slowly mutter an incantation while a strange scene followed. The unremarkable stone wall suddenly began to glow with a layer of blue light before a swarm of gold-devouring beetles flocked out from the wall, each of them carrying various-sized pieces of silver crystal. A few pieces were as large as a fist while others were as small as a grain of sand. In the blink of an eye, the pieces of silver crystal delivered by the beetles had formed a pile in front of Hanli. They were the crystallized tailstar silver ore. When the first pieces appeared, Hanli's expression was calm, but excitement began to show when tens of these crystals dropped down. Youngster Han. The tailstar silver ore vein is far bigger than I imagined. It seems I will be able to research using this material and creating puppets. Suddenly, the monarch of soul divergence's voice appeared in Hanli's mind. He couldn't help but betray his delight from his voice. After the gold-devouring beetles had deposited the last of the tailstar silver crystal, Hanli looked at the small pile of shimmering silver and smiled. That's right. I also didn't think the tailstar silver ore vein would contain this much. We've gathered quite the harvest. Hanli swung his sleeve over the ground and swept up the silver crystals into his storage pouch in an instant. Afterwards, he sharply whistled and the gold-devouring beetles revolved around him before rushing back into their storage pouch. Once this was done, Hanli slapped his storage pouch and a translucent ball appeared in his palm. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the pearl and a bean-sized speck of light appeared within the bowl. Hanli stared at the pearl in his hand for a long while and slightly frowned before looking around him. After getting his bearings, his body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. Hanli wasn't flying in a hurry and as he flew with the transparent ball in his hand, he would occasionally stop to look at it before adjusting his course and continuing on his way. After flying for tens of kilometers, he arrived above a wilderness and yelped with surprise before coming to a sudden stop. His body blurred and he quickly descended. By the time he was 100 meters above the wilderness, Hanli stopped and light flashed from his eyes. He saw a male cultivator's corpse split in half lying in the wilderness and the surroundings had already been stained dark red with the hardened blood. As for the cultivator's magic treasure and storage pouch, they were nowhere to be seen. Hanli glanced at the corpse for a moment and sighed. It seemed someone had attacked him. After verifying that there were no spatial tears nearby, he knew there was only one possible conclusion. Hanli didn't linger there for long and quickly continued on his way. Although he believed that there were few things in the valley that posed a threat to him apart from the two late nascent soul cultivators, it would still prove dangerous if a group of cultivators were to surround and ambush him. While this wasn't likely, Hanli traveled with heightened wariness regardless. After half a day had passed, Hanli still hadn't found any signs of an ambush. Rather, he came across two cultivators who had perished as a result of spatial tears. Hanli shook his head at the sight of their broken bodies. Following the guidance of the transparent ball in his hand, he eventually arrived above a dense and verdant forest. Hanli muttered to himself for a moment before gripping the transparent ball in his hand and exerting strength into it. In a flash of azure light, it shattered with a clear ring. When the ball shattered into fragments, the speck of azure light that floated inside of it was freed. The speck of light floated in front of Hanli while waiting for further instruction. The bean-sized speck of light flickered before shooting off as soon as he pointed at it while he closely followed after it. A moment later in the sky above the dense forest, the speck of light flickered and began to fly downwards. As Hanli descended after it, a glint shined within his eyes. When it arrived at the ground, the speck of light spun around a gigantic tree before disappearing into its trunk. When Hanli saw this, he landed in front of the tree and the light around him faded away. He quickly sized up the tree before pressing his hand against it. With a muffled bang, green light flashed from where he pressed his palm and an azure talisman floated from the tree. He swiftly grabbed the talisman between his finger and glanced at it with a smile before tossing it into the air. Whoosh! The talisman set itself on fire before streaking into the sky in a fiery red line. This time, Hanli stood still for a moment and sat cross-legged on the ground before closing his eyes and restoring the magic power he had consumed on his way here. Not long after, the streak of red light dropped down at an unremarkable corner of the forest. Then another streak of light emerged into the sky and flew towards Hanli's location. Before the streak of light arrived, Hanli slowly opened his eyes and watched as it approached. The streak of light soon arrived. It flew once around Hanli as if verifying his identity and then swooped down. As soon as the streak touched the ground, the light instantly disappeared to reveal a white-robed woman who possessed an otherworldly beauty. Hanli calmly looked at her and said, "Lady Violet Spirit. You arrived quite quickly." "Quickly? I've already been waiting here for several days. During that time, 7 groups of cultivators have searched through this forest, and I grew more nervous each time it happened. I would have left soon if Brother Han didn't arrive." Violet Spirit's pleasant voice seemed to contain a bit of annoyance as she walked towards him with graceful steps. Hanli smiled and looked at Violet Spirit's flawless face before continuing, "Lady Violet Spirit revealing her true appearance has come as a surprise to me. I had believed that it was easy for you to conceal." Violet Spirit pursed her lips and sweetly said, "When I entered the valley, I had used a treasure to conceal my true appearance. However, there seems to be a restriction in the valley that has rendered it ineffective. Without it to conceal my true appearance, I have no choice to but wear it." "What? Could it be that my uncouth appearance is below Brother Han's notice? Fairy Violet Spirit must be joking." With a wry chuckle, his expression suddenly became solemn as he said, "That's enough joking around. Was this the first place you found that was marked?" Violet Spirit withdrew her smile and answered, "That's right. It should be genuine since the original mark was destroyed by the Ghost Spirit sect. However, finding it should prove to be no problem." When Hanli heard her mention the Ghost Spirit sect, he raised his brow and coldly smiled. "Since that's the case, let's just follow the Ghost Spirit sect disciples. It should save us quite a bit of time. As Brother Han commands." A month ago, I placed a tracker unique to the Exquisite Sound sect onto the Ghost Spirit sect disciple who gave me the information. The tracker isn't something created from magic power but by a fragrance undetectable to others. While the range of this fragrance isn't large and it disappears after 2 months, it should still be enough to track down the ghost spirit sect disciple that I placed it on. I will have to trouble fellow Daoist violet spirit to lead the way. First, we will track down the ghost spirit sect disciple and rush past the marks they placed before. This way, the spirit kindle fruit will be ours. Hanli nodded and then slowly stood up. A silver-tailed squirrel suddenly shot out from the dense forest and flew into the sky. It then sniffed the air before flying off in a certain direction. Soon after, 2 streaks of light flew in a circle before closely flying after it. Chapter 829. Portrait. As Hanli followed after the flying squirrel tracking the ghost spirit sect elder Zhong, the ghost spirit sect master's party had passed through a huge mountain and arrived at a basin. The basin was dim and damp with various sized puddles on the ground that made it miserable for the party of cultivators to walk through. Although they were able to use a few minor spell techniques to ward off the mud and dirty water, their speed was massively reduced. Regardless of their currently discomfort, none of them complained. When they had climbed over the huge mountain, they managed to survey everything that lay in the distance and caught sight of the huge altar located at the center of the basin. This was the first time that they had seen an intact building since they had entered Devil Fall Valley. Based solely on that fact, it was needless to say that the place was unordinary. It was also likely that it had something to do with the Spirit Ether Garden. As a result, Wei Wuya and the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators trudged on with burning anticipation despite their slowed steps. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of floating above the ground, but that they had nearly been struck by a bolt of crimson lightning when they tried. It seemed that the closer they were to the center of the basin, the more ferocious the restrictions became, eliminating any inclination of theirs to further test the restrictions. After walking through the mire for half a day, the party of cultivators eventually arrived near the altar with only shrubbery in their way. The altar appeared giant even at a distance. The altar was carved out of white mountain stone and stacked with huge steps. It was absolutely towering, reaching over a kilometer into the sky. It was a truly grand and imposing structure. But given its vast height and the distance from them, they were still unable to clearly see its base. Although Wei Wuya was treading through the murky water, his entire body emitted a faint green light that allowed him to slip through it in a smooth manner. He calmly said, "It should only take 4 hours at most before we arrive." Sect Master Wang, I am quite curious about the Spirit Ether Graden now that we are so close to it. Wang Tianxing faintly smiled and casually said, "Brother Wei, be at ease. When the time comes, I will be certain to tell you everything." Wei Wuya nodded and was about to ask something further when a green light suddenly flashed from the ghost spirit sect disciple walking at the very front. The disciple tumbled back before his head rolled off his body, followed by his chest, landing in the murky waters with a splash. Spatial tear. When Wang Tianxing heard this, his expression vastly changed. Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu also wore solemn expressions at the. Although Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu didn't know what Wang Tianxing was plotting, their path had gone smoothly before this and they had grown relaxed and careless. Now that a spatial tear had appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. When the other 3 ghost spirit sect disciples saw this, their faces paled, and the entire party came to a stop. Wang Tianxing looked at the corpse of the disciple killed by the spatial tear and his expression wavered. During that moment, Wei Wuya closed his eyes and swept his spiritual sense around him before opening them once more. He expressionlessly shook his head and said, "This won't do. The spatial tears aren't large enough to be sensed with spiritual sense." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he flicked his fingers several times, launching 5 fireballs in succession. 3 of the fireballs disappeared without a trace while the other 2 exploded upon contacting the ground, leaving 2 large holes behind. Wang Tiangu said with a relaxed tone, "The spatial tear is very small and is only somewhat slanted. We'll be able to walk around it." With a gloomy tone, Wang Tianqing muttered, although this spatial tear is small, who knows how many we will encounter the rest of the way. We don't have many lives to spare. According to what I know, there shouldn't even be any spatial tears blocking our way. Could it be that that person has hidden something? Wei Wuya's expression stirred when he heard this, but he said nothing. As for Wang Tiangu, he glanced at the altar in the distance before looking back at the corpse lying on the ground, appearing somewhat confused. Then what should we do, sect master? Wang Tianqing tensely frowned and he glanced at the sky without immediately replying. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh and said, originally, I planned on waiting until we arrived at the altar before saying anything, but I no longer have a choice. I will tell you everything. When Wei Wuya and the others heard this, they glanced at each other with dismay. Wang Tianqing waved his sleeve in a flourish of silver light, summoning a plain scroll into his hand. The scroll was a meter long and shined with silver light. That is. Wang Tiangu couldn't help but cry out at the sight of the scroll. Wang Tianqing looked at Wang Tiangu and chuckled, of course you know what this is. You personally gave it to me, after all. Everything I know about the Spirit Ether Garden is from this scroll. When Wang Tiangu heard this, he was stunned. The scroll was the portrait of Master Tsang Kuan that had been inside his hidden lair in the Milan Plains. Wang Tianqing tossed the scroll out and suspended it in the air in a ball of light. He then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the scroll. With a crackle, the scroll quickly unfolded, revealing the portrait of a scholarly man wearing Confucian robes with a sword on his back as he looked to the sky at the rear of the portrait. Wang Tiangu and the others widely opened their eyes as they stared at the portrait. But after a while, none of them were able to sense anything from it. But when Wei Wuya swept his spiritual sense past the portrait, his expression stirred and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Wang Tianqing stirred upon seeing Wei Wuya's change in expression and he said, as expected of a late nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist Wei was able to discover the mystery quite quickly. I was only able to find the peculiarity of the scroll because I had cultivated a certain secret technique. It's nothing special. It's like a spatial pocket magic tool that I had seen a long time ago. If fellow Taoist Wang hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have been able to easily discover it. Wei Wuya responded with an awed expression. Wang Tianqing smiled and asked no further. He then raised his hand and released a black spell seal from his sleeve, striking at the scroll. He then coldly snorted and said, "Are you not going to come out? Do you want me to use devil fire to force you out?" The others were alarmed to hear this and felt somewhat baffled. Chapter 830, Thousand Strands of Spiritual Sense. The scholarly man's silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye, much to the astonishment of everyone nearby. Wei Wuya paused and said, "Sect Master Wang, is that person truly Master Tsang Kuan? Since this person only has a little bit of essence remaining, he can't pose much of a threat, regardless of how fearful he may have been in the past. Was he the one who told you about the Spirit Ether Garden?" Wang Tianqing's face had relaxed when he heard that the spatial tear was something that had newly appeared. He then turned to Wei Wuya and said, "To start with, we can say that he both is Master Tsang Kuan and is not Master Tsang Kuan. And yes, everything we know about the Spirit Ether Garden came from him." "What do you mean?" "There is no need to keep it a mystery," Wei Wuya said with an annoyed tone. Wang Tianqing indifferently explained, "Brother Wei misunderstands. The portrait's soul you witnessed was the scattered soul of one of Master Tsang Kuan's incarnations. When this incarnation probed into Devil Fall Valley, it was destroyed by a restriction. As a result, Master Tsang Kuan used a soul-nurturing technique to refine the soul fragment into a scroll magic tool for recovery. But now that the genuine Master Tsang Kuan died countless years ago, this soul incarnation has become independent. It isn't strange to say that this soul incarnation has become a different person entirely. Wei Wuya expressed surprise when he heard this while Wang Tiangu pursed his lips and wryly chuckled. It wasn't clear whether or not he was bitter about not having discovered the secret of the scroll or because of his previously excitement. Wei Wuya nodded and coldly said, "It seems you've reached an agreement with that soul remnant and he's told you about the Spirit Ether Garden. However, this has nothing to do with me. I only care about entering the garden. Now that I've reached this age, I only care about entering the deity transformation stage and ascending to the spirit realm. Brother Wei is quite a sensible individual. This way is for the best. Alright, since the spatial tear was only an anomaly, let's continue." The ghost spirit sect master smiled and pointed to one of the disciples to continue leading the way. The disciple paled when he saw this, but he continued onward nevertheless, avoiding the spatial tear in the way. Wei Wuya gradually quickened his steps and the other ghost spirit sect disciples followed suit, making their way toward the huge altar in the distance. Standing inside of a glacial area deeply layered in frost, Hanli raised his head toward the crimson light above him. He then faced Violet Spirit and said, "What's going on? Your flying squirrel has gone mad." Not far behind them, there was a 200-meter wide ravine of ice. Hanli and Violet Spirit had passed through it to enter the valley depths. Surrounding them now was a land of ice, snow, and the howls of bone-chilling winds. However, Hanli's azure robes remained completely still as if unaffected by the frost. "I don't know. My flying squirrel was doing fine on the outside, but when it passed through the ravine, it suddenly went mad. Fortunately, I withdrew it quickly before something could happen. Even after it entered the spirit beast pouch, it's still completely frantic." Violet Spirit frowned in complete confusion. Hanli muttered to himself before suddenly slapping his storage pouch. A small group of gold-devouring beetles were released and they buzzed as they gathered in a small cloud above his head before remaining completely still. Then with a mental command, the small group of beetles immediately returned to his storage pouch with complete obedience. Hanli stroked his chin and his gaze flickered as he slapped another storage pouch to summon a black streak of light. It revolved once above his head and then dropped down a meter in front of Hanli. The light faded away to reveal a small black monkey that was several inches tall, the weeping soul beast. It yawned and blinked, blankly staring at Hanli as if it had just woken up. Hanli watched the beast for a long while before summoning a wave of azure light with a sweep of his sleeve. And in another flash of light, the weeping soul beast disappeared from sight. Hanli pondered to himself for a moment and turned to Violet Spirit. Having come to a decision, he said, "Since you've lost control of your flying squirrel, I have no choice but to rely on myself to track down the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, we aren't too far away from them now that we've entered the valley depths. I will spread out my spiritual sense and look for any tracks they left behind. Guard me for the time being." Hanli was relieved that the gold-devouring beetles and the weeping soul beast were unaffected by the valley depths. But this might have been expected as they were far from ordinary, being top-ranked exotic insects and a fearsome beast variant, respectively. Of course, Hanli couldn't have known that Marquis Nanlong's eternal flight orioles were also unaffected by the valley, unlike the Mulan spirit birds and Violet Spirit's flying squirrel. The cause behind this had something to do with a secret that lay hidden in the valley depths. Violet Spirit bit her lips and helplessly said, "Then all we can do is rely on Brother Han's abilities." Hanli nodded and promptly sat down cross-legged. With his eyes closed, his body began to brilliantly shine with light as strands of qi occasionally floated in the air. Violet Spirit waited at the side, her clear eyes staring at Hanli's expressionless face. To tell the truth, she felt some unclear and unknown emotions towards Hanli. It wasn't entirely accurate to say that they were only good friends, and she had felt some delight when Hanli became dumbfounded upon seeing her true appearance. She definitely couldn't be considered his confidant either. Although she had gone through many trials and tribulations with Hanli until now, he had never truly laid his heart bare to her, as if intentionally increasing the distance between them. It seemed he had no intention of taking things any further. As a matter of fact, with Hanli's current status and cultivation, if he had proposed to marry her, she was still unsure whether or not she would accept. She had unintentionally found out from the Drifting Cloud sect's cultivator's song that Hanli already had a Tao companion by the name of Nangongwan, much to her disappointment. It felt as if something of hers had been snatched away. Violet's spirit's mind remained in a daze as she stared at Hanli's face, her imagination running rampant. Of course, Hanli was completely ignorant of all of this. He had already released his spiritual sense to sweep through a 50-kilometer radius and see if there were any ghost spirit sect cultivators around. But as a result, his search ended in vain. Hanli frowned, but he wasn't discouraged. He then spread out his spiritual sense to scan over 100 kilometers away, but was still unable to discover the aura of any other cultivators. After some consideration, Hanli tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, releasing over 1,000 gold-devouring beetles into the air. Go! Hanli widely opened his eyes and waved his hand, striking at the beetles with an azure spell seal. The beetle swarm loudly buzzed before scattering and flying off in every direction. Hanli then closed his eyes once more and the light surrounding his body became even more brilliant. When Violet's spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. She didn't know what Hanli had just done. At that moment, Hanli had already reached the pinnacle of the great development technique. He had forcefully divided his spiritual sense into over 1,000 different strands and sent almost all of them to attach themselves to each gold-devouring beetle, leaving behind only a few strands on his body to protect himself. His strands of spiritual sense were able to see through the eyes of the gold-devouring beetle that they possessed, but they weren't able to sense a cultivator's aura. The beetles had begun to spread out and look for traces of cultivators that might appear. Of course, there were beetles that came across a spatial tear or became trapped in a restriction, but this didn't pose much of a threat to something that lacked physical form such as a strand of spiritual sense. Whenever a gold-devouring beetle met a mishap, the attached spiritual sense strand would abandon its host and return to Hanli's body, but there still were times where these strands were either destroyed or trapped. When this occurred, Hanli decisively severed his connection to those strands and turned his attention elsewhere. But for each strand of spiritual sense he lost, he couldn't help but grow pale. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was beyond powerful and he was able to withstand these losses without much harm and recover quickly. With these 1,000 gold-devouring beetles swarming the sky, Hanli eventually found a clue leading to the route that the ghost spirit sect took moving forward. He immediately commanded all of his gold-devouring beetles to return. Once the last gold-devouring beetles returned to their pouch, Hanli opened his eyes with a cold smile. "We're going. I found their trail." With that said, Hanli stood up and flew through the sky in an azure streak of light. When Violet's spirit saw this, she rejoiced and closely followed after him. Shortly after, Hanli and Violet's spirit appeared above an expanse of scattered stone. Hanli stared at the newly appeared hold with a strange expression. Hanli calmly said, "It seems this is one of the places with a sign placed here. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 marked locations that lead to the spirit kindle fruit. This is a prime opportunity to track them down." Then with a fling of his sleeve, a ball of white light flew from his sleeve and landed 10 meters away from them to reveal the wind-riding chariot. With a firm tone, Hanli ordered, "We'll quickly chase after them. You fly far too slowly, so climb into the chariot. We'll only be able to catch up to them if we fly several times faster than we do now." Several times faster. There are too many spatial tears in the valley. Isn't it too dangerous? Violet's spirit's expression changed in alarm. Chapter 831, Transforming the Mountain. I am only doing this because I am certain it will work. Hanli mysteriously smiled and continued, could it be that Lady Violet Spirit doesn't want to take any risks for the Spirit Kindle fruit? Violet Spirit's clear eyes flickered for a moment before she sweetly smiled and said, according to what I know of you, Brother Han definitely wouldn't take any risks unless he were absolutely certain. It seems you have a secret technique that allows you to see through the invisible spatial tiers. As such, I will respectfully follow your suggestion. Then with a blur, she boarded the wind-riding chariot. Hanli glanced at the woman with a trace of surprise but wordlessly commanded the chariot forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, the chariot tore through the air in a streak of white light and flew through the passage. According to Hanli's predictions, it would take less than half a day of traveling across this wasteland before they caught up to the party of Ghost Spirit sect disciples. When Hanli and Violet Spirit finally caught up to them, they saw that Elder Zhong's party was encountering some mishaps. Due to a mistake of a Ghost Spirit sect disciple, a nearby ancient restriction had been activated and they were currently occupied with trying to save themselves. With Hanli's spiritual sense and caution, Elder Zhong wasn't able to discover any trace of them. Rather, Hanli was able to use his powerful spiritual sense to observe them from a distance without detection. Hanli clearly felt that the spiritual chi fluctuations of the ancient restriction weren't very strong. With their mid-nascent soul stage Elder Zhong, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators wouldn't be trapped for long. However, this small period of delay was a golden opportunity for Hanli to gain distance on them. Hanli urged the wind-riding chariot forward and steeled his heart, veering off the original route. Not long after, he avoided several spatial tiers on the way and left the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators far behind. With Violet Spirit by his side, the two arrived at a sparkling emerald green mountain range. Hanli's mind stirred when he saw it and he ordered the wind-riding chariot to slowly come to a stop. It should be here. Do you see the mountain that resembles a flying bird? That's the sign. Violet Spirit spoke with a tone of excitement upon seeing the mountains. At that same moment, she couldn't help but look in Hanli's direction. In truth, although Violet Spirit said she held complete confidence in Hanli, she still felt a lump in her throat when the wind-riding chariot traveled at lightning speed. It came as a surprise to her that Hanli's route was completely safe. They had avoided any spatial tears or ancient restrictions that may have laid along the way. Completely unbeknownst to her, Hanli also felt quite lucky. While he was able to see through spatial tiers with his bright-sight spirit eyes, it was quite lucky that they hadn't activated any ancient restrictions on their way. With that thought, Hanli narrowed his eyes as he stared at a peculiar mountain in the distance. The direction that the bird beak pointed should be the location of the final mark leading to the Spirit Kindle fruit. While Violet Spirit waited, she saw that Hanli was mulling over his thoughts. She hesitantly proposed, Brother Han, will we not set out now? How about we destroy the mountain before we go? According to the Jade Slip, the location of the final mark should be in a desert around 500 kilometers away from the mountain. Is that right? That's right. What does Brother Han mean? Hanli calmly said, it's quite simple. Even if we destroy the mountain, they will still able to see the damage was recent and know it was where the sign was located. And since the last location is the neighboring desert, it will only be a matter of time before they find it. Chapter 832, Stirring Devils. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying stared at the table and their gazes unconsciously met. They both watched each other with vigilance. Although the two had been friends for years, in the face of such precious treasures their friendship evaporated in an instant. Silence filled the hall, only to be interrupted by Lu Weiying's chuckle. He said, Brother Nanlong, we both are well aware of what the other is thinking. Although my cultivation was lower than yours in the past, you had suffered quite a bit of damage to your cultivation during your excursion in the Milan Plains, and now our strengths can be said to be equal. With so many spiritual medicines, we don't need to fight over them. It would be best to split them evenly rather than to have this end in mutual destruction. Marquis Nanlong glanced at the most eye-catching treasure on the table and said, I also agree with what Brother Lu is saying. Although we will divide the spiritual medicines evenly, I only want the alms bowl. You can have the other treasures. How about it? Lu Weiying's expression stirred, but after a moment of thought, he said, the alms bowl. That's fine. Let's divide it like that then. As of current, I only wish to increase my lifespan and cultivation. I don't particularly value treasures. Marquis Nanlong rejoiced. He originally thought he would have to sacrifice more to persuade Lu Weiying, but he had easily agreed to his conditions. Regardless, he erred on the side of caution and took a careful glance at Lu Weiying. Even after seeing that his expression was entirely calm, Marquis Nanlong still hesitated. Upon seeing this, Lu Weiying smiled and said, What? Did Brother Nanlong change his mind? Will I be taking the alms bowl instead? Marquis Nanlong's gaze flickered and he remained silent for a spell. Eventually, Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a calm smile and replied, Brother Lu must be joking. Since you've agreed, I will take you up on your offer. Let us take them at the same time. You take the 3 treasures and the jade talismans while I take the alms bowl. Then we will distribute the spirit medicines. Will that do? Yes. Let's do as you say. Lu Weiying agreed without any hesitation. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong nodded and the two took action at the same time. Lu Weiying swept his sleeve towards the table and shot out a white mist to sweep up the 3 magic tools and the many jade talismans. Simultaneously, Marquis Nanlong carefully opened his mouth to sweep up the alms bowl in a ball of golden light. This all happened smoothly without a problem. The treasures were swept up by the lights without any resistance and flew back to their respective owners. When Marquis Nanlong took the alms bowl into his hand, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy. As for Lu Weiying, he didn't express the slight emotion upon acquiring his treasures. As Marquis Nanlong looked at the flawless alms bowl in his hand, his smile faded away. With a quick flip of his hand, he slapped the alms bowl in a blur, placing a yellow talisman on top of it. Lu Weiying's expression vastly changed at the sight of this. In his alarm, he asked, Marquis Nanlong, what are you doing? What am I doing? You think I didn't see that the treasures and jade talismans were being used to suppress this alms bowl? Although I don't know what it is, I know that it is a supreme ancient treasure. Whatever it is that lies within should also be quite fearsome. However, if you think that I'll be opening this alms bowl in front of you, I fear you will be disappointed. Unless I am completely certain of suppressing it, I will not be opening it. As Marquis Nanlong spoke, his hand continued to slap down on the alms bowl, placing 5 various colored talismans down in a single breath. Lu Weiying soon regained his composure and said, Hee hee. I didn't think that you'd misunderstand my concession to your terms. The blow had scattered the robes to reveal his bare skin underneath. When Lu Weiying saw this, his eyes were wide with shock. The arm was glowing with black light and covered in purple-red tendons, and his hand became entirely hard and was tangled with black qi. This grotesque, monstrous arm was currently blocking the 2 blue halberds without the slightest injury. Inconceivable. Lu Weiying's heart dropped. Despite Marquis Nanlong's mid-nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, he had been possessed in an instant, causing his body to undergo a complete transformation. That black light was no ordinary evil soul. With that thought, Lu Weiying suddenly flung his sleeve and summoned a white spell flag into his hand and a fire-red scarf into the other. He tossed out the scarf as soon as it appeared, forming a red barrier of light in front of him, alleviating some of the panic that filled his mind. To the best of his understanding, his vast yang scarf should be enough to block any devilish or demonic attacks, given that he was facing an evil soul. Marquis Nanlong's body stood up with a stagger but didn't immediately attack Lu Weiying. Instead, it held out its arms in front of it and carefully examined its body once through. Then with its head facing the sky, it monstrously howled in laughter, haha. Kiki. After so many years, I've finally been freed. Let's see who will block the rise of this sacred ancestor now. This world now belongs to our holy realm. Sacred ancestor. Holy realm. Despite not know what this meant, Lu Weiying felt a chill overwhelm his heart when he heard it. He silently turned to look at the hall's entrance and recalled the spell formation he had placed outside the hall. Suddenly, his body brilliantly shined with white light and shot towards the hall's entrance. In that short time, he arrived at the hall's entrance. But as soon as he rejoiced, a silhouette blurred in front of him, a huge bang appearing in its wake. Lu Weiying felt a blow of huge strength resonate through his vast yang scarf and blow him back deep into the hall. Like a rag, he crashed flat against the wall and sank a meter deep into it. Although a barrier of light protected him, he felt a thunderous tremble shake through his back and his body became completely numb. For the time being, he had lost control of his body. At that moment, Lu Weiying clearly saw Marquis Nanlong's body standing at the hall's entrance. It coldly lowered its fist and smirked at him, causing his complexion to blanch. Chapter 833, Consuming Souls, Not Bad, Not Bad. Despite the fact that this devilified body is inferior to my original body, you must be quite the cultivator to withstand that blow. I will accept you as a blood sacrifice. A sinister voice left the mouth of Marquis Nanlong's body. The black qi surrounding his face grew even more concentrated and his pair of silver-white eyes icily stared at Lu Weiying as if he were already dead. Lu Weiying felt an icy tremble fill his heart. Once those words were said, Marquis Nanlong's body blurred and pounced towards Lu Weiying, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Lu Weiying felt himself overcome with fear. He thought to emerge from the wall, but he didn't have nearly enough time as Marquis Nanlong was far too quick. In a display of monstrous strength, black qi-clad claws were stabbing towards Lu Weiying's skull. In his panic, Lu Weiying resolved himself and white light flashed from his body, pouring the entirety of his magic power into his fire-red scarf. In that instant, the barrier of fire-red light sharply expanded to 6 inches thick, right before Marquis Nanlong fiercely stabbed his claws into him with emotionless eyes. A bizarre crackle sounded out and blinding light flashed before Lu Weiying. He watched in fear as the monstrous claw pierced through the barrier before eventually coming to a stop. Lu Weiying was greatly relieved to see this and regained a bit of his composure. Then, light began to flash once more around his body as he attempted to break free of the metal-like walls. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, a smirk appeared on his face. With another loud bang, he smashed his other hand into the red light barrier. In that moment, most of the spirit light that Lu Weiying had emitted from his body suddenly dispersed for some unknown reason. Before Lu Weiying even realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong pulled on his arm stuck in the barrier and smashed his free hand into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled and blew away the remaining spirit light that Lu Weiying had summoned, scattering it away entirely. At that moment, his body sank several inches deeper into the wall. Not good. Lu Weiying suddenly realized what was happening and his expression vastly changed. He hastily shook the white spell flag in his hand in an attempt to activate it. However, Marquis Nanlong began to methodically pound down his fist, refusing to give Lu Weiying the opportunity to activate the flag. Each punch struck down just as he began to pour spiritual chi into the flag and forcefully interrupted him, with each continuous strike coming down faster and with increasing force. Trembles resonated throughout the wall. Lu Weiying thought to execute a secret technique, but half of his magic power faded away when he attempted to activate it. As a result, Lu Weiying was denied the use of his abilities as he was helplessly trapped inside the stone wall. He could only blankly watch in despair as the red light barrier around him gradually became dimmer. Lu Weiying met eyes with Marquis Nanlong, and he felt his heart violently tremble. It was only a matter of time before his treasure was broken through and his body smashed to a pulp. With that thought, Lu Weiying gritted his teeth and loudly shouted. White light shined from his head as a nascent soul with his face emerged from it. Its face was panicked and it was tightly holding onto a small blue sword. At the same time, the vast yang scarf suddenly ruptured. The last trace of hesitation faded from the nascent soul's mind and it suddenly disappeared with a stamp of its foot, blurring towards the hall's entrance. However, things didn't go as planned. With his back still facing the entrance as if oblivious to what was happening, Marquis Nanlong's back suddenly exploded and a ghost face with its eyes shut sprouted out from it, identical to the one on the blood curse gate. At that moment, the ghost face opened its silver eyes and released a purple streak from its mouth. At that same moment, Lu Weiying's nascent soul had already tossed out his flying sword and was riding away on it as quickly as he could. But when it heard a howl across its ear, the nascent soul felt its mind burn as something spurted forth from its head. The nascent soul blankly stared at the long strip that emerged from its brow and sharply screamed. Then an instant later, it lost all the strength in its body and it fell onto the ground, motionless. Were there anyone present to see this, they would have seen a long purple strip shot out from the ghost face's mouth and pierce through the nascent soul's head, the purple strip being the ghost face's tongue. When the ghost face saw the nascent soul fell, it sneered and withdrew its tongue, drawing Lu Weiying's nascent soul into its mouth and chewing it several times before swallowing. It then slowly closed its eyes with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong finally turned around and expressionlessly looked at the masterless small blue sword. A harsh expression appeared on its face and it swiped its hand, tearing out the heart from Lu Weiying's body and crushing it, scattering it into the air as a bloody mist. The body was now completely lifeless. With this done, Marquis Nanlong expressionlessly swept his gaze around and then effortlessly turned into a black mist before heading outside. A moment later, he found himself facing several masterless spell formations. He scoffed and passed through them before directly rushing out of the pool. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Marquis Nanlong appeared several hundred meters above a mountain and glanced around. Flying at such a height naturally stirred a few of the restrictions in Devil Fall Valley. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him from the sky. But whenever they arrived 3 meters away from him, they were redirected and turned away, leaving him entirely safe and peaceful. Marquis Nanlong looked around him for half a day and eventually got his bearings. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, silver light flickering from within them, and he streaked through the sky in a streak of black light. At that moment, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master's party was standing at the side of the giant altar and were looking at the endless stairs that rose above them with expressions of awe. Earlier, they had been caught in a large-scale restriction over 5 kilometers away from the altar and were delayed for nearly a day as a result. Now that they had finally arrived next to the altar, they were able to see that although it was grand and imposing, there were clear signs of the vast passage of time. Not only were the stairs overgrown with weeds, but there were also a few areas that were completely worn down. Wang Tianxing examined the altar for a long while. He eventually said, "Go. When we arrive at the top portion of the altar, we'll be able to find traces of the Spirit Ether Garden. According to the Soul Remnant, the entrance should be there." He then stepped forward and took the lead climbing up the altar. But much to the shock of the others, Wang Tianqing loudly cursed as soon as he set off. Yellow light then appeared all around him. Looking up at the seemingly endless flight of stairs, he resentfully gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone be careful. Restrictions exist on these steps. Climbing to the top of the altar won't be an easy task." Wei Wuya frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't care about a few restrictions, it would definitely slow down the rest of the party. He was helpless to do anything about this. The others also shared his thoughts. Knowing that the spirit ether garden lay in front of them, the existence of these restrictions aroused irritation and impatience in them. "Let's go." Wang Tiangu sighed and set foot on the stairs. Yellow light then lit up around him and he felt his body become half a ton heavier. At that moment, the others were affected by the formation as well. While Wei Wuya was able to move unimpeded, the three core formation cultivators paled as they struggled to climb. The party of cultivators slowly climbed to the top of the altar. Next to an oasis concealed by restrictions, Hanli looked at the water in front of him and muttered, "This is the spirit kindle fruit." Outside of the restrictions, there was boundless yellow sand surrounding them. That's right. This is definitely the fruit. Regardless of its exterior appearance, all the signs point to it being genuine. Violet's spirit stood 3 meters away from Hanli and spoke with an expression of excitement. Her luminous eyes were unerringly focused on the oasis. At the center of the water in front of them, there was some sludge emerging from the water along with the stalk of a glistening emerald green plant. It was a meter tall and covered in thumb-sized oval leaves. Growing at the very top of the plant were 4 odd fruits. They were fire red, slender at the top and wide at the bottom, and glowed with a faint red light at the top. Along with the faint scent that it emitted, it bore a striking resemblance to a lit candle on a stand. Hanli was also certain that this was the spirit kindle fruit and smiled when he heard that Violet's spirit thought so as well. Violet's spirit deeply sighed and turned to Hanli, saying with a decisive tone, "I'm going to pick the fruits right now. It's best not to let matters drag on." Chapter 834, An Odd Beast. There is no need to be so impatient. Since the plant has existed here for so many years, it is possible that there is something guarding it, or it would have already been consumed. Even with the illusion formation protecting it. Despite his excitement, Hanli maintained a calm exterior as he spoke. Brother Han means to say that there could be an ancient beast guarding it. Alarmed, Violet's spirit regained clarity of mind. Hanli had previously mentioned a bit about the ancient beasts found in the valley. That's right. Do you see the 2 snapped branches at the top of the tree? 2 of the fruits should have already been consumed by the ancient beast guarding it. Although it will not raise one's cultivation realm when unrefined, it will still have some effect on breaking through a bottleneck. That should be why the fruits still haven't been entirely consumed. There was no doubt that if the creature was nearby, it would be hidden in the lake. Ever since Hanli had entered the valley depths with Violet's spirit, he had taken the cloak off of his head. He figured she would have already guessed that he possessed the ability to avoid spatial tears after he drove the wind-riding chariot, so he hadn't bothered to hide it. Having discovered nothing after sweeping his spiritual sense across the lake, he looked at it with glowing blue eyes. His gaze penetrated 100 meters into the depths of the pond and his expression stirred. Staring at Hanli's face, Violet's spirit noticed his change of expression and frowned, asking, "What? Has Brother Han discovered something?" With a calm expression, he turned his head to Violet's spirit and said, "Step back. The ancient beast guarding the fruit seems to be troublesome. It will take a bit of effort before I can dispose of it." The fact that the beast was able to evade the notice of his spiritual sense left a deep impression on Hanli. Then I must thank Brother Han for his trouble. Knowing that her own abilities were lacking, she could only rely on Hanli and tactfully obeyed. She then flew back 100 meters and motionlessly floated in the air. Once Hanli saw Violet's spirit step aside, he reached to his waist and tossed 3 spirit beast pouches in the air. Then with an incantation gesture, he summoned tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles to fill the sky around him and blot out the sun. Golden light flashed across 100 meters in the sky. Ah! When Violet's spirit saw this, she couldn't help but yelp in shock. She knew of Han Li's insects and even witnessed him using them in Heaven Void Hall and in his battle against the disciple of Arch-Saint Six Paths. However, the gold-devouring beetles as of current had undergone a massive change in color, viciousness, and numbers. The sudden appearance of these tens of thousands of immensely intimidating insects released an unordinary pressure that left her in awe. Han Li paid no attention to Violet's spirit's shock and arranged the gold-devouring beetles in formation. Then with a wave of his sleeve, 36 of his bamboo cloud-swarm swords successively flew out and began to flutter around the cloud of beetles in foot-long streaks of light. He struck all of the golden sword lights with successive spell seals and they immediately split into over 100 identical images, each radiating with brilliant light. He pointed at the sword lights in the sky and softly shouted, "Go!" The sword lights trembled once and each began to mysteriously disappear one by one. In the blink of an eye, the aureate sword formation had been placed down below the cloud of beetles. Han Li pursed his lips. With the formation down, he felt much more at ease. He looked into the lake down below as a harsh expression appeared on his face. With a flick of his hands, golden light brightly shined and thunder roared around them, summoning a fist-sized ball of lightning between his hands. In the blink of an eye, the ball of lightning grew to the size of a bowl and Han Li pushed his hands forward, launching the golden ball towards the lake with a clap of thunder. When the ball of lightning touched the lake's surface, thunder roared as the ball ruptured, filling the lake with arcs of lightning. Violet's spirit bit her lips as she saw this, her heart heavy and her gaze focused on the scene. The golden lightning didn't disappear, instead, it violently surged through the water, causing a 10-meter-wide whirlpool to appear at the center of the lake. A muffled roar sounded out and a black-white mist of demonic chi emerged from the whirlpool, faintly concealing a strange ancient beast. The beast appeared peculiar. It had a soft, jet-black body that was over 20 meters long and filled with bumps and holes of varying size. At the center of the mass of flesh, there was a huge protrusion that appeared to be its head. And apart from its single jet-black eye, Han Li saw no other sensory organs, not even a mouth or nose. The beast was truly disgusting to behold, causing even Han Li to feel apprehensive. When Violet's spirit saw this beast from a distance, her complexion paled and she felt a chill run down her spine. However, Han Li had never heard or read of an ancient beast like this one. He couldn't help but glance at Violet's spirit, but she simply responded with a bitter smile. It was clear she didn't know either. Facing something that he didn't recognize, Han Li decided it would be best to deal with it as quickly as possible rather than to slowly probe it and allow it to unleash its attacks. He promptly waved his hand and struck the insect swarm above with a spell seal. Suddenly, the buzzing of the insect swarm filled the air and they quickly condensed at their center, forming a huge golden cloud that moved to cover the ancient beast. When the ancient beast saw this, it knew that things were far from good. Its body expanded and deflated, releasing a strange green liquid from the holes on its body towards the golden cloud and filling the air with a fishy scent. Han Li frowned, but his brow soon relaxed. The green liquid didn't have any effect on the gold-devouring beetles and didn't harm them in the slightest. The cloud of beetles moved down to envelop the beast, but the black-white chi that surrounded its body obstructed the beetles from moving any closer to it. However, it wouldn't last long. The beast's mind trembled with fear. The countless beetles were doing their utmost to devour the black-white chi that took it countless years to cultivate. It tried to flee by submerging itself in the water, but Han Li was already prepared for this. He pointed to the water and summoned a walnut-sized blue fireball at his fingertip, then launched it with a flick. Crackle! The fireball ruptured in a display of blinding blue light. A cloud of icy blue chi quickly spread from the explosion, covering the lake in a thick layer of ice as it spread. In the blink of an eye, the blue lake turned into a huge block of ice. The ancient beast's plan to escape into the water came to a halt. Instead, it bounced off of the ice and became filled with even greater terror. It then attempted to fly away with the golden beetles surrounding the black-white chi that covered it. Just as it traveled to the lakeside in a blur, a flicker of golden light suddenly appeared in an empty space. A fine golden thread had flashed towards the ancient beast. A small chunk of jet-black flesh was then ripped off, sprinkling the beetle cloud with blood. The golden thread had instantly cut through the black-white mist that protected the beast and cut off a small portion of its body. With the gap in its defenses, countless golden beetles swarmed through the opening and covered the ancient beast's body. The beast suddenly released a miserable shriek and its body flickered with light. A layer of demonic green flame covered it to try and burn the gold-devouring beetles that surrounded it. Although the green flames were a formidable ability that the beast had bitterly cultivated for years, it didn't hinder the gold-devouring beetles in the slightest. In fact, it provoked them and they began to devour the beast with even greater speed. The beast experienced indescribable pain all over its body and it changed direction in a desperate attempt to flee from the other side of the lake. Hanli stood at the lakeside with both of his hands behind his back. He coldly stared at the beetle-shrouded beast as it floundered about like a headless fly. Unfortunately for it, he had already placed down the Aureate Sword formation. Although he didn't activate the formation to close in on the beast, a golden sword thread would cleave off a portion of its body whenever it tried to run. Soon, over half of the beast's body had disappeared and its screams began to lose strength. It eventually released one last pained scream before dropping onto the ice and remaining completely motionless. This nameless beast's true ability was its amazing aura concealment. Even late nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to discover a trace of it, but its abilities in battle were pathetically mediocre. It was a pity that its disguise had been seen through by Hanli's bright-sight spirit eyes. With the beast trapped by the Aureate Sword formation and swarmed by the gold-devouring beetles, it wasn't able to employ its innate escaping abilities and was easily slain. A short moment later, the gold-devouring beetles buzzed as they flew into the air, leaving behind only a strange black-white sphere, the beast's demon core. At that moment, Violet's spirit flew over and glanced at Hanli with admiration. "Brother Han, your current abilities are truly profound. You were able to kill this ancient beast with complete ease. It seems the rumors of Brother Han being on par with the three great heavenly south cultivators are true. It isn't that my abilities are outstanding, but the beast was weak. It couldn't compare to the ancient beasts that I previously fought." Han Lich shook his head and then reached out, summoning the demon core into his hand. Hanli looked down at it and saw the sparkling black-white demon core. This was the first time he had seen a demon core with such colors and couldn't help but appear excited. Chapter 835, Acquiring Fruit. With a more pressing matter at hand, Hanli knew it wasn't the time to research the demon core and put it away with a flip of his hand. Then he tossed out 3 of his empty spirit pouches into the air and pointed to the gold-devouring beetles. They screeched and immediately split into 3 different clouds as they returned to the spirit beast pouches. With the beetles returned, Hanli mentally commanded the 36 bamboo cloudswarm swords back into his sleeve, dissolving the Aureate Sword formation surrounding the lake. "Let's go pick the fruit and be quick about it. I don't know how long the illusion formation will delay the ghost spirit sect cultivators." Hanli then flew across the lake in an azure streak. When Violet's spirit saw this, she closely followed after him and the two arrived 6 meters above the plant. After sweeping his gaze across the plant, Hanli turned his head to Violet's spirit and said, "You go ahead and pick them first, but be careful. These spirit fruits are rather peculiar. You will need to contain them in wood attribute materials, or their medicinal power won't last over the next few days." "Many thanks for your warning, Brother Han. I will be careful." Violet's spirit forcefully suppressed her excitement and smiled to Hanli. Then without a trace of hesitation, she waved her sleeve and summoned a dark green box into her hand. Then with a flick of her hand, a white streak flashed by and a fruit disappeared without a trace. With the wooden box already prepared and in the woman's hand, the white streak flew into the box, carrying a spirit kindle fruit inside of it. She closed the lid of the box and let out a long sigh, then placed it in her storage pouch. "What? Will Violet's spirit not take another?" When Hanli saw that she only took one, he was stunned. Violet's spirit answered with a sweet smile, "Many thanks for Brother Han's kindness, but one will be enough. Apart from the information I acquired, I did little else to find this place. It was all due to Brother Han's abilities that I was able to acquire this fruit. Although I do have something of a friendship with you, I still can't have an equal share of the fruit with you. Brother Han should take the remaining ones. After all, in addition to being refined into nature origin pills, these fruits can be used to increase your cultivation." Hanli was quite surprised to hear her say such deferential words. To tell the truth, although she was famed for her beauty in the scattered star seas and was the most beautiful woman he had seen, she was also quite shrewd. But after the exquisite sound sect was seized from her, her temperament had taken a turn for the worse and Hanli had kept his distance as a result. Now that she spoke with reason, regardless of whether her words were a result of sincerity or deliberate calculation, Hanli's impression of her vastly improved. Restraining one's greed when facing a worldly spirit fruit wasn't an easy task. "Since Violet's spirit has said this, I won't be polite." Hanli nodded and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of white light, a wooden box he had prepared beforehand appeared in his hand. He flicked the box open with his free hand and an azure light glowed from it. The 3 spirit kindle fruits trembled and fell off before being bound by the azure light and were drawn into the box. With the box safely put away, Hanli said, "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We don't know how long until the ghost spirit sect finds us. Although I have no fear of fighting them, the pills must be refined quickly." Violet's spirit pursed her lips and said, "Of course. The fruits won't hold for long. However, we cannot return the way we came or we will encounter them. Wouldn't it be better to pick a direction and find a secret area a few thousand kilometers away to refine the pills? As for where, it will be up to Brother Han, of course." "Where to go?" Hanli frowned and took a look around him. Something suddenly came to mind and he slapped his storage pouch. A piece of worn and rough silk appeared in his hand, the map of Devil Fall Valley that Hanli acquired from the azure silkworm robes. He carefully looked at the map and took measure of his surroundings and position, revealing an expression of surprise. The position of this desert wasn't too far away from an area that the map marked. They should be able to arrive in 2 days' time. After taking a look at the crude mark on the map, Hanli grew pensive. Seeing that Hanli didn't immediately reply to her and was instead looking at a tough piece of fabric, Violet's spirit couldn't help but grow curious. But since she was clever, she decided to silently wait in place until Hanli came to a decision. "Follow me. We will first refine the medicine pills before deciding anything else." With that said, Hanli put the map away. He then glanced at the plant behind him and frowned. With a chop of his hand, a streak of azure light flashed out and severed one of its twigs, but as soon as the twig touched the ground, it instantly withered and turned to ash. A trace of sadness appeared in Hanli's eyes. It appeared that the records were true. The tree of the spirit kindle fruit was different from other trees. It was one of the few spirit roots that were incapable of being moved. Any attempt would result in the tree's immediate death. Without any further hesitation, he raised his hand and released the wind-riding chariot in a streak of light. The two boarded the chariot and took off in a flash of light, streaking through the sky until it appeared only to be a white speck. Before he took off, Hanli already made plans to first find somewhere to refine the nature origin pill and quickly consume the pill's medicine power. With that done, he would then take a look at the map and look for the secret treasures. Any treasures that the map revealed must be extraordinary given how mysterious the map was. So long as it wasn't too dangerous, Hanli would definitely pay a visit to the areas that the map marked. About 2 hours later, the party of ghost spirit sect cultivators arrived at the oasis. However, the lake had turned to ice and the plant that laid at the center of the lake was lacking any fruit. The ghost spirit sect disciples glanced at each other in dismay when they saw this. Elder Zhong appeared particularly pale. At that moment, Hanli had already traveled over 500 kilometers towards the area marked on the map. Not long after, they left the desert and appeared in an area consisting of green-yellow plateaus of varying heights. Hanli couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw the new scenery. Devil Fall Valley seemed to include different terrain for every corner of it. It appeared almost as if every terrain that existed was present in the valley. After half a day, Hanli pressed the wind-riding chariot forward before eventually arriving at a mountainous area. Seeing that these mountains weren't very tall, Hanli traveled 100 kilometers deep into the mountain range and eventually stopped above a small ordinary mountain. Hanli floated at low altitude beside the mountain and said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, we've arrived. We will refine our pills separately. I've already swept my spiritual sense around here and there shouldn't be any ancient restrictions or spatial tiers here." Violet Spirit glanced around and immediately replied with a smile, "Many thanks, Brother Han. Then I will set off first." Then, she flew off to a nearby mountain and began to create her own hidden cave residence in preparation to refine her medicine pills. When Hanli saw her disappear into her mountain, he blurred towards the wind-riding chariot. Standing 10 meters away, he clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and waved it towards the chariot. Once it shrank and returned to his sleeve, he flew off to a small mountain in front of him. Soon, Hanli had carved out a simple cave residence with 10 of his flying swords. He arranged a small-scale spell formation outside of its entrance before walking into the cave residence. He even put 8 core formation-grade puppets to stand guard at the cave's entrance to ward against surprises. Finished, Hanli finally felt at ease and entered a secluded room. He tossed his storage pouch in the air and pulled out the many materials he had prepared for the nature origin pill with his spiritual sense, spilling them onto the floor in a white mist. Soon after, Hanli summoned the wooden box that contained the spirit kindle fruits along with a unique azure cauldron, both floating in front of him. Hanli squinted as he stared at them and deeply sighed before sitting on the ground. Although this would be the first time he would refine the nature origin pill, he had received masterful attainments in pill refinement techniques and he was already prepared for the task at hand. Additionally, Hanli had made particular preparations for his journey to Devil Fall Valley. Not to mention his multiple spirit kindle fruits, he also had plenty of extra supplementary materials for the nature origin pill, allowing him to fail a couple of times without consequence. As for whether or not Violet Spirit would be able to refine the spirit kindle fruit into the nature origin pill, Hanli wasn't entirely sure. She had never revealed her pill refinement techniques in front of him. However, since she only took 1 spirit fruit, she seemed confident in her success. With that thought, Hanli focused his gaze on the small cauldron twirling in front of him. He opened his mouth and blew out a stream of nascent flame. It coiled once around the cauldron before entering its center and igniting it with roiling flames. Chapter 836, the altar the nascent flame twinkled within the small azure cauldron and released scorching waves of heat, quickly raising the temperature of the room. A cold glint twinkled in Han Li's eyes and he raised his hand, striking the small cauldron with a spell seal. Then with a slight ringing sound, azure light rose from the cauldron and flew around it, causing the cauldron to float in the air. With this, Han Li pointed to a square jade box and it silently opened to reveal a somewhat flat and round pitch-black stalk several inches long. Han Li stared at the stalk for a moment and waved his hand at it, summoning it out of the box and holding it in the air 3 meters from him. He then pointed at it and cut off a fifth of the stem in a flicker of blue light. As soon as he swept his sleeve, an azure cloud of light flew out and tossed the severed stem piece into the small cauldron. Following this, he struck the remaining piece with a spell seal and sealed it back up in the box. Han Li paid no further attention to it and pointed to a long wooden box, opening it to reveal the stalk of a glistening green spirit herb. He used swordlight to chop off a small chunk for the cauldron, same as he did for the previous ingredient. Han Li then continued to sever off the appropriate quantity of various materials and drop them into the cauldron in accordance with the formula of the nature origin pill. Eventually, it was time to use the spirit kindle fruit and Han Li cut off a fourth of the fruit before placing it into the cauldron. Han Li then pointed to the floating cauldron and firmly closed the lid on it, shutting it tight. Han Li took a breath before beginning the next part of the refinement process. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of azure nascent flame, enveloping the cauldron in roaring flames and further increasing the temperature in the room. Staring at the small cauldron, Han Li continuously flicked his fingers, launching spell seals towards it one after another. Not long after, peals of thunder began to ring out from the cauldron, growing ever louder. Han Li frowned when he heard this and he began to intermittently form different hand gestures. As a result, the rings of thunder also began to change in volume, soft one moment and deafening the next. Han Li's expression stiffened as blue light flickered in his eyes, examining what was happening inside the cauldron. Han Li remained completely still and emotionless as time slowly passed by. As Han Li was focused on pill refinement, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master's party had finally climbed to the top of the giant altar in the basin. It was unknown why the ancient cultivators had placed such strange restrictions on the altar steps, where they would experience an increasingly greater burden on their body as they grew closer to the top. As a result, the party had slowed to a crawl when they reached the middle section, taking them an entire day before they were able to reach the top compared to the 4 hours it took them to reach the middle section. They even had to rest for half a day along the way in order to recover their magic power. The nascent soul cultivators fared well enough, but the 3 core formation disciples were barely able to make it to the top. On the last tens of steps, they felt as if 1,000 tons were weighing down on their every step. They were only able to slowly move after mustering every ounce of their strength. Of course, the trek was easiest to Wei Wuya. From the very start, the restriction didn't appear to have any effect on him and he appeared completely indifferent. As for the other 2 nascent soul cultivators, even they struggled to walk up those last steps and had grimaced. Of course, Wei Wuya's effortless appearance throughout the restrictions left a deep impression on Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master, and he couldn't help but think even more highly of him. Although the party of cultivators had differing cultivations, Wang Tianxing made an effort to also walk to the peak of the altar without stopping. As soon as he arrived at the top, he suddenly felt the immense pressure completely disappear. As for the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples, they sighed with relief when they finally arrived at the top. Although they had protected their bodies with light, they still felt their entire bodies ache under the pressure as if they had the bodies of mortals. It had been an experience they hadn't felt in ages. Rarely would a cultivator ache from the stress of walking. Wang Tiangu and the other nascent soul cultivators didn't pay any notice to this and were instead glancing around. The top of the altar was over 300 meters wide and constructed of sparkling white jade bricks. At the center, there was an offerings table over 20 meters long that was elegantly constructed from dark green jade. In addition to the offerings table, there were 4 30-meter-tall stone pillars at each corner of the altar. The stone pillars were densely engraved with talisman characters and spells that appeared ancient and profound. There were stone Qilin statues at the top of the pillars that were uniquely carved with lifelike detail and glowed. These few items were all seen in the blink of an eye. Wei Wuya didn't notice anything noteworthy about these items and frowned before taking a glance at Wang Tiansheng. The sect master was staring at the sky with his hands behind his back as if he were looking at something interesting. Wei Wuya grew curious and followed his gaze towards a crimson expanse in the sky. There was an area of low altitude that was glowing with various lights. Apart from the strands of light that stemmed off of it, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Clown Master Wang, we've arrived. Where is the entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden? Wei Wuya bluntly asked. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, don't be impatient, fellow Daoist Wei. The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is hidden by a restriction. The method to dissolve it is only known by the soul in the scroll. We will have to call out to him. Wei Wuya's expression stirred, so it was like that. You've made an agreement with Master Tsang Kuan's doppelganger. Wang Tianxing chuckled and said, fellow Daoist Wei is quite smart. I did come to an agreement with him. Please be patient, I'll call on him. He reached his hand into his sleeve and took out a silver-white scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression stirred and he silently walked over. In that moment, Wang Tianxing unfolded the scroll and a ball of silver light flew out, materializing the image of a Confucian scholar. Not bad. This is the place. I didn't think there'd truly be a day that I returned. The materialized soul of Master Tsang Kuan's doppelganger looked around with excitement, paying no heed to any of the others nearby. Wang Tianxing coldly stared at the Confucian scholar and said with an emotionless tone, as agreed, I have brought you to the altar. It is time for you to fulfill your end of the deal and open the passage to the Spirit Ether Garden. You've already placed me under your restrictions. Could it be that you're afraid I'll cheat you? The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is above the altar, true, but the restriction is quite odd. I'll be needing to personally open the way. With that said, the Confucian scholar raised his head to the sky and placed his hands together, summoning a gray fireball into his hands. He flung it to the sky with a wave of his hand, striking the rainbow light only for the fireball to strangely vanish. The scholar nodded when he saw this and turned to look at the stone pillars around him. Not wanting to waste time, he promptly said, fellow Taoists, if you pour a bit of spiritual power into the 4 stone pillars, it will allow me to continue with dissolving the restriction. Once that was said, the nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances with one another. Wang Tianxing hesitated for a moment before he sullenly said, fine. Let's do as he says. You 3 disciples, head for the stone pillars. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take over the last one. As you bid, Sect Master. The 3 disciples promptly obeyed. As for Wang Tiangu, he walked towards a stone pillar without hesitation. Under the command of Wang Tianxing, the 4 reached out to their respective stone pillar and slowly poured spiritual power into them, passing the spiritual power into the stone statue at its peak. Not long after, the 4 stone pillars released strange cries and slightly trembled for a moment. The Qilin statues on top began to glow with light and their eyes began to shine crimson as if they were alive. When Wei Wuya saw this, he wore an apprehensive expression. He seemed to remember something similar to what he was seeing in front of him, but he couldn't remember it. As for the ghost spirit sect, he simply watched this scene without a sound. Suddenly, the Qilin statues slowly raised their heads and opened their mouths to reveal glowing rainbow light within them as if something were about to shoot out. At that moment, the Confucian scholar began to move. He raised his hands and flicked his fingers, striking at each of the 4 Qilin statues with a single gray spell seal. Suddenly, the light in the statues' mouths pulsed and they fired beams of rainbow light into the sky. They met to form a 3-meter-wide ball of rainbow light. The space surrounding the ball of light began to distort and ruptured with a world-shaking explosion. Blinding rainbow radiance covered the altar for a time and astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations shook the world around them. A perilous situation emerged before them. Even Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly once he felt the strength of the spiritual chi fluctuations. The others unconsciously took several steps back and began to circulate the spiritual power within their bodies in preparation to defend themselves. Fortunately, this explosion was rather short. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow light disappeared and the spiritual chi scattered. The cultivators saw this and resolved themselves to look at the sky. Wei Wuya's complexion paled. He turned his head to the Confucian scholar and icily said, "This is the so-called entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden." Chapter 837, Opening the passage 300 meters above the altar, a crescent arc of light appeared in the sky. The arc of light was white, 100 meters wide, and over 1,500 meters long. It appeared to be a huge spatial tear. However, it was concealed by some kind of unknown restriction. Despite the 3 powerful nascent soul cultivators present, none of them were able to sense its existence. Could it be that this was the entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden? Despite the vast abilities these nascent soul cultivators possessed, even Wei Wuya couldn't gather the courage to enter the spatial tear that laid before them. As the incisiveness of a spatial tear wasn't something that a cultivator could block, Wei Wuya was enraged. The Confucian scholar glanced at those before him and said, "The Spirit Ether Garden was a pocket that laid between the spirit realm and our mortal realm. If we wish to go there, we will naturally need the assistance of this spatial tear. With a bit of warping, the spatial tear becomes the entrance of the Spirit Ether Garden. Be at ease, I won't have you all rush through it. There is another method we can try for the time being. However, there is a bit of danger involved. Even I only have a 70% likelihood of making it through. As for the core formation cultivators, their strength is lacking. If they go, it will only be sending them to their deaths." Wang Tiansheng, the ghost spirit sect master, wore an unsightly expression, a 70% chance of succeeding. "You never mentioned this before." The scholar coldly smiled and said, "Would it have made a difference? Let alone 70%, you would have made an attempt even if there was only a 20% chance of success." A cold glint shined in Wang Tiansheng's eyes. He then raised his hand and produced a crimson command medallion. "What are you doing?" The Confucian scholar loudly yelled as he flew back in panic. Silently, Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion and it brightly glowed with crimson light. The Confucian scholar suddenly screamed and fell onto the ground. At the same moment, crimson talisman characters appeared on his limbs and wandered across his body without end. A soulfright curse. Wang Tiangu couldn't help but tremble in shock at the sight of this. Even Wei Wuya wore a strange expression at the sight of this. Wei Wuya stared at the Confucian scholar rolling on the ground and indifferently said, "This is the soulfright curse, one of the ghost spirit sect's secret curses. I've heard that this secret technique is more ruthless than other soul restriction techniques. Cultivators placed under this curse could have their soul scattered at a mere thought from their caster." Wang Tiansheng turned to him with a beaming smile and chuckled, "Fellow Daoist Wei is truly experienced. That is indeed the curse. The soul remnant of Master Tsang Kuan's doppelganger seems to believe that he is the genuine, rivalless Master Tsang Kuan. How dare he not recognize the mercy of others? It is only natural for me to discipline him." Wei Wuya nodded and said nothing further. Regardless of the memories the soul may possess, it couldn't be allowed to run rampant. The Confucian scholar was currently subjected to immense torment. Each time the crimson talisman characters flickered across his body, he trembled and rolled on the ground with his head held in his arms, his expression contorted in agony. After the time it took to finish a meal, the Confucian scholar's materialized form began to grow indistinct. It was only then that Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion once more and put the torture to an end. With unquestionable authority, Wang Tiansheng said, "You should have learned your lesson by now. Even if you have mastered Song Kuan's memories, you are nothing but a remnant soul now. Do anything foolish again, and I won't let you off so easily. I do wish to enter the spirit ether garden, but I will not be led by the nose." "Don't worry, so long as you sincerely lead the way, I will do as we agreed." "I understand. I will now open the passage." Green light flickered from the Confucian scholar and his form stabilized once more, his face wearing a calm expression. Wang Tiansheng was greatly surprised to see the Confucian scholar recovering so quickly his composure. Just as he narrowed his eyes and thought to say something else, the Confucian scholar began to glow with green light and slowly flew towards the spatial tear above. Wang Tiansheng interrupted himself before the words left his mouth. After all, opening the path to the spirit ether garden was more important than disciplining the soul remnant. Wei Wuya and the others kept silent as they coldly watched the Confucian scholar's movements. It was unknown how he could open a passage for them through this fearsome spatial tear. The scholar came to a stop 60 meters away from the spatial tear and raised his head towards it. With an odd expression on his face, he spat out a ball of green light that contained a pitch-black thumb-sized pearl that continuously swirled as it floated in the air. With the pearl released, the Confucian scholar's complexion turned deathly pale and his figure became dim. It appeared that the pearl carried a majority of his soul power. In spite of his weakness, the Confucian scholar forced himself to point at the pearl and shout, "Go!" The pitch-black pearl immediately shined with light and shot into the air. When Wang Tiansheng saw this, he wore an expression of amazement. Just what will this achieve? As the other cultivators watched this with shock, the pearl arrived 10 meters away from the tear and was being dragged inside. In a flash of white light, the spatial tear's surroundings distorted and the pearl disappeared without a trace. For a time, the spatial tear appeared completely ordinary and without change, but suddenly, the Confucian scholar's figure blurred downward as he wore a sullen expression, increasing the distance between himself and the spatial tear. Wei Wuya and the others were stunned. Before they realized what he was doing, the spatial tear suddenly released a muffled rumble. Then the center of the tear began to flicker with green light, quickly expanding into a 3-meter-wide ball of blinding dark green radiance. A sharp hiss then sounded out from within the ball of light. With an emotionless face, the Confucian scholar dropped down to the altar and said, "Prepare your abilities. You will need to focus the entirety of your spiritual power into the green light in order to open the passage to the spirit ether garden." When Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu saw this strange scene, they couldn't help but glance at each other with a trace of bewilderment. Wang Tianxing pondered for a moment before coming to a staunch decision, "Let's just try it first and see if there is any effect." Wei Wuya frowned. He took another glance at the dark green light but didn't say a word. Wang Tiangu also raised no objections. The 3 nascent soul cultivators stood apart and formed hand incantations. They then raised their hands to the sky and shot several various colored beams of light from their hands into the dark green ball of light at the center of the spatial tear. This makes their profound cultivation obvious at a glance. The green beam of light Wei Wuya released from his hands was bolthic, while the other 2 nascent soul cultivators were somewhat smaller. The 3 beams of light poured an immense amount of spiritual power into the ball of dark green light, and the sharp hiss it released grew louder. A moment later, the dark green light gradually turned jet black and began to form a pitch black hole that was only a foot in diameter. It was a complete mystery as to where it led. When Wang Tiansheng and the others saw this, they rejoiced. This strange scene clearly displayed that the Confucian scholar hadn't deceived them. The three promptly circulated the spiritual power in their body, and the beams of light they released grew thicker, causing the dark green light in the spatial tear to grow thicker. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the hole reached to a meter in length and seemed barely enough for one person to go through. When the scholar saw this, he calmly said, "You should now be able to enter. However, the entrance is still unstable and I do not have a second realm tier pearl to open the passage. If you do not wish to be trapped on the other side, you had best continue to pour spiritual power into it so that the passage stabilizes." With that said, Wei Wuya and the others felt a bit of shock. When they saw the black hole wavering, they didn't dare to stop and continued to pour in their spiritual power. It was clear to see that this stabilized the black passage, but it had consumed a great deal of spiritual power. But a moment later, the black passage has lost stability once more. This bewildered Wang Tiansheng. As a result, he commanded his three core formation disciples, "You three, come and help. Although your cultivation is inferior, you will do enough together." "Yes, sect master." When the three disciples heard this, they didn't dare to delay. They hastily gathered their spiritual power and shot beams of light towards the black light. The Confucian scholar simply stood in place as he watched this all occurred. As time slowly passed, Wei Wuya and the others had poured nearly half of their spiritual power into the spatial tear and finally stabilized it so that it will no longer flickered. When the cultivators saw this, they released a long sigh of relief and ceased channeling their spiritual power into it. Wang Tiansheng narrowed his eyes when he saw this and asked, "This is truly the passage into the spirit ether garden?" The Confucian scholar didn't reply. Instead, Wei Wuya answered, "It should be genuine. I've already sensed the other side of the passage and there is a vast area." His expression stirred as he spoke and licked his lips. The others lacked the spiritual sense to see inside of it, but when they heard this, they rejoiced. Since Brother Wei has said this, it seems to be true. However, it is best to be careful. Let's test it first. Wang Tiangu forcefully suppressed his giddy excitement and waved his sleeve. A black mist with the silhouette of a small ghost was sent forward into the passage. Chapter 838, Devil Corpse Pop. As soon as the small ghost flew into the passage, it ruptured into a ball of yin qi. Wang Tiangu, whose spiritual sense was connected to the ghost, paled when this happened. It seemed as if its destruction had caused him quite a bit of damage. Wang Tiangu looked at the Confucian scholar with a furious gaze and asked, "What's going on? Could it be that there is some trick behind the passage? Did you believe that the passage to the spirit ether garden would be ordinary? Let alone some minor ghost with a hollow form, even Ghost King grade souls would scatter as soon as they entered. Even if I were to enter the garden, I would need to draw support from the body of the scroll. In any case, the passage has been opened. It will be up to you on whether or not you can pass through it." The Confucian scholar spoke with a tone of indifference and then transformed back into a ball of green light and flew directly into the floating portrait scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression turned sullen. From the scholar's words, it seemed that formless entities like ghosts had no method of entering the passage. He and Wang Tianxing exchanged looks of surprise. Wei Wuya mulled all of this over and said, "I've already used my spiritual sense to look across the passageway. Although I am only able to see a vague image, there is no doubt that there is a space beyond the passageway. I do not have the patience to further deliberate over the matter, and will be heading through first, as to avoid any mishaps that may appear due to hesitation." He then took off into the passage in a streak of green light. Wang Tianxing's expression stirred at the sight of this. He turned to his disciples and commanded, "You three will stay here and stand guard. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, let's not be overly cautious and go together." A bit of danger is simply the cost of going to the spirit ether garden. He then turned to look at the portrait in front of him and saw that there was no further change. Wang Tianxing extended his hand and summoned the scroll before putting it away in his sleeve. Then with Wang Tiangu beside him, he flew into the passageway. Since it was said that the spirit ether garden contains all heavenly medicines, if they were too far behind Wei Wuya, they could suffer quite a loss. As a result, the three quickly entered the passageway and disappeared without a trace while directly passing through the border between worlds. This isn't the spirit ether garden. At the very front, Wei Wuya arrived through the passage. He surveyed this unfamiliar land with a gloomy expression. There were no other colors at their destination apart from gray, and piles of black stone were spread out as far as the eye could see. All Wei Wuya could see for 5 kilometers around them was gray mist that reached 100 meters into the sky. Before any of them had arrived, they wouldn't have believed the spirit ether garden's legends, where all kinds of spiritual herbs grew and possessed several times more spiritual qi than the mortal realm. However, when Wang Tianxing and Wang Tiangu arrived, their expressions appeared odd, as if containing both anger and surprise. Wei Wuya turned his head and looked at them with slight surprise before raising his guard. He originally believed that they would have called upon Master Tsang Kuan's remnant soul from the portrait scroll in anger once they arrived at the so-called spirit ether garden. Eventually, the ghost spirit sect master broke the silence and said, "Junior martial brother, do you feel it? The devilish qi here is at least 2 times greater than that of the mortal realm. If we were to fight here, the might of our devilish arts should be substantially increased." Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered and he replied with a complex expression, "Senior martial brother, we cultivate the same devilish arts." How could I not feel it? If we were to cultivate here, we would have a very large chance of breaking through our bottlenecks. When Wei Wuya heard this, the stone he was standing on shattered and he gloomily said, "Fellow Taoists, are you not going to call upon the soul remnant and interrogate him? Don't tell me that I've exerted such a great effort only to arrive here." When Wang Tianxing heard this, he was reminded of the anger he had towards the soul remnant and replied with a malevolent expression, "Of course. If he doesn't give us an explanation, I will show him the pain of soul refinement." He then tossed the scroll on the ground, wishing to summon Master Tsang Kuan's soul remnant. But before Wang Tianxing could execute the technique to summon him, light flashed from the scroll and a ball of green light shot out. Standing at the side, Wang Tiangu acted swiftly, releasing a foot-large black hand of light to grab it. However, the ball of green light seemed to have already predicted this and was able to quickly avoid it before streaking across the air. Knowing his place, Wei Wuya simply watched from the side. As for Wang Tianxing, he was furious from the soul remnant's imprudence. He summoned a crimson command medallion with a flip of his hand and a harsh expression appeared on his face. He fiercely shook the medallion in the direction that the green light flew off and the medallion began to glow in crimson light, slowing down the ball of green light in the distance and causing it to sway. Wang Tianxing rejoiced at the sight of this, but the ball of green light began to stabilize and flew off with even greater speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small speck of light in the distance. Not only was the ghost spirit sect master stunned by this, the other two were also dumbstruck. If I am not mistaken, the ghost spirit sect's soul fright curse no longer has an effect on the soul remnant. Interesting. I will go and capture it in your place and see what the ghost intends. Wearing a cold smile on his face, Wei Wuya streaked through the air in a blur of green. Wang Tiangu recovered from his shock and said, "Senior martial brother, what? When I used the soul fright curse on him earlier, it was working as intended, as you personally witnessed. Now, I am also quite interested in why it has no effect on it. Let's follow after him. I also wish to know what he is scheming to have brought us here." With a malevolent expression on his face and an ominous glint shining from his eyes, Wang Tianxing shot after them. Given that this pocket dimension was only so large, he didn't need to fear that they would escape from sight. Wang Tiangu bitterly laughed and could only follow after him. Not long after, the two arrived near the center of the pocket dimension and found Wei Wuya facing the materialized form of the Confucian scholar in confrontation. The scholar didn't display the slightest trace of fear, somewhat to the two's surprise. But when the two raised their head to look behind him, they felt a wave of alarm.